The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The undefeated were hard at work at the American Cup in St. Louis. With the elimination bracket taking a rest, the champions bracket faced off to punch their ticket to the penultimate round. 13-year-old Alice Lee and 8-time U.S. women's champ Irina Krush move on after deftly dispatching their opponents in the women's section. Hikaru Nakamura remains unscathed, advancing to face Wesley So after the latter survived a thrilling playoff against Fabiano Caruana. The brackets are set. Who will survive and who will go home? Day 5 of exhilarating chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 5 of the 2023 American Cup, held at the St. Louis Chess Club. Yesterday, I showed you where the players are staying during the event at the Chase Park Plaza. Today, I'm going to take the long walk from the hotel to the plane. It's been a fantastic event so far. Let's see what the players have in store for us today. Let's go to the studio and start the action with Jovi and Yasser.
We welcome you to St. Louis, Missouri, the capital of chess in America. This is Day 5 of the 2023 American Cup from the St. Louis Chess Club. Hello and warm welcome from the St. Louis Chess Club studio. My name is Jovanka Houska and it's a great pleasure to be here calling all the action on this very special Day 5 with the one and only Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Jovi, it's been my pleasure working alongside you and Cristian. It's really been a lot of fun. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of Day 5. Day 4 was fantastic. Everything about yesterday I truly loved. The classical games that Hikaru won over Leinier, that Alice Lee won over Nagy, they were great. And the playoffs were simply outstanding. I'm expecting further highlights today, but first let's start with the ladies and their brackets.
Yeah, let's delve deeper into those brackets. And as Yasser mentioned, it was an eventful day yesterday where the top seeds were just dominant. We saw Irina Krush simply overwhelm Tohin-Jonova's defenses, and she made it through to the next stage. And in the second match between Paikidze and 13-year-old Alice Lee came to the board in a fighting mood, and she just played fantastic chess to dispatch Paikidze down to the elimination bracket. And if we check the elimination bracket,
let's do that.
These players will be playing in very fast time control, but they are playing for survival. Anyone who loses now gets sent out of the competition. And we have Paikidze. She will face off against Tatev Abrahamyan, whereas Tohin-Jonova will be playing against the newcomer Atusa Pokashian. Everything to play for. There will be a winner today.
Easy for you to pronounce that last match. And in the open bracket?
Yeah, and in the open bracket, I mean, what a day of chess as well. We saw Hikaru Nakamura come to the day with a plan, and that plan was defeat Leinier Dominguez in the classical portion, which he did with the black pieces.
Outstanding.
And then we saw this epic match between Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. Wesley So won it in the tie breaks and sent Fabiano Caruana down to the elimination bracket, where guess who awaits him with open arms?
Tell me.
None other than Levon Aronian. I mean,
wow,
that is
match.
A huge matchup. And then we also have Leinier Dominguez against Sam Shankland.
And our format, to remind everybody about the double elimination.
Yes, it is a double elimination bracket tournament, no draw offers, and the tournament has kind of separated into two. We have the champions bracket, and they're playing at a very sedate sedate, leisurely, classical 90 minutes plus 30-second increment, no second time control. In the elimination bracket, things are getting spicy there because they are playing 2 rapid 25-minute games plus 10-second increment per move.
Wonderful. And this remaining schedule for today?
Yeah, well, you know, in the champions bracket, they're simply playing 1 game to set the pace, to set the mood, so to speak. But the action is going to be fast, furious in the elimination bracket because there will be a decider. There will be a winner today. They play 2 games, and if there is still a tie, then of course things will be decided in playoffs and tie breaks.
Wonderful. And we're very fortunate to have in studio Grandmaster Cristian Chirila. Cristian, yesterday it seemed like a highlight reel. There were just highlights going on all the time. What can our viewers expect today?
Good to see you guys. Well, yesterday the elimination bracket had a rest day, and finally today they will be rejoining the tournament. So we have all sorts of clashes, but of course, in my opinion, the highlight of the day is the beginning of the finals in the champions bracket. And let's take a look at how our finalists got where they are today. And we're going to start with the ladies section. The one Grandmaster in the ladies event, that is Grandmaster Irina Krush, has just simply been dominant in this event. 2-0 against Tatev Abrahamyan. After that, she started off with a crucial victory in her match against Begim Tohizhonova with the white pieces and with the black pieces. Yesterday, I have to say, she was never in danger to get beaten and potentially go to a playoffs. She easily taken advantage of her opening preparation and defeated Begim Tohizhonova with a 1.5 to 0.5 score. And right now, she's in the finals against Alice Lee, the young phenom, only 13 years of age. She has been impressing us throughout this event. Last year as well, she made it to the finals where she was defeated by Irina Krush. Well, in this one, she disposed of Atusa Purkashian 2-0. And yesterday's game against Naji Paikidze, the 2-time US Women's Champion, was just a masterpiece. She was able to find that move, rook to c8, such an incredible move. And after that, swiftly defeated her very experienced opponent. She will be facing Irina Krush in the finals of the champions bracket. And let's take a look at their lifetime matchup as we are entering this final stage of the event. 2 wins for Irina Krush, 0 losses and 3 draws. But Alice Lee said, well, she's looking forward to take on Grandmaster Irina Krush in today's matchup. And let's take a look at what's happening in the champions bracket. In the open section, we have Hikaru Nakamura, the rating favorite, going into this event. He's in fact the only player in the open section that won not 1, but 2 games, 2 classical games up to this point in the event. He disposed of Sam Sevian 1.5 to 0.5, and of Leinier Dominguez also 1.5 to 0.5. But that crucial victory came with the black pieces yesterday in a wild Kalashnikov Sicilian. Today he will be facing one Wesley. And let's take a look at his results so far. Well, he is definitely showing his class in the shorter time controls in the Rapid M Blitz format. He won the match in the playoffs against Sam Shankland 2.5 to 0.5, and won the match yesterday against Fabiano Caruana, also in the Rapid playoffs, 2.5 to 1.5. And let's take a look at their head-to-head as we are entering this critical stage of the championship. In Classical, 1 win for Hikaru, 4 losses. Wow, this is bewildering to me. 19 draws. In the Rapid matchup, 21 wins for Hikaru, 13 losses, and 59 draws. These players have played so many times in their careers. They know each other so well, and I mean, today's matchups are going to be simply explosive.
Wow, quite the contrast between the classical score and the rapid score between our 2 champions bracket finals. Impressive stuff. I was going to say that today, however, we have something really heartwarming. It's a great story, a special guest, a bell ringer.
Yes.
Jovi.
Yeah, it really is something quite unique. And as Yasser said, heartwarming, because Colin Graham is a 17-year-old from California and a big chess fan who is sadly battling cancer. Colin was contacted by the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and his single wish was to come to the St. Louis Chess Club to watch the American Cup tournament and meet some players. And here we can see Colin meeting the players, getting his wish, and you can just see the smile on his face. It's wonderful.
It truly is. Rex Inkfield there on the right. Colin, when you think about America and how sports on America is dominated by basketball, football, you just don't expect the Make-A-Wish Foundation to reach into the chess world. So this is really, really, really special and a big welcome to Colin and his family. Hey. There's no hugging in chess. There's no hugging in chess. I mean, what about the respectful handshake? Now, that's the respectful handshake. Joy Bray, the chairwoman of the chess
campus
here in St. Louis.
And so Chris Bird, I mean, it really is very
By the way,
special.
big shout out to Chris Bird. He corrected me. I had explained yesterday that Wesley should have made a draw claim. Here we go. Sorry. Let's listen to the bell ring.
Hey players, can I just have your attention real quick? Just a couple of quick announcements before we start. Champions bracket, I'm sure you're aware you just play one game today. We'll see you tomorrow for game 2 of your match. Elimination bracket. You play your first game at 1 o'clock, your second game at 3 o'clock, and then playoffs if necessary today will start around 5 o'clock, okay? You'll play 2 games of game 25 plus 10, and then we'll go to playoffs if necessary. Same rules applying to golfers. If you need to make a draw plan, stop the clock, get an avid involved. We'll check all that fun stuff. Starting the round today, we have a special guest, Colin Graham, with the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Make-A-Wish Kid. Colin's wish was to come St. Louis Chess Club, come and see you guys, the best chess players in the world, play some chess, come watch some of the action. We're very privileged to make that happen to Colin. So Colin is going to start the round. So on the sound of the bell, please go ahead and start weight spots. Colin.
And they are off. Once again, Colin could have chosen anything from the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and it's just marvelous that he chose chess. And they're off. Again, we're going to have rapids going on simultaneously with the classical games. Shall we start with the rapids? Because they are off and running, as we could see there with Sam and Leinier. And this one I have Wesley. This is Wesley's game.
Wesley opening.
E4.
No, it will be
against Hikaru.
Yeah, Hikaru will be playing with the white pieces because in these match situations, the higher rated player always begins with the white pieces. But when it comes to the playoffs,
they
switch the colors.
Right.
And Wesley pausing. Is that a surprise?
Not at all. No, E4, E5 has been Wesley's go-to defense for quite some time. As we see Colin in the background getting a chance to visit the playing hall. It's very exclusive, by the way. They don't even let me go up there into the playing hall. Very exclusive. Only the players, arbiters, staff.
Yeah, no visitors allowed.
No visitors, yeah.
Yes, sir, I feel if I put in a good word for you, I might be able to get you.
Would you mind? Would you mind doing that? I mean,
I might be able to get you here. I'm not 100% sure.
I have just one small wish as the play is underway. But again, I think just because it is an elimination, we may be seeing Fabiano, our defending champion, got his back to the wall. If he doesn't produce today, he will be eliminated.
Yeah.
So let's just check in on that game. It was this English with C4 and E5, this floor Mechanis variation in the English. One of the lines that I really, really liked as white. Frankly, I'm unfamiliar with this position. This is they're playing it with bishop f5, and they're getting these strange
Actually,
lines.
Just having a look at the
Yeah.
statistics on the opening database, I mean,
Yes.
it's not really a surprise why you're unfamiliar with this type of position, because
Because-
there were very few games in the
Yeah.
database. I mean, you're looking at a handful at the most.
Mm-hmm.
And I
So-
think they've already branched off into novel territory.
Christian.
That's right. And if you remember that game, I think it was Nemtsova versus Tatev from
Right.
earlier in the event. And we were discussing this type of position because they did play a very similar situation as well. Bishop to f5 is by far the best move in the position. Is not the most played move in the position. Bishop to e7, and visually it makes the most sense to go for bishop e7 and go for castle and things of that nature. The problem with bishop to e7 is that it immediately allows this move a d4, and you don't have time to bring the setup to the defense of the knight on e4. So for example, you go c5, bishop to d3, and now I'm sort of forcing you to take on c3, and I played d4 in one move. Keep that in mind. For example, after bishop to f5, the main line is d3, and after d3, take on c3, take on c3, c5, or bishop to e7, and now white's main option is to play once again d4. But you spend 2 tempis to get to this position, so obviously this is an improved version for black. This one is quite an important distinction in this particular variation, and after bishop to f5, he decided not to go for d3. It's all about this one tempo, right? I want to meet whenever you're going to go c5 with d4 in one move. That's why he waited. He played this waiting move, bishop to e2. If you do play the move c5, then I can have ideas of d4, challenge the pawn on c5 in one go. So this is a very, very important distinction. d4 was Levon's choice. Knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, and we have a d3 in the position. Bishop to c4, get this bishop out first, and after that only play the move d3 is the main line. But looking at the engine, d3 is the proposed moves. This is how these players train, right? They take these sidelines and they go deep as they can with the engine, with the help of their seconds as well, and they find wrinkles in the position, very, very distinctive wrinkles, and this is exactly what we're seeing. But we also know Levon plays this with the white pieces as well. He's a well-established English player. c4, he loves it. We've seen how powerful his opening preparation is in last year's event as well. I'm reminding myself of this match between himself and Ray Robson, and Ray somehow tried to play the move c4, in fact, himself with the white pieces. He got demolished. He got demolished. I think Levon finished with more time than he actually started with. So he's a very, very proficient player when it comes to this type of imbalanced structures, imbalanced positions, and he knows his theory as well. So let's find out what Fabiano prepared at home, and let's find out how Levon will answer to those challenges.
Well, after castles, knight c6, bishop came to f4, and that's
Yes.
actually a novelty on our screen. We've actually seen a2, a3 in the past with the idea of b4, but bishop f4.
And that was a game between Topalov and Hikaru Nakamura in 2017. By the way, a3 is not the best move. Bishop to f4 seems to be the computer's
Top
choice as well. h6, and now the question is black actually preparing to go g5? Perhaps
The
g5 and then
answer is
g4?
yes, he is.
And that's why he played this move bishop to g3, right? Because now after g5, I can stop you from playing g4 with the move h3. So the position, well, perhaps you weaken your pawn structure a bit too much on the king side. He decided against it. He actually, no, he just played g5. He just played g5. It's on the board right now.
Right.
The computer doesn't like it. The computer really doesn't like this move g5, but Levon
feels
is
very
playing a la
ambitious.
tempo. He knows what he's doing, so perhaps this is the right direction. Knight to e2 seems to be the best way now that you don't have enough attackers on the pawn on e5 to be able to capture it immediately, and I'm getting ready to blast open the king side with the move f4. That's why I played this move knight to d2, followed by f4, potentially try to weaken the king side. My guess is that black is going to try to castle long side.
Absolutely.
We're going to have to wait and see. These players are speeding towards some sort of a position that they both seem to be aware of what they need to do in. And yeah, this is going to be a big fight.
I agree.
Great stuff. I mean, who's
Definitely.
better prepared? I mean, because H6, G5 is definitely throwing down the gauntlet. That's a challenging approach by Levon with the black pieces in the
Yeah.
first
And
round. Not warming up, but just immediately.
But I've noticed that about Levon's games in
Yeah.
these last few years, especially when it comes to these rapid time controls and blitz time controls. He's not afraid to play in a very creative way. And somehow you get that touch that, you know, he's perhaps looked at this position, but maybe it's kind of more divine inspiration, some freestyling going on, and saying to the opponent, hey, you know,
Right.
I'm going to play confidently, I'm going to play quickly, and I roughly know what to do with my pieces.
Exactly.
Not only that,
The
but he's enjoying himself in the past few tournaments. And I've been talking to him as well over dinners, breakfast in Tatev. We were staying at the same hotel, and he was saying that, look, they pay me to do something that I would do regardless.
I love,
so
yeah.
how can I not enjoy what I'm doing? And
Right.
how can I not enjoy playing chess and playing this type of creative moves on the board? He's enjoying himself, and whenever Levon is enjoying himself, he's a dangerous man, I can tell you that.
Wonderful. I've got to ask the question. After the move G5, can I play Queen A4?
Oh, you can definitely do Queen A4.
And
But how are you going to respond to H5?
I
So
was
just keep
hoping it
going.
wasn't an issue over there. So I'm thinking Queen A4. You're
Yes.
thinking H5.
Yes,
Let's
I keep
go.
pushing.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So.
And if you just H4, right?
Probably you have to respond with H4.
I do.
Yeah, H4, and then after G4, I'm guessing your
And
plan
now you're
was to munch.
borderline lost. I will take on H4.
I'm borderline lost.
Yes, you have
will
to be
take on-
very precise to survive this one.
Really?
Wow.
This bishop
Serious?
on d5 is a force of nature in the position.
A hurricane.
Look at it like this. Knight takes h4, I go bishop to e7, and you're very happy because you get your knight to f5,
Yeah.
Right.
close to my king, you get a check on g7, very disruptive, right?
H4.
Forget about it. H4 followed by H3, and once this long diagonal opens up, and you're going to have to open it up by force almost after the move H3. Also, I can try to go rook to G8, target the pawn on G2 first, and then go to H3. This one is not looking, I mean, look at this.
Yeah, my king is.
We have to show it, right?
Right.
We have to show the checkmate in the position. H3, you try to sidestep that with G3, and H2, a checkmate with a pawn. So you don't see that very often in
So
chess.
H5 is actually a very serious threat, especially when I'm moving my queen away. So
Yeah.
Queen A4 is a bad move.
Yeah, probably.
Remarkable.
As Cristian has highlighted, you need to resolve the tension.
Knight D2.
With
Well-
knight d2, maybe can you go bishop f3? Because you've been kind of like banging on about how wonderful this lovely bishop on d5 is.
Why not?
Trade it off, right?
Yeah, bishop f3 is also an idea, but once again, knight d2 stops the move h5, at least momentarily. And that's quite important. Not
By the
only
way,
that-
we do have on the board Queen A4.
No.
No.
Oh,
That's it.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Queen
I
a4 is
do.
on the board.
Queen.
Yes.
Don't be jumping on me. I'm just the messenger. Don't get upset.
And he didn't
Queen
play
A4. He
h5.
didn't play H5. He played Bishop G7
Well,
rather
that's
quickly.
surprising. That's utterly surprising, I have to say. Queen to a4, h5 was a golden opportunity. He played bishop g7.
Well,
But-
now
but-
this knight takes pawn in the air. Like,
Well, thank
Take the
you.
pawn.
I mean, I'm just anxious to grab the pawn as well. Knight takes D4,
I'm confused.
and if you play, I don't know, H5, I'm ready to sink my knight
I
into
am
F5.
confused, I have to say. So this is what I'm thinking.
Please.
He's looking at knight takes d4, bishop takes g2.
yes.
Yes. Knight F5.
No, knight f5 I can take on f1, right?
Yes, that's permitted. I get two bishops for
No, just one.
the
Yes,
exchange.
you get two, but I get the knight back, right?
Yeah. And that's probably fine for
It's
black.
fine for black because I have this d4 square, right? You
So-
try to open up the position with f4 at the end. I have queen d4, exchange the queens, and enter the endgame. I'm happy with that.
So king takes, queen takes D4.
Yeah,
Yeah. And now you can just move the
Queen?
But you
queen.
have some problems with e5. Perhaps long castle now?
Okay, and I've been anxious
Yes,
to put
yes.
my
Then the
a
rook
force
will
of
come.
nature.
Yes.
The rook will
Force
come
of
to
nature.
G1. Oh, this is looking super dangerous.
Dangerous, yes, but it's unclear whether you get that much after the move queen to b6, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is definitely a game that we want to keep an eye on. Let's just check in on the game of Irina Krush. It's always fantastic in any sport when number one plays number two, and that's what we've got for you guys today in the game between Irina and Alice Lee. Oh, this is right out of our playbook.
It is.
The Caruana.
And I was thinking this. I was
yeah.
thinking that because in the 2022 matchup, Irina was opening with c4 and Alice was going to e6, maybe c6. And I was thinking, you know, if I were playing against Alice, I might punt this move e4.
Yes.
And see, you know, how well does she know her Caruana?
Exactly. This I actually got out of a playbook of Svetozar Gligoric, and I started to play this as white myself against the Caruana, but normally speaking, I did it in a different move order as black. Alice Lee could have captured. Alice could have simply recaptured the pawn on d5, but she did play the move g6. Which, well, invites white to try to hold on to the pawn with bishop c4. So bishop g7, this is like major mainline stuff. And the way I played it as white is I tried to bring my knight to e2 and the knight to f4 to hang on to the pawn. Interesting approach for both players. I wouldn't have guessed this opening in today's game.
Yeah, I suspected it, but I didn't think that Alice would play g6.
No.
Because like you say, this is actually very theoretical at the minute, and you do need to know the plans. You can't.
Whereas knight takes, knight f3 is far more conventional.
It is, and
isolated queen pawn
you
stuff.
can freestyle it a little bit. Meanwhile, g6, sorry, you need to know your stuff. You need to know how you're going to react to White's plans, as you've highlighted.
Well, let's see if Irina, who, by the way, has really been enjoying some great opening prep in the tournament. Let's see how she handles her business today. Jumping to the other classical game that's going on, I mean, wow, Hikaru and Wesley just kind of zipped their way from the opening through the middle game and right into some kind of an ending. I mean, this happened really, really fast. So the Berlin with d3, bishop c5. Again, I've always been taught that in these positions you have to play c3 because the move knight d4 is an equalizer. I've always believed this to be true, and so does Wesley. So he did play knight d4. He did manage to trade off two sets of minor pieces and now the queens. And Hikaru must believe that he has a little something because he's playing e4 versus d6. Like literally, if you take those two pawns off the board, it's a very even position. And I don't know, but to my eyes, this is too little.
Okay.
I mean, White's advantage of the first move should give you more than this, I think. If this is all you get.
It's you know, White still has a niggle, as we say, you know, and a small little something to make Black's life unpleasant.
Wow.
White has a...
What is that?
Okay, so first of all, I like what Hikaru has just done. You move a2, a3.
A3, okay, so
Brilliant
it kind of gets out of the way that if the rook doubles up,
Exactly.
I'm not going to get to play rook a2. Right.
And then, you know, once that rook f1 comes on the board, you know what I'm going to be suggesting? I'm going to be suggesting moves like g4, you know, try to get as much space as possible. Obviously, I need to prepare it.
Okay.
I'm aware of that. And maybe at the right time.
Okay, so let's just go. Let's say I play knight d7. The idea behind knight d7, rather self-evident. I want you to play bishop takes e6.
Yes.
I think if you play bishop takes e6, we'll both
You'll
pretty
be very
much
happy,
agree
right?
that the advantage is gone. I want you to play
AF1.
rook AF1. I'll go castles. So again, I'm inviting you to capture my bishop and trade all the bits.
Yes, and this is where I have to come up with a good move to stop knight c5.
Exactly.
So probably d4.
D4, what else, right?
Yeah.
And this is where we kind of get to know each
Isn't your
other.
bishop
I mean,
in problems?
uh-oh.
d5 is coming.
Oh, I was hoping to keep that tension. I didn't want to
Yeah.
have to resolve it myself.
Knight takes.
Knight takes. Because now if I play rook a e8, that does. Oh, excuse me. I do have Look
you
at
have
that!
a
I see a
square.
pussycat. The little pawn, a putty tat. The pawn on b2. Of course, of course. It's all so clear now. I see the light.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's,
I'm just saying, I feel the equality is closer than the advantage. Let's put
Yeah.
it like that. And let's go to the elimination bracket in the open section. And we haven't seen the game between Leinier and Sam Shankland. Whoa, this is one of those Sicilians. Sam Shankland, maybe he's encouraged after witnessing the open Sicilian that Hikaru played yesterday. Sam playing the Sicilian as well today. Bishop e6. Excuse me, where's the novelty here? All of this stuff looks pretty straightforward to my eyes. Knight takes c6? No, that's got to be a move. Apparently, knight takes c6 is not a popular move. If it's been played before, it's sure not that many games.
but I have to say,
Yes, please say it. Say it.
this one doesn't look like it's that fiery.
What? This is so much
And then-
more
and
exciting
then-
than the
and then-
Hikaru
and there's
game.
some other games which
Look
I
at
feel
this
are
imbalances. Bishop f1. What a beautiful retreating move.
And I'm just looking at other games and I'm thinking,
Let's go there.
let's go there.
Okay,
And
where
I-
would you like to take
And I
us?
can see Cristian getting very excited about one game, and I've also got that position up on my screen.
Am I?
Yeah.
I am getting very
Okay,
excited
Cristian,
indeed because
jump in.
it seems like the two-time US women's champion, Paikidze, has gotten a winning position out of the opening. Take a look at what's happening
was
in this
fast.
one, and it's going fast. In this position, Tatev, after the move knight to d2, played c5, decided to blast open the center or at least create this tension. And Naji was like, yeah, sure, I'll take it. I'll take on d5. You're going to get the hanging pawns, but you don't have time to stabilize the hanging pawns because take a look at this move. Knight to c4. That's targeting the bishop on d6, at the same time increasing the pressure on d5. So this is basically a double attack in the position, which forces d takes c4, was played in the game. Bishop takes b7, rook to a7, queen takes d6, sure, give me that one as well, and gift me another pawn, right? Now the vacuum has arrived in the position. I'm going to take this pawn. I'm going to take the pawn on c4.
As well.
And at the end of it, that's like 2 pawns up, right? That's a winning advantage, and it doesn't seem like black, has any sort of compensation in the position. Yeah, I mean,
That was an oversight.
Tatev must be devastated right now because with the black pieces, she didn't even get to play any moves in this game and already got a losing position.
Knight c4. The position between Fabi, our defending champion, and Levon blowed up, reminding everybody they are in rapid chess,
Yes.
right? They're, when we left it, remember we looked at knight takes d4. My first try, failed miserably, was knight f5, bishop takes f1. On the other hand, check this out. Knight e6. Ooh. Forcing
Fancy.
yes. Forcing the capture. Now you've lost castling privileges after bishop h5 check. King went to e7, queen a3 check, king to d7, king takes, bishop takes e5. Wow, black's king in the center, and Levon says, I don't mind. Is he right, though? I mean, this sure looks, it looks really, really dangerous. Not that my king is that great a shakes either. What's your impression at first blush?
I feel like black is living on the edge.
The dangerous life,
I
right?
mean, okay, knight takes 4.
Okay, so let's go, obviously, to
Attack. Bring a new piece in.
You gotta defend it, kind of, right? Queen f6, can I upsy daisy and over?
That's one way. Also, I
Did
was
you
thinking.
have something else?
Yeah, I was also thinking move before, but I mean, probably you can do it now. D4, just
Queen c3?
Queen
Excuse me,
Queen
it's-
C3.
That's a nasty-
Ooh, that's a bad one.
Yeah, that's really bad. Shame on me. So I have to move back with the
Yeah,
back with the
but
knight?
this is. But I tell you what I was thinking.
Please.
So instead of rook a1, I was thinking d4.
Let's go.
And if you go
Yep.
backwards, I go again.
d5.
Come take my pawn. And then, you want to get safety for your king? I'm not going to go for that one.
Guess who picked up on the same thought process that you just had, Jovi, our defending champion, Fabiano.
And guess
also
who started
liked-
shaking his head?
Uh-oh.
He doesn't like it.
Well,
He knows he's busted.
Well, where else am I supposed to move the knight?
No,
the
this is
knight,
busted.
The knight can't go to c4. This is the standard double attack. So I played knight c6, and I'm going to have to say, knight, I will.
Give you the pawn, and I will seize
D1.
the defensive.
Seizing the defensive.
You're not seizing anything. Right? Look to D1. The only thing you're seizing is a handshake.
Yeah, and
look at
d5
this.
comes immediately.
I'm seizing a handshake, huh?
Yeah.
Knight c6, d5. This
No,
looks
this is
devastating.
over. This is actually just simply over.
Wow.
Levon missed, go back a few moves. What he missed was knight to e6. This was the critical move,
Okay.
the critical intermezzo. Not king takes g2, but knight to e6. Now you have to take on e6, and I'm not going to take on g2. I'm going to throw in a check first.
Right.
That's the problem. By the way, he took on d5. We're going to see most likely bishop to g4 check. Keep
Right.
the king in the center to not allow it to go to b8.
Right.
And if you manage to do that, and you are managing to do that, then the game is pretty much over because all of my pieces are. And look at Levon.
How is that king ever going to
I
survive?
don't
It's
think
not.
I've-
It's not. The
I
king
mean,
is not
I
surviving.
don't think I've ever seen Levon have his king on these open highways right out of the opening. You just don't see this in his games. Because as black, he's super solid against 1e4. And when he's playing d4 or against the English, he's usually playing e5. His king never gets stuck. So here, you got to go king e8. That's the
Yeah.
only legal move in the position. Rook check.
You're
you
just
got
having fun here, Yasser.
Exactly, and well, nothing like a good king hunt early in the morning to get the juices flowing, right?
By the way,
yes.
is Leinier just simply a piece up now?
Oh,
Ooh.
oh, okay.
Okay, we're going to switch. We think Levon is busted.
But also Sam Shankland is busted right now.
Uh-oh.
Completely busted.
When we left it, we just saw the move
Yeah.
bishop f1, bishop to g5.
And this is why I
King
rudely
B1.
interrupted you and said,
That
sorry.
It was boring.
There's no
There
boring.
was nothing happening.
Nothing happening.
b3. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Guess what? This knight
blundered
is
the
just
piece.
simply trapped.
That's it. Game over.
Oh.
Well,
we
that's
have to
shocking.
check out the players. We have to check out.
I believe this is what he missed. So he forgot about the b6 square. He said that the bishop has to go maybe to c5.
Okay, what's wrong
And
with
then
that?
I have rook to d8.
Ah.
This is what he missed. And the rook doesn't have where to go. If you go bishop to d3, then you lose contact with the knight on h3.
Gotcha.
He
because
forgot about
this
the b6 square. As simple as that.
because the move bishop b6 stops the counterplay that you've just pointed out. And well, Sam said if I'm gonna lose a piece, I might as well get a pawn for it. He's played the move knight f4. Leinier said, "Give me that. I definitely want that."
A piece for a couple of pawns? I'll
Exactly.
take that any time of the day.
It's just,
Yeah.
I was curious about the time.
Please.
Like we're half an hour in to the
the-
state of play.
Yes.
And we're seeing already
Like two lost positions.
at least.
Like what? Yeah.
In the elimination brackets, it's like somehow or other
shocking.
something has gone into the water.
Yeah, it really is, because some of the openings that the players have prepared for this American Cup have been really scintillating and on point. You don't expect these blunders out of the opening. Levon, we left him shaking his head. That's still, well, we didn't see Bishop G4 yet by Fabi. Again, these two players, well, those two games, I want to say, are in the rapid, and we've got the two classical games in the champions bracket. What's the most, I want to say, clinical kill here for Fabi, Cristian?
Well, bishop g4 was played.
Yes, king e8 on the board.
King e8 is on the board. It does seem like bishop to h5 is So
we
go back to d7 and now queen to h3 instead of bishop to g4.
really
This seems to be the best way, at least objectively according to the engine.
king d6.
King d6 and rook e1. And keep the bishop on h5 so that you control rook to e8. There's no more challenge on the e file, and now it's very, very difficult to hide the king. Queen to f6 is going to be met by queen swings back to the other side of the board. Take advantage of the dark squares on the a3, fa diagonal. And now that I have control of the e file, there's no more king to e8. So after bishop to g4, king to d8, now I can just simply go rook to d1, set up my cannons on the middle files. And yeah, this one is just pretty much over. You're playing without the rook on h8, the rook on a8, and the king is in the center with no escape path. So this one is pretty much busted if he finds queen to h3.
Wow, that's remarkable because I was really eager to play the move bishop g4 and f4, frankly. I was thinking that I would, you talk about the cannons, and I basically wanted to open up the e file as well as the f file with f4.
Which is completely winning as
also,
well. Yes.
okay.
Oh. Queen to f3, okay, all right.
Queen f3, let me refresh my board. That was...
A surprise?
Yes.
A very good move as well.
A very good move
Very
as
good
well.
move as well.
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
Well, he's
Isn't he
just
threatening bishop h?
well, he's threatening
And
the
rook.
terribly crunchy
That's
rook.
Look, Levon
Yeah.
needs to make moves fast because right now his only chance in the position is put pressure on the clock.
Yeah.
If he manages to get Fabi down to his last couple of minutes with a complicated battle, even if the engine is saying that it's +6, +7, but with a very narrow path to get to the king, then he has a chance. If he doesn't take him down to his last couple of minutes, Fabi is going to have enough time to find the path forward. And yeah, that's going to spell doom for Levon.
Not that I believe it at all, but my first hope would be, you know, like to play a move like rook h7, so at least I can protect my
So I'll
king.
give you a check. And this is what I think he wants to do with this move queen to f3. He wants to give a check on e1.
A check on the e1?
On e1, yes,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, I can also go... Now that you put the rook on h7, I can, in fact, go bishop to h5.
bishop h5 and then
Queen
Queen
to
lifts.
f5. Or queen
Isn't that-
takes d5,
Okay.
yeah.
This
no, but the
is-
king comes to c8.
That's fine,
Still
but you lose.
alive.
You
Not
lose
for
a rook.
long.
Not for long.
Oh no!
Oh no. The
Lose the
rook.
rook.
Oh boy!
Oh, dear.
Queen f3 looks pretty.
It's good. It's
Wow!
good enough,
Lots of paths to victory. Let's jump to the elimination bracket for another game that we haven't seen: Begum versus Atusha. Well, this, thankfully, is a little bit quieter. I mean, we could catch our breaths on this one.
But white is...
Well, Atusa is a pawn up.
Wait a
Why
minute.
does
I was
it
going to,
pawn?
wait a minute. Why am I a pawn down? I thought everything was nice and chill. Queen takes. What has Begum done? First of all, there's a king on g1 instead of a rook on f1. There's just a, and she's a pawn down. Something.
She
went
has a
wrong.
nice knight on f8, and black is still a few moves away of being able to get her rooks into play. For example, rook to c8 is met by knight to e7, rook to d8 for the moment is unavailable because of the bishop on h4. So there's some compensation, and as you were mentioning, guys, you have to get the rook on h1 into play.
Yes.
With the move king to h2. She plays b4.
Well, the
goes
knight.
That
back.
seems to only help black, right?
Certainly. Knight back to e7. Pardon me, knight back to e6.
Knight back to e6. Most likely we're going to see. I guess
think
what she wants to do is
I think
pick
she
up
wants
the
to go
pawn.
f3, right?
Either that or
F3?
pick up the pawn on e5 with rook to e1.
Yeah, I was thinking that f3, I would be very happy to
And now
drop
the
my
rook
knight.
can come in.
Rook to d3.
D7,
Rook to d7.
D7
to
is what I
D7.
wanted.
Okay, fair. And I would love to trade knights. Will you be agreeable? Check.
Yeah, don't think...
King f2.
Or as you like, yeah.
As you like, yeah?
Yeah. And here I was thinking, like, I want to bring my rooks into play, but I don't want to play rook c8 and allow knight e7. So that was why I was aspiring to trade knights.
And I probably have to do that, right? as
it's
white.
You
It's a
don't
little
have
bit
to. You don't have to trade off knights. You can go knight e7,
Okay.
Maybe even knight d6.
and then
I kind of like knight d6.
Knight
for the
yeah,
David
knight
six?
d6 is also
Just because it
yeah. I
controls
like
the-
I like knight d6 as well.
The
Keep
rooks
control.
so nicely.
Wait a minute. All I need to do now is play rook d8, and to play rook
So
d8.
Bishop g3.
Okay. Rook d8 and
Yeah, we
you
exchange. I
win.
go back to c4, and
Well, you win.
you
the
have
pawn.
f6. This is
Yeah.
good. This is good for black for sure.
Okay. Intriguing moment, but when we left it, Tatev had blundered a pawn, likely blundered a second pawn, but something happened.
Yeah, she's
Queen, she got her second
halfway
pawn,
back into the game.
right? And the pawn is on b3. That's good news for Tatev's fans. I mean, she's got something to look forward to over here. Is this as clear as it was a moment ago, Christian?
It doesn't seem like white has made any clear mistakes. So white is still doing very, very well, objectively winning.
Objectively
After
winning.
the move that she just played, rook fd1, very simple chess, centralize the rooks, get the knight to d5 or start playing e4, e5, destabilize your opponent's pieces. And the pawn on b3, look, it's beautiful. But
It
the
is.
bishop on b2 is doing such a tremendous job of stopping that. Right, defending the pawn on a3, there's no n3 squares on the a file. Once the knight moves from c3, that long diagonal opens up towards the king.
Okay.
It's still looking very promising for white.
Okay, fair.
And I'm still a pawn up, right?
Just going to go to the classical game between number 1, Irina Krush, and number 2, Alice Lee, the seeded players. They've been kind of slow playing it, I guess. What has happened after bishop g7? Let me just refresh my board for a moment. I apologize.
Yeah. So after bishop
We did
g7,
see knight ge2,
Yeah.
castles. And a lot of my opponents would, in this position, play the move knight d7. I would play d3. They would play knight b6 to try to win back the pawn. And I would play queen b3. And I would make it as awkward as I possibly could for them to win the pawn back on d5. It's a very reluctant opponent who would ever capture the bishop on c4, because after d3 takes c4, I would remain a pawn to the good. So that's why I was saying that this is a key moment now for Alice. Another possibility is actually a kind of a
Knight
funny
A6,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, knight a6. Instead of bringing the knight to b6, you put the knight on c7, and then you try to play b6 or a6 and b5, and to take the pawn that way. Key moment here for Alice. We'll keep an eye on this one. Christian, where would you like to take us?
Well, I was still looking at these games in the ladies section, ladies elimination bracket, because Atusa did seem to have made a mistake with this last move, knight to c3, after the move b4, because after rook to e1, I don't see a clear way how you can defend this pawn on e5. You can go knight to d3, but then I go rook to e3. There's no rook to d8, and I think this is the critical idea behind white's compensation. You can go e4, but then
Right.
I can try to go f3 and target the pawn on e4. So I would assume this is sort of the direction that we're going towards, and f3 does make a lot of sense in the position. Once again, it's all about the fact that your rooks cannot get involved into the game yet. Otherwise, you would just be a pawn up and
Right.
probably having a winning position as black. But so far, it seems like maybe knight to c3 was not the correct move. Now the question is, what if you just go back to d7, right? Defend the
Very
pawn
attractive.
from that square. The problem is rook to e3. And how do you continue the game? If you go knight to d5, rook to d3, you might have some problems. Not only that, but I also have this idea of rook to g3 and start looking at your g7 pawn, right? g5
Right.
doesn't work because I just simply take on h6 and take on g5. So you have to go g6, but now finally I got my pawn back. At the same time, I still have the dark square bishop, which I think is going to be quite crucial in this game. So very intriguing endgame is this battle between the extra pawn and the jumping knights against the weakness of the fact that you cannot introduce your rooks into the game, and the idea of white of potentially shifting its attack path towards the king via the e3 and g3 squares. Very interesting endgame, I have to say, and it's all going to come down to their last final minutes, because right now Houska down to her last 8 minutes, 12 minutes for Begim Tokhirjonova. Big fight ahead of ourselves.
Yeah,
Thank
big
you.
fight indeed.
Thank you, Cristian, for that. Turning quickly to our champions bracket, the classical game between Hikaru and Wesley. Hikaru hasn't had to play any playoffs, whereas Wesley has played 2. We left it just a bit this moment where I was basically saying I didn't feel like Hikaru had really achieved anything out of the opening. For me, it was a bit of a surprise. Bishop takes e6. I would have thought f takes e6. Maybe he was afraid of e5 because if black gets in e5 himself, it's a dead draw. And bishop takes e6 was met by rook takes e6, knight f3, and we have d5. We're all caught up with the players. And, well, again, I still feel that the balance is there. I don't see it myself for white. If you allow this, I'm not unhappy at all as black. So it's got to be based on e5.
Yeah.
What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, you have to seize the space.
And then knight d7, and you gotta play
You got to
d4.
go d4, and now is the time to chip away. Yeah, f6.
I think it's pretty balanced to my
Yeah.
eyes. I don't know. But for those of you who are joining us late, shall we look at the brackets? Just to remind everybody
Definitely.
where we stand is we're in day 5.
We are in day 5.
I almost lost it there for a moment. Which day is this?
And yeah, we are in a crucial stage. In the champions bracket, it is a big match-up between Hikaru, Nakamura and Wesley So, and they are playing a classical game of 90 minutes plus 30 seconds. For them, everything will be decided tomorrow, but in the elimination bracket, this is where things are going to get fast, furious, fun, and we see that there are some very crucial matchups. We have Fabiano Caruana facing off against Levon Aronian. Whoever wins will progress to the next stage. Whoever loses leaves the competition. And we saw that Levon Aronian playing with the black pieces is in terrible trouble. Leinier Dominguez has the white pieces against Sam Shankland. And it also seems that things are also taking a turn in Leinier's favor. But everything to play for. If it's all tied, we're going to see tie breaks, playoffs, and for the ladies. And in the champions bracket, as Yasser mentioned, it is number 1 against number 2. Irina Krush against 13-year-old Alice Lee. And Irina does have the white pieces. Again, they're playing at very classical time control, 90 minutes plus 30 seconds increment per move. But all the fun is happening today in the elimination bracket, because today is the day when we will decide who stays in the competition, who will go home. Naji Paikidze and Tatev Abrahamyan, they're on their last chance. Whoever wins will progress to the next stage. And then we have a very close match between Tokhirjonova against Artusa Koshian.
Nice. Surprising to my eyes, I had expected a handshake long ago. I thought Levon was toast, his king was terrible conditions. It still is the case, but it's not the handshake you really expected.
But wait 1 second.
Yes.
There's no count the pieces.
I know there's an extra piece for white.
Yeah.
But okay, I actually thought it was going to be mate. Like
That's
just
true.
checkmate.
You know, an extra piece should be enough. Right?
I understand,
At that level.
but there's a big difference between checkmate and an extra piece, right?
I mean, look, finally got your king to safety after so many moves. Your king goes to a7. You escaped. Congratulations.
I true that. Thank you
Now
very much.
you're a piece down.
I know. Well,
That's
So
the bad news.
look. Give me some good news for
There is
change.
no good news. The only good news is that your king is not getting checkmated.
That's what I was hoping.
That's the only
for.
thing you're looking forward to in life in this
Wow.
position.
Okay, well, I mean, it's those small things that...
It's harsh, but it's reality at this point.
By the way, the move queen takes g5, strangely enough, came with another threat of actually taking another pawn. Rook takes d5, like, for example, a4, rook takes d5, rook takes d5, queen
C2.
takes d5, would actually just snare another pawn
Yeah.
and just say, oops. We did see
wait,
queen
wait,
c2.
wait. No, don't do that, Yasser. Rook takes f7 at the end. I have queen g5.
Queen G5.
Oh,
And
that's
this,
lovely.
boys and girls,
Careful.
is why you don't resign.
That's right. Where there's life, there's hope, right? Rook takes f7. Oh.
I mean,
That's
look,
a
you're
little
probably
bit.
still winning.
I understand, but it's
But
again,
that's
it's
not
not
what you want
the
to see.
checkmate, and it's not the extra piece that he currently enjoys. What he did do, Levon, pardon me, he did play queen c2.
By the way, that was a very crafty little trick that
True.
he could have tried.
Right.
Hey, how about you take on d5 another pawn? Come on.
Exactly. And in this case, I guess the problem is f2, or
So
why
if
can't
you
he
try
take
to
the
take
pawn?
on, but how do you do it?
Rook takes d5.
So I take back, you take back with the queen.
Only move.
Yeah, and
It
my
looks
guess
a
is that
little
he
bit
just wants
funny.
to go for the b2 pawn.
It's not, yeah, the easiest.
I guess he's
It's not great,
Queen
but
takes
it is a
pawn or
piece,
something.
right?
Yeah, it is a piece. Yeah, no, here I'd probably just retreat the bishop and somehow expect my opponent to resign. I don't know. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this. Leinier is also a man who's a piece ahead, at least when we left it. Just here is when we left it, and
This one feels on a different level. Yeah, he's a piece up, but you know, black's pawns
what the
could
heck?
pretend to be menacing.
Can somebody help me out here? He played rook d2 followed by rook d6.
Finger fail.
Like, did he drop the rook on d2 on its way to d6? That's surprising. Okay, there are 3 connected pass pawns on the king side.
But the
But
black
there
king
is a
is in
bad
trouble.
king,
There is a
right?
bad king, and also
And
the
the 2
pawns
bishops.
are stunted.
Yeah, bishop takes and bishop d4 on. I mean, this should be winning for white, but it all depends on how dangerous is the f pawn, yeah?
I think I understand his point of rook d2. He
Please
wanted to
explain.
go. He wanted to go bishop f2,
Rook d2 threatening
threatening bishop f2.
f2, and in case of bishop takes f2, then rook
Yeah.
takes g5, intermezzo check, king g7. But isn't the king better
Better.
on g7 than
It
it is
is.
on g8?
It is, my friend.
So why would I put the king on the better square? Like, help me. King g7, rook d6. Still winning, I would say, but okay, we'll keep an eye. And Christian, what do you have
Kicking
for
and
us?
screaming, definitely. It's Sam Shankland right now. It's not over yet, right?
King, pardon me,
Rook to f6.
Rook f6.
So
And-
how do you do things
I-
right now?
I would be tempted to grab the pawn on a6, run with the a pawn.
How about this idea? Why don't we go bishop to d8?
Bishop to David A.
That's going to stop.
Well, that
Then
stops me
that
from
forces
pushing.
me to go
And now
rook g6.
e5. I'm trying to get the bishop to f6 so that your f pawn is not supported from behind by a
Mhm.
rook.
But is it so dangerous? I mean, you can park the bishop on. Okay, I understand. Yeah,
Park?
I know. Okay, so no, he's
E5
going
first,
for
okay.
e5.
Similar idea. Where are you going to move the rook? Is the problem?
Well, if you go to f5, I go bishop to d3.
He's
So
gone
he goes
rook
to
g6.
g6 directly.
Okay,
So
but,
he's
no
basically
squares,
saying, Bishop, go
Bishop.
ahead and take my rook.
which you say yes,
I'm not sure if he
please,
says
with
that,
pleasure.
but
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
because
this is
the bishop is got an eye on it
on f2.
Yes.
Yeah. So
There
bishop
you go,
d3.
bishop d3.
Well, I'm expecting h5, g4, f3. Go ahead, take the rook.
Make my day.
Well, oh, pardon me, rook d7
yeah,
check is.
he's going for h5.
Well, rook d7
But
check
then you
is
can
an
hide
issue.
your king on h6.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no, he has to go for h5 at this
He
point.
does. He does. I suddenly realized that after, for example, h5, check, king, rook, it's a kind of a zugzwang. You can't push the g pawn. F pawn is hanging. You can't move the rook. Rook g7, rook here, or rook h7 mate. So it's like you're stuck. You're just stuck. And well,
You can go bishop g3.
he's done h5, but rook check and rook f7 looks like bishop to g3.
Yeah, bishop d3 is possible.
Bishop to g3 is possible.
Yeah, I think that's my one
You
move. Now the
know,
h pawn is coming.
It's actually really funny because I really did want to play rook takes f4. And it was the only move to stop rook f4. Your hand accidentally found the one way to stop me from carrying out my threat. That's a very nice move, bishop g3. And yeah, well, again, where there's life, there's hope, right? h3.
That h-pawn. Okay. Let's try to finish the game somehow.
I know. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
All right, let's go bishop c5, right?
Yes.
I'm going to try to take both of your rooks.
Well, this is actually a very nice line too, right?
Yes, precisely.
Ooh.
So who's first?
Well, it doesn't matter. You're going to have to give up everything.
That's
so,
okay.
You go.
I'll have to do it.
Yeah.
h3, keep going.
h3, keep going.
But the f7.
Rook somewhere. I run away from you.
Yeah, but then you go
f8 equals
f8, queen. Look at this.
Nobody said it's going to be pretty. King h5.
Yeah, run.
Yes. That's a lot of pawns, though. You know.
Well.
G4.
Okay.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one, but let's go to the classical game between Hikaru and Wesley, because that game is actually headed towards a draw.
It looks like it's, accelerating as fast as possible to a
let
draw,
me just,
which is ironic because these two are the only ones, obviously in the open section, playing a classical game.
Exactly.
And they're the ones finishing first.
Right. Okay, we did see this whole d4 business, f6. We anticipated the f6, and there was a massive trades and they just accelerated themselves to this knight and pawn ending. And yeah, well, I mean, a draw really just feels inevitable at this moment. So not a big attempt by Hikaru today with the white pieces.
You know what I reckon? I think they're going to decide it all in tie breaks.
Well, when we saw that graphic of how they match up in classical, Hikaru said, "I don't like my chances in the classical. Let's take it to the rapid and the blitz."
We've seen them do this countless times. They prefer to.
And here's the graphic that
there you can see.
Christian actually showed us.
And in the classical matchups, when these two play, you can see that there's been one win for Hikaru, 4 victories for Wesley So, but in the rapid matchups, so many draws, but also a lot of points scored.
I was about to say, I mean, you have these books, the 100 best games. These two guys could write 2 books based on all their games, and I bet you they've been really, really good. They're going to be looking for a 3-time repetition, no question about it. Let's jump back to the game of Fabi and Levon for just a moment, because our defending champion was up a piece. And let's see, we left it at queen c2. King went back, queen e5, queen a4. Well, I must say, with this trade of queens, that kind of made things a little bit easier, I want to say, for Fabi.
So a4, is that he's just trying to put the pawn on b5, like rook takes c4? What do you do after?
I was about to say, rook takes e4 certainly has my attention.
I mean, that was the first move that would come to my attention as well.
Yeah.
But also, why not? Why get distracted by pawns? Can you not just start lifting your h-pawn?
True.
Okay, he takes his pawn.
These guys are greedy.
Yes.
Yes.
They see a pawn, they snatch it.
Absolutely.
B5,
Okay.
h4, isn't it time?
It's probably time to go, yeah.
h4 is...
Or maybe you could be super careful.
That's what I'm thinking.
Protect your little guys. Rook b4.
That might be a little bit over, but I was thinking I can turn turn my attention b3. Protecting the little guys.
It seems you are also very greedy, Jovi.
Yes. Well, she's been sitting beside me for the last 4 or 5 days.
Terrible influence.
Osmosis is really taking over. And suddenly, must capture the pawn.
Right. No. But that actually, you appeal to my base instinct, Yasser.
Good.
No, this is hopeless.
Basic instinct?
Base instinct.
Base.
Base
I just
instinct.
wanted to make sure that we're.
Basic instinct.
just wanted to be.
I think we should return the conversation to
Yes,
chess.
exactly.
Slowly somehow.
How about B3? That's a great move. B2, B3, protecting the little guys. This looks like Fabi's cruising.
Yes,
He will
yes, yes.
win. And let's see that game with Sam. And look at this.
Wow.
H5, check. Rook F7. Leinier just picked right up. Bishop G3. And Leinier said, look, give me that rook. And
Oh, that's a nice one.
That's dastardly.
But okay, the game can continue right after H4.
We're up to date. H4.
You-
How
I
does the
don't
game
thi-
continue?
Well,
So
you don't actually, just to go back to.
Yes.
I don't think you should be. If you want
This
to keep the
is where
game
the
alive,
game does not
the
continue.
game does not continue after rook
That's
takes
it.
pawn.
Yes. Then the
that's
pawns
it.
all fall. And he's reaching for his H pawn, as
Yeah.
we expected him to. He has played H4.
So can you take on G3?
Doubtlessly.
What are you going to take with? If you take with the H pawn, I think I have check and then rook H5, and that's going to pick all the pawns up.
And,
That is the problem, right?
You have to take with the F pawn, I think.
Yes, it's a
And rook
forced move. It's a forced capture, which he
he's
does.
done it. But do you have a similar idea of being able to...
I don't have the F5 square for my rook to get to that G pawn, so that's sort of a problem.
but the pawns are stuck.
They're frozen,
Yeah,
right?
so we can
Yes.
just maybe make a beeline towards them.
I think that's a very good idea.
King C1.
King C1, and if you go rook to D8 to try to stop me,
Well, then
The rook takes E6.
rook takes.
Rook.
And now we're on the same
Yeah,
page about take that
exactly.
A pawn and run your A pawn up the board. Take the E pawn and run the E pawn up the board. So King C1 and an extra rook. This looks like curtains for Sam Shankland. Let's jump to the ladies. And how is Tatev doing? She blundered a pawn out of the opening. She's fought her way back to this position. Well, she just captured the E pawn. That's a good sign. Rook E2, captured
She's
the
just to
B3.
put one pawn down, but 'cause she
But
has
this
to deal
bishop
with a
suddenly,
threat.
yes,
On
bishop
F7
is
as
alive.
well.
Yeah, that's a problem.
That's huge.
Also, her time right now.
What is the
1
time?
minute against 4 minutes for Nagy.
Okay.
Not encouraging.
Well,
And there's also
well,
rook
let's deal with.
C1 as well.
Oh no,
Rook
rook
C8
C8 check
sorry.
is a threat.
Whoa, rook takes B2 was played.
Correct. Because she was facing rook
Rook
C8
C8.
check, queen takes F7. Well, there's queen takes F7
I can still
as
go
well.
queen takes F7 and rook C8, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The question is, what do I like more, the exchange or the queen?
the queen.
I think you like the queen.
The queen.
It's the queen. It's
The queen just kind of.
You
She is
remember-
elite player.
You reminded me of this Kanye West from the pandemic. You have a choice. You have to stay with your family. Choice A is you stay with your family for 6 months and you can't
Yeah,
leave the
B.
house. B,
Yeah.
the queen. Give me the queen.
Give me the queen.
Give me the queen. Rook C8 check is
Yeah.
what we're expecting. Nice. So,
And she's
okay.
going for it. I mean,
Yeah, for
she
sure.
has to, yeah.
And we do have not unexpected
think-
news of Wesley and Hikaru repeating.
Yes.
We're expecting a draw to go. And what happened in Atusha versus Begum?
I think we're going to see a flurry of results
sorry.
actually, because taking a look at the games, I'm expecting Fabiano and Levon to also end very quickly as well.
Oh, look at Nagy
Yeah.
capturing a pawn. Ooh.
Oh, but knight F7,
mate.
killer blow. And here is the first result. It was indeed a draw between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley in their first classical encounter. And so tomorrow they will trade colours and they will do it all again. And if the match is still tied after 2 games, then we will see playoffs where time gets shortened. They'll play with 10 minutes plus 5 seconds. And eventually there will be a winner.
Yeah, I was about to say that Nagy's move, queen takes G6, was so nice because it actually lured, it forced the threat of knight F7 mate forced Tatev to bring her rook back. And now when she played rook c8, she actually even gained a further tempo against the rook, and she's picking up this pawn on h6. So it's really curtains for Tatev here. What was happening in Begum and Atusha? Whoa, 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 whoa. White suddenly...
Well, White got her pawn back.
Well, to begin with, but look at this beautiful knight on c4. Keeping that rook in... Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And also, is Atusa down to her last 19 seconds?
That's what it looks like,
Yeah,
right?
she
3
is.
minutes to 19 seconds on the top of the board. I can just...
So the
make it
question
out.
remains, how do you
h4.
deliver the final blow? h4,
Well-
to accommodate the knight, that makes sense.
Well,
Yeah,
And-
and we do hear that Nagy has beaten Tatev,
Not
so
unexpected.
takes an early lead. And this
Right.
leaves Tatev in the next game. She has to win with the white pieces, nothing for it.
and g3, h4, g3. Okay, I mean, I would be so eager to play my rook on d6 so that I could attack that pawn on b6, but Begum is slow playing it. She's driving the knights back first, and now about to play rook to d6. How big an advantage is this for your pupil?
It seems to be a decisive advantage, but this one is over. Fabi has taken the first game in his battle with his close friend, Levon Aronian.
And how is Begum doing? Advantage, right?
Definitely advantage, yeah.
But
That one seems to be a decisive advantage, but it's
decisive?
not that easy to find the final blow in the position, right?
Why not?
You could try to continue pushing the knights back. Rook to d6 is also an option.
She's played
Yeah,
it.
but you know,
She's played it on the board.
There's another piece
What?
playing on the board,
What?
the clock.
The clock?
And take a look at Atusa. She's got 30 seconds. She gets
Rook
10-second
to b8.
increment, but it's
Okay.
very difficult to defend this type of position when
Exactly,
you're
but once
playing
again,
on
how
instinct.
do you get to that b6 pawn?
Well,
You don't need to do it immediately. You just make some random moves. You can move your bishop, right?
Yeah, this recalls to me the game where Fabi doubled his rooks on the A file to defend the pawn on A6.
Yeah.
And you doubled your rooks on the B file, seizing the defensive. Well, rook D3, I like this. This is a very nice and simple plan. Let me play rook to D7, trade one pair of rooks, very clever, to defend against that threat, and then bring the other rook to D6. Knight G6 to F8,
But there's
stopping rook D7.
There's no good square for that knight, so
Perhaps knight to e5, knight to c6 now.
yeah. You go backwards, I go forwards. I love that expression, by the way. Every move has its consequences. I love Christian's idea.
You have.
Or maybe just,
I see.
play a very classical game and do what every single coach tells you to do in the endgame. Centralize the
does
king.
The coach
Get the king in the center.
Use
the king
your-
is an important piece in the endgame.
Use your.
You remember those type of advices?
No, I never
Yasser?
got that stuff. I mean, I got stuck with pawns don't move backwards. I didn't get beyond that one. That was tough. King G2. King
It makes sense
E3.
because black doesn't have any moves, right?
Wow. Okay. Yeah, this kind of slow play is. I mean, again, I would be like, can't I play rook c6 and rook d6? But I guess the idea of giving the knight free passage to c5 is off.
She's going for that c6 square.
Not bad. Knights love outposts, protected with squares. I like that move. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one, and I just wanted to check with Irina and Alice because yes.
I think we should stay with this one just
Okay.
because there's only a few minutes left in this one,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
Irina's will go on for a while.
And I am expecting actually Sam
to resign.
to resign pretty soon. I mean, Leinier has found a very good way to neutralize the advance of the pawns.
What did he do?
I think Sam might have resigned.
King
Has he
c1, rook
resigned?
e6, rook
No,
takes.
never mind.
No, the pawns are still marching.
Well, they have limited capabilities. That's the problem, and I'm expecting.
Is Leinier, by the way, in his habitual time trouble?
Yes, he's under a minute.
Did you have to ask that question?
Yes, exactly. But rook to g5. Wait a minute. Isn't there some cheapo potential here for Sam? h3, rook takes g3, h2.
I don't think Leinier likes this.
No, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting him to move his rook to e3 and then, you know, just continue with c-pawn.
He should put his rook to e4, I think.
Yes, e4, you cannot play h3 anymore because I take and then go rook to e1.
Exactly. That.
And also maybe Christian's rule. Put your king in the middle of the board.
Put your king in the middle of the board.
Okay, the king is coming in.
King
and
e3.
after h3?
Yeah, but now
h3? Ah, so the
can
idea
attack.
is that after h2, we just go rook h1. Ah, no g2 for you.
No, not today.
Yes. No jam.
I actually we saw the cafe, by the way. No soup for you.
No?
Soup for you.
No soup for you. Ah, king e3. In that case, that is absolutely smashing. That is just a very, very good move. The pawns are frozen. Next turn, king g4. Pawns are completely frozen, and we're a rook ahead. Expecting resignation coming up shortly.
Definitely, Sam. Less than a minute on the clock, and nothing really to do on the board apart from maybe move his king. But great defense from Leinier Dominguez.
Nice.
Very nice.
And let's go back to the game of Begum for just a moment, because this game really feels like there's a lot going on here. I mean, the other game, the knight did get to c6. This is where we left it. Knight got to c6, and
it's all about the time, though, right now, right? So
the clocks?
40 seconds for Begum against 17 seconds for Atusa. Atusa has been on very few seconds for a very long time now. Okay. Begum decides to exchange one pair of rooks.
Well,
Once again,
especially
get the king.
Yeah, I was about to say, especially now with one pair of rooks off, the chances of some massive accident happening to the king is no longer there. I would love to.
I think she's just going for the pawn.
She's going for the h-pawn.
She wants to take that pawn.
You must be proud, yes.
I mean, I'm proud. I don't know about Christian, but I know I'm proud.
I don't know about not playing without the king, but
Okay, knight moves back to f8.
Where's that knight going?
Whoa. I rook to
First
d8?
of all, rook to d8, yes.
Isn't that one of those immortal pins where you never get out?
Rook to d8, not only that, but rook to b8 is coming after
Exactly.
that as well.
Oh, I like that. No, I mean, forget about your h-pawn. I'm no longer tempted. I like this b-pawn
Bigger
much
fish
more.
in the sea. And okay, she's reaching
For sure.
for the rook, and for sure she's going to play rook d8. No, agreed, for a lack of a better word, is good.
Man's noblest emotion. Rook takes h, but f6, and Atusha says, well, maybe I
Time
can
to get back.
Yeah, here I don't like allowing rook to b8, but
Knight to d7.
Knight to
okay.
d7.
And by the way, Leinier has won his game.
Yes.
Bishop to d6. Stop
Bishop to d6.
black from going knight to e5. I think this was
Wow.
her master plan. To try to go to e5.
That is such a powerful looking bishop. I mean, it just radiates energy on all the diagonals.
Rook to c8, h5.
h5. Yep.
And now the problem is that
Oh no,
also
knight
to
e7.
e7.
Knight e7 check is forking.
This might be the game.
Yeah, that's a
for
clincher.
Begum.
That's a clincher. Knight e7 check will fork. And
Rook
there goes the
d8.
rook. Pardon me,
Pawn
there
takes
goes the knight.
There goes the knight. Rook takes e4,
Also, the
most
black
likely
king
will
is
be
in a
followed by
mating net as well.
a simple retreat of the
Big-
bishop, open up the d file, get to d8,
Knight.
and that's it.
Okay. I mean, isn't the king just
Yes.
completely stuck in a cage? There's no way out. This is it.
This looks
This is bad.
overwhelming. Overwhelming for Begum.
And that means Atusa will be forced to win the next game
Exactly.
to continue the playoff.
She's
Yeah.
got her back to the wall as well.
And let's check out the results so far. And
Well,
It was a
it's,
decisive
a
day,
bloody,
I say.
bloody round in the elimination
In the elimination bracket, it was like a free-for-all. But here,
Wow.
Hikaru, Nakamura, and Wesley did start their classical match with a draw.
Tepid draw.
Yes, but we'll see what happens tomorrow when they face off against each other in the decider. And then between Naji Paikidze and Tatev Abrahamyan, that ended in a decisive result for Naji. Tatev in a must-win situation. It's also a must-win situation for a Tusa percussion who lost. Okay, and also Fabiano Caruana played a rather convincing game, I have to say, against Levon Aronian, and to start off his quest to stay alive in the elimination bracket. And also there we see Leinier Dominguez was also victorious against Sam Shankland. Sam Shankland now in a must-win situation if he wants to continue playing in the tournament.
I think he wants.
And yeah, well, everyone wants. And finally, Begim Tokeshanova, she won against a Tusa Percussion. And wow, what a start to day 5.
Yeah, it sure is. And as we get ready for break, what are our friends at Q Boutique on offer?
What are you going to show me, Yasser?
Yeah, well,
Are you ready?
I'm the model. I am
Okay.
the eye candy on the show
Well,
here.
hot or cold beverages go perfectly with this 32-ounce tumbler featuring the official St. Louis Chess Club logo on one side. Yeah.
Very nice.
And the American Cup on the other side.
Yep.
Beautiful tumbler. And it's available now exclusively at qboutiquestl.com.
Perfect. And we're going to see you on the other side of the break. But before we go, we got to tell our viewers what they can expect. We asked the players beforehand.
How do you like this new format?
I said I love it.
Me too.
The American Cup is played under a unique and exciting double elimination format. What is fun about it in your opinion?
Actually, this is my first time here. I changed my federation like a couple of months ago, so this is a new thing to me, and I'm looking forward to it. This is a very interesting event. It's kind of different event, I would say. The format is different, and also even the time control.
I do really like the format. It's a lot of fun, and I think the players also enjoy that it has different time controls. It's not just classical chess.
I like this tournament, knockout system. I think it's very for spectators. It's a wonderful system. It's more interesting than round robin tournament. Every game is very important, and for spectators, I think it's more interesting format. For us, also, I like something different.
I'm quite excited to play in the American Cup. I've never played in this type of tournament before, where we have mix of classical and rapid. How I like it, I guess that depends on how I do. So I will tell you that after the tournament.
Yeah, so I think certainly the world has changed a lot in terms of chess over the last couple of years. A lot of people, in terms of the fans, they want to see quicker chess tournaments that don't go as long as they have traditionally. So when you have a match format, I think this is a little bit of a template similar to the FIDE World Cup, which is an event that's held similarly, where you have 2-game matches, you have knockouts, and you have an ultimate winner. And I think that when you have a format like this where you do have a winner at the end of the day, and even if it's after a couple of days of play, nonetheless you have someone winning when they're playing head-to-head, that's certainly more favorable, and I think the fans like that. So I'm pretty optimistic about the format, and I think it should be a great show for everyone.
I really enjoy formats like this where you mix classical chess, rapid chess, and even if it gets there, blitz chess, because it's like 3 kind of different skill sets that a player has to have.
Well, I'm a huge proponent of knockout style tournaments in general. I think that's absolutely the best way to run any individual sport, chess included. And so I'm delighted to be playing this knockout event. My big dream would be 4-game classical matches in knockout, because this one does tilt quite a bit towards rapid. And then once you've lost, you start playing rapid very quickly for that. But yeah, I'm a huge proponent of knockout events, and I'm very, very happy to see that the best chess club in the world is hosting knockout events now, now the 2nd year in a row, and I hope it continues to be a tradition.
Yeah, well, this is my 2nd time playing in it, and I think last year I was pretty confused about the format. Now I have a better idea of what it's about, and I enjoyed it last year.
Yeah, it's a fun format, double elimination. The nice thing is that there's a second chance. So if someone has a moment of weakness or an accident happens in one of their games, there's still a second chance, like a chance of redemption, let's say. It's even stronger than last year. Last year Hikaru didn't play and now he's joining, and so all the best chess players in the United States are playing. It's a genuine super tournament.
I really enjoyed playing in this tournament last year. It was a lot of fun. I liked the double elimination. The World Cup, which is a single elimination, it's kind of sad when you lose early on and then you have to leave and go home. So I like the fact that everyone still gets a second chance.
I really like the format. I think it's a very interesting format that you have a chance to come back to the tournament after being knocked out. And the field is extremely strong. I'm happy that Hikaru is playing this year. It's always nice to see him. For me, this is a kind of a special tournament. For the first time, I'm playing a tournament and staying in my house, in St. Louis. This is something that I really missed, because I think last time I stayed in my house and played the classical tournament, I was 19, so it's a special feel.
Well, I kind of like the double elimination format. It's become very popular lately online also. I just finished a tournament in Berlin, also as double elimination. So I like the idea that it has 2 lives, that each player gets 2 lives, then you get another chance. And I also like the match format.
I'm very excited about this format. That's my favorite thing about American Cup, because I like that we play a match, this bracket and double elimination format. It's very exciting for us players because we get to play one player twice and really kind of measure our strength with that one player. And if it doesn't work out, we still have like a recovery that we can still get back to the tournament. Compared to other tournaments where you always play, one person just like with one color and it takes forever. Here, if you are in good shape, like just go, no one is stopping you. And if you are not, then the tournament is over. So I think it's nice for no matter what's your current shape.
This is the only tournament I've ever played in with this format, and I really like it because I think that classical chess is definitely like a great part of like determining the result of matches based on playing strengths, but rapid chess is like super exciting to watch for general audience.
It's also very strong. It's kind of like the US Championship, but with the strongest possible players. And personally for me, it's kind of like the start of the season because I took a long break from playing classical chess. So my last tournament was the US Championship, which was back in October, like ages ago, it feels like. So this is the first time that I'll be playing classical, which is nice, and I'm really looking forward to it.
I was looking forward for this tournament, to be honest. I love it. Double elimination, a lot of like exciting moments, a lot of fun to have around. And I just like this tournament in general. It's just like 2 chances and different formats in one tournament, which is great. So this is one of my favorite tournaments, actually.
are back and fire on the board already as we begin all the action on day 5.
I feel like we've seen a whole days of action. We've got more coming. But in the champions bracket, we know our result.
We do have a result in the champions bracket. It was a very quick draw in the first game, between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley. So
but where the fireworks were missing in this game, they sure happened in the elimination bracket games, didn't they?
I think the other players are just leaving it for tomorrow. But in the elimination bracket, today is do or die day. Today is where they have to bring everything to the table. And Fabiano Caruana certainly surprised Levon Aronian and just blew him off the board to take an early lead, as did Dominguez against Sam Shankland. Now, Aronian and Sam Shankland will be playing with the white pieces, and they are in a must-win situation if they want to continue. And those games will actually begin in half an hour.
All right, and in the champions bracket for the ladies?
In the champions brackets, well, there's still an ongoing game.
Excellent.
It's still definitely tense between Irina Krush playing with the white pieces against 13-year-old Alice Lee. We will find out the outcome later on today. But in the elimination bracket, where the players are, of course, playing at a much faster time control of 25 minutes plus 10 seconds, it was again blood on the board. And it was a decisive round for the white pieces. Paikidze convincingly defeated Tatev Abrahamyan with the white pieces. Tatev now in a must-win situation if she wants to survive. And Tokia Jonova against Atusa Pokashian was also a victory for the white pieces, and Atusa is again in that must-win situation.
Wow, so in the elimination brackets, it's been a whitewash. 4 games, 4 victories for the white pieces.
Yes.
And there, wow, okay, so... And Cristian, during the break, I saw that Begum wanted those last little minutes of advice. What did you tell?
I never get a break. That's,
I know, right.
No, yeah, of course. She came. She wanted to know what she should play because we had some strategy. Nevertheless, it very much depending on what she will do in the first game, right? What the result will be in the first game. And to be honest with you, we didn't have that much time to look at the openings with the black pieces early on in the morning because, you know, time is very, very limited. But we did have some ideas, and I'm not going to tell you anything because who knows, maybe somebody's watching the show. And but we did get to watch and remind ourselves of some ideas that we looked at earlier in the tournament, and hopefully those will come on the board for her. But now she's back to her hotel with her laptop, and maybe she's going to come with some interesting ideas.
Well, let's jump to number 1 versus number 2 in the women's bracket, as Irina Krush, in my opinion, has got almost the absolute ideal that you want out of the situation. I'm going to bring the game back not to the live position, but to the position after move 11. So in my opinion, Irina has done everything like perfectly, like just great. This bishop on c4 is nicely defended by the pawn on d3. This pawn on d5 is an extra pawn, first of all, and it's really cramping Alice's pieces. To my mind, you play the move bishop e3 automatically here, and you're not afraid of the knight coming and capturing this bishop. It's sort of like, now you're a good pawn up, and you're threatening the pawn on b6. I just love this move bishop e3, and I don't understand her move d4. The move d4 actually weakens white's control of the bishop, and really, I didn't see the move knight e5 as a threat. Irina had different ideas, and Alice said, well, actually, I don't like my position. I really don't. And I'm going to break out, and I'm going to play the move b5, ab, knight b6 on the board. Now, again, if the pawn were on d3, you know, you would be very happy to capture this pawn, and the bishop would be defended. Knight b6 on the board, and I think we're up to date now with the players. I'm assuming...
And it seems like Alice actually equalized this position.
Because of that move, d4,
that
right?
was such a bad move, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
It was... because her prep up to this moment has been ideal, Help me out here, Cristian.
It's all about the defense of that bishop on c4, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's nicely cemented there. You're going to attack it with the move knight to b6 later on after you sacrifice the pawn with b5.
Right.
But that attack is not going to come with any consequences because my pawn on d3 is beautifully protecting the bishop on c4 for a long time.
Exactly. Right? And because of the move d4, b5, you said that Alice is equalized?
Yes.
And
so now she goes with knight to b6 first. Don't take on a b5 first. That would be a worse version.
Right.
But first attack the bishop, target that bishop. And yeah, I mean,
why, but why has Alice equalized? I don't understand that because surely you can put your bishop back to d3 and just say, you know, hey ho, rook takes rook or
rook takes rook, yeah, let's keep going.
And
do I want to take with the queen or do I want to take with the bishop?
I wanted to take with the queen for business reasons.
It's business, not pleasure, yes.
Yeah.
Well, bishop d3 is on the board.
Okay. Bishop d3, and go ahead,
yeah,
Jovi.
and I'm just saying, grab the pawn.
With?
Yeah, I think the bishop.
Okay, let's take with the knight.
Okay.
And now we understand what business is all about.
How do you defend is the question that pawn on g2. Do
That's
you go f3? That's going to weaken your position even more.
Yeah, this is one of those great compensation, very safe king. Once you see the move f2, f3, you kind of say to yourself, okay, I can see why black is not suffering here. Your extra pawn is literally on b2. And that's a long way from being consequentially advantageous, yeah? So this is well, Alice seized her chance here.
Oh, she did indeed, yeah.
You questioned queen takes d8 because you were thinking maybe the queen should remain centralized, Cristian?
I was thinking about that, but the more I look at what you're showing me, Yasser, it just feels like queen to a8 is the right solution. Not only that you're setting up this battery, but also with this pawn on d4 now, the rook coming to d8, that's going to create some havoc on the d5, right?
Right.
The queen is on d1. I have the potential of playing the move e5 as well. So, by the way, we might be going straight into that variation right now.
Well, I didn't want to use my Jedi mind tricks on you there. I mean, if you were sure bishop takes a8 was better.
Would I lie to you?
I like what you're doing, Yasser. I really like what you're doing.
Okay. Yeah, we're expecting queen takes a8, but all right.
And both of them are very similar in strength. Bishop takes a8, queen takes a8 are more or less similar, but just from a visual perspective, it feels like queen takes a8 is the stronger and more natural option. Sometimes you have to play beautiful chess.
Yeah, and in this
queen
case...
takes a8 is the beautiful move.
Yeah, in this case, you're kind of making room for the rook. The rook, it's fine on f8, but you want it to have a much more active role. I like the idea of rook to f8. And in this line where you were mentioning that even there's the possibility of e5, thanks to the fact that the rook is already facing off against white's queen.
I'm looking at the position and I'm asking myself, who's actually better right now?
When black manages to win back the pawn on d5 and have active play, that's where our Caro-Kann players rejoice.
Yes.
You know, it's like, yes, safe king, we've got our fortress, and we've got active play. We're happy. Notice that Alice is actually taking her time here as this recapture. Both recaptures are actually really tempting. Your first instinct, by the way?
My first instinct is the same as yours. I think it's actually quite a nice position for black, but I just wanted to check, because white people at home will be asking, well, hang on a second, why is a pawn up? A pawn is a pawn,
right?
And
it's not all.
It's
not
true.
all pawns are created equal. Let's put it that way.
That is very true.
This pawn on b2 is not. I mean, if that pawn was shifted, and it was sitting on a square like e3. We'd all be talking like clear advantage, no doubts about it.
And it's difficult for white to unravel,
Isolated.
even in this type of position, because obviously knight takes knight is in the air, so you have to probably do something about that tension.
Right.
And probably by capturing, in fact.
On d5, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm probably most tempted. I mean, bishop takes d5, we understand, you know, you're hitting. But the knight on b6 will then ask, yeah, but coach, I'm not in the game when I'm sitting on b6. Sitting on d5 feels a lot happier.
You're preaching to the choir, yes.
Exactly. Knight c7, bishop takes g2.
Yeah.
Still, it's looking pretty good for Alice, as that move d4 really did throw away a lot of Irina's advantage, in my view. Sorry, I think you're not wired up there, Cristian. You need to plug yourself in. Try again.
Let's
there you go.
There we go. Excellent.
Yeah.
All right.
Nothing personal. I just happen to have this little switch.
You turned me off during the break. I know what you did during the break. I see how it is.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, repeat yourself. We missed it.
Well, I think I forgot my train of thought, but I was talking about the position as being probably the best version for Alice that she's had since the beginning of the game. She was under tremendous pressure after the opening. I have to say, Irina came up with some very intriguing ideas, but this d4 just simply spoiled the advantage.
Exactly.
So no, queen takes, let's go, queen takes a8. That's the natural move, Alice.
Yeah.
And she's thinking about, and you can see also on the clock, if I'm not mistaken, Irina was quite a bit ahead on the clock previously. But after she played this move, d4, and b5 came on the board, knight to b6, she started understanding that her position is not as good anymore.
Right.
Yeah. And we've been looking at the idea of like queen takes rook, bishop takes pawn, but you know.
Yes,
Irina
that's the way it
also has
probably
the
has
choice.
to go. Yeah, take on b5 with the bishop, knight takes d5, we exchange.
Yeah, we've looked at that, but you know, it's also possible to capture the pawn with a knight.
You can, yes.
But let's say from this position, so queen takes a8 is the most appealing, yes?
Definitely.
And then you're saying that in this particular moment, we can also capture with the knight.
Right.
Again,
it looks a bit weird, I'll give you that, because you're capturing away from the center. What's a knight doing?
Grunfeld players would love to play knight on f6 takes d4 in order to open up the bishop. I, on the other hand, as a Caro-Kann player, you know, would probably play knight on b6 takes d5, because I'm thinking the knight on b6 is not well placed on the b6 square, and he's looking to go to the b4 square and open up this diagonal.
And how about the knight on f6? Where are you going to put that knight? Or you're not too worried about it for the moment?
Yeah, this moment, the jury's out. I'm not 100% sure that. Well, first of all, if I open up the diagonal, I'll have a square, right? I'll have some choices. But for the moment, this one would be
so
my
there's
choice.
no immediate threat after knight takes d5. I'm not forced to play the move f3, but what is the active plan for white in the position?
Yeah, I would say my...
Let's go queen b3. Queen b3. Yeah. I really don't like to see that knight landing on b4. I understand why you want to see it there. So I'm going to start with queen to b3.
Right. Okay, rook to d8, just to bring more... invite everybody to the party.
Yes.
Exactly.
I was going to say more peace and harmony to the board.
Right.
But not really. Only
Peace
for
and
black.
harmony, yes.
Only for black. Yeah.
And by the way, as we wait for this recapture, just an announcement, we made it yesterday, but there is a special Blitz tournament coming up.
It's very special, you know, 9 Blitz rounds, no draw offers, a time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. And get this, it will include players from local universities and eliminated American Cup participants. Now, if you think you're going to rock up, you know, it's going to be an easy ride.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. I mean, the local university players, like, seriously, some of the best in the world.
Truly.
And some of the best youngsters in the world as well. So.
Exactly. And there will be 40 players playing this Sunday, March 26th. So if you're anywhere near St. Louis, that's the place you're going to want to be. And we have Cristian with a very special guest.
Colin, first of all, welcome to St. Louis. Welcome to the St. Louis Chess Club and the American Cup. You opened the show for us. How was that experience for you?
It was very fun. Ring the bell, starting the game.
You came from California. It was a long trip for you. Who is your favorite player here at the St. Louis Chess Club? We're hearing that you're a big chess fan.
Yeah, probably Hikaru, just because I like watching his streams. But I played a game against Levon, and he was really nice, so that was fun.
Did you get to interact with any of the players? I saw that you were chatting with Leinier, Dominguez.
Yeah, talking with a couple before the game, yeah.
Tell us a bit about your style. You play a lot as well. Are you more of a tactical player, more of a strategical player? How would you describe yourself?
Definitely a tactical player. Yeah, I'm not the best, but I try.
Absolutely. Guys, any questions for Colin?
Yeah, I have a question. Yeah, I just want to know, what is your favorite opening, Colin?
Probably the first one I learned, the Rui Lopez.
Oh, okay. Any nice tricks that you've learned?
Any tricks?
In the Rui Lopez?
Not really.
Not really.
And what's your favorite opening with the black pieces? Let's say I open up with one d4. What would you do after that?
I usually play the England gambit against that. E4, I play
That's
the
a streamer's opening.
What?
That's a streamer's opening. YouTube, Twitch, all of those things.
Yeah.
It's a fun opening to play. A lot of tactical nuances, right?
Yeah.
Yasser, you have a question?
I think were you about to say, Colin, did you play the Caruana?
What was that?
Were you about to say that you played the Caruana?
Yeah, against E4, I play the Caruana.
You play the Caruana?
Excellent.
You're welcome to the club, Colin.
Man after my own heart. Well done. Who's your favorite in you said Hikaru, in this American Cup?
In the American Cup, who's your favorite player? Let's say outside of Hikaru.
Who do you expect to win?
You like Hikaru.
Who do you expect to win?
Expect to win? I want to say Fabiano. He's really good. They're all really good though. Wesley So is also one of the top ones in the tournament.
And did you manage to catch some of the moments from yesterday's match between Wesley and Fabi?
Yeah. It was very interesting. I was watching most of the games on YouTube.
Yeah. That was definitely a fun match. Guys, any more questions?
Yeah, just one. I've just got to ask it. You honor us, Colin, in your Make-A-Wish wish. To be here in St. Louis and to be in the chess world. You could have chosen anything in the world. You could have run back an NFL touchdown if you had wanted, but this was your wish. Why?
I've always been really interested in chess and watching all the professional games. I just like to see how the best people play. And, I mean, I've been to Hawaii. So, yeah.
So you might as well come to St. Louis. I love it. Colin, before we let you go, we do have a gift from the St. Louis Chess Club. We have the American Cup jacket for you. This is reserved only for the players. It's not up for sale, but you get one as well.
Thank you so much.
Lovely. Bring the jacket with you for dinner tonight, and we'll get all the players to sign the sleeves.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. Yeah, they're really, really nice. We'll see you later at the dinner tonight, Colin.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Colin.
Wow.
Yeah.
Make-A-Wish.
Make-A-Wish.
Big thanks to that foundation because of all of the great things that they do. This is very special. It's wonderful.
It is wonderful, and just to give hope, just to give laughter, smiles to everyone, actually, because it's such a beautiful thing.
Exactly.
Colin wanted to play chess, and he wants to see the best players in America, coincidentally, the world. Best
The world.
I love the fact that in this American Cup we have an amateur playing. Happens to be number 5, number 1 seed, number 5 in the world.
Amateur.
Yeah, exactly. We have a bunch of locals,
Right.
you know, just local residents. They didn't have anything better to do, so
Levon,
showed up. So Levon,
Fabi, Ray,
Leinier.
the locals. You know, you just pick them out of the Starbucks. down the street.
Amateurs.
And by the way, for those of you who would like to join our show, they can tell them how they can join.
Yeah,
and,
we love it when everyone
quiz
at
the
home
commentators.
interacts with us, asks us questions, and just shares with us their thoughts. And you can do all this by tweeting us using the hashtag #TheAmericanCup, and we'll try to answer your questions and maybe feature them on the show.
Excellent. Ask the commentators indeed. And after some hesitation, let's be frank, Alice was a little bit unsure. She did play queen takes a8, bishop takes b5, and like a good Grunfeld player, played knight on f6 takes d5. Certainly this warmed your heart, Cristian,
Oh, yes,
as the
yes,
bishop on g7 is immediately introduced.
Introduced, and after a rook to d8, reinforcing the attack on the pawn on d4, the newly created weakness by your own hands as white. That pawn on d4, that pawn should have stayed on d3.
Right. Tell us the evaluation and...
it's very balanced.
Okay.
It's very balanced, but I'm not looking that much at the engine evaluation because this is just such a human position, right? And to be honest, from Black's perspective, I just feel more comfortable. With the white pieces, I'm not 100% sure what to touch. Do I want to defend that pawn on g2 with knight takes d5 and not allow knight takes c3? Do I want to play f3, but that's going to weaken my position even more so? Do I want to play g3, open up the long diagonal? That
I would
be
you
very
don't want to
reluctant
G3.
to play that move,
Right.
for sure. Even if you cannot take advantage immediately with like knight takes c3 and maybe bishop to g2 because I have, or bishop to h1 because I have f3. I don't know, it doesn't look good. Yeah, knight to f4, I still have that idea and maybe I somehow survive, but it just doesn't look like a pleasant position to play for.
Yeah, they may
white.
revoke your coaching license
I know,
after
I know.
g3.
I would never touch that pawn.
I would also never touch that pawn. However,
There's a but
there's always a but. There is a but.
Yeah.
It's looking better than the other alternatives that we've seen. Like f3 just looks ugh.
Yeah,
Because
it's
you
an
know,
ugly looking move.
Because you give up all the dark squares. And
yeah, but that
what
is
I'm
a
worried
monster
about,
bishop,
Jovi?
yeah?
After g3, just taking, and we've looked at knight to h1, but, sorry, bishop to h1. Take on c3.
Take on c3.
take on c3. So I would be happy then because you corrected my pawn structure.
And now bishop to g2. Isn't that just winning a pawn, at least?
Yeah.
Now you take...
Knight f4.
You get the knight to f4, but at least I restored the material.
Whoa,
E7 is
whoa,
hanging.
whoa, Jovi isn't done with you yet.
Oh, whoa. That's a bit aggressive. I mean,
exactly.
Guys,
Get back here.
yeah, no, I mean, I see your point.
No, I mean, my point was that if g3, I think ugly, I would be, I wouldn't play it
Right,
unless
me
it was the
either.
last resort. But, having said that, if you can, tuck your king on h2 and...
Here's my problem,
Yeah.
Jovi. When you play a move like g3 and your bishop's not fianchettoed there, all I want to do is hunt down your light-squared bishop, and I will say, yeah, maybe I don't mate you or win material and the immediacy, but short-term, long-term, pardon me, the fact that I'm going to take this bishop, I'm going to play one day bishop g2 and do something nasty. Yeah.
Playing with fire, I agree with that.
But
then we're looking at alternatives like knight takes knight.
Yes, and I think that's where we're going, actually.
Yeah, probably I would include that move and then knight takes, and then but we're looking at f3.
If you play bishop takes, at least I've sidestepped both g3 and f3 at least temporarily. But I must say, if you play knight takes, I'm still kind of unsure maybe I start
knight c7, but you also have knight
B4.
bishop d3, knight b4 comes into play.
I'm not happy.
And
I am
I
not
don't
a happy
feel
camper. No.
I would be happy at all.
No, you're right. You're simply right there, Christian. It's easier to play black, and in this case, the times, is that a factor?
Not really, not yet at least. 48 minutes for Irina Krush, and we haven't seen either of these players actually get into time trouble.
Yeah,
yes, they haven't been troubled by the clock.
Exactly.
Now, I think at this point, with the white pieces,
yes,
you just have to ask yourself, how do I pull the brakes?
Yeah, exactly.
And we're talking about this pulling the brakes quite often. What I mean by that is, how do I manage to exchange more pieces, go towards an endgame, maybe give my extra pawn back in the process, but simplify the position?
Yeah.
How do I simplify the position? Knight takes d5, we have to start exchanging.
Yeah, knight takes d5, yeah, I agree with that. But then I was stuck on this point because...
Queen to a4, let's continue.
The golden rule, how can I forget this?
It's in Jovi's handbook. You know, the Jovi's chess handbook, the golden rule. When your king's being attacked, trade the queens off the board.
That's the best. That's the best rule that I've heard this tournament.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. And it's still valid after all of these years. Queen a4. I like it.
Why not? Displace the queen from this dangerous diagonal.
It's so obvious. Right? Once you...
God. Looking at G3.
I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble.
I think she's going for it.
Yeah, she's gonna go.
We've seen knight takes d5. Now
was she hovering?
Yes, she took. Irina doesn't hover that much, right?
No, she goes.
Whenever she sees the move, she plays it. Now, you probably don't want to take with a bishop, right? Because that allows knight to f4.
Well, that's actually, you know, the moment you were saying that and there was this hovering, bishop takes, knight to f4, I get it. It's ugly that I'm giving up my light squared bishop, but after rook d8, maybe Alice just wins her pawn back cleanly.
Bishop to e3.
Bishop to e3, e5.
I really don't want to give you that pawn, but I might have.
I was hoping that you would take and allow bishop takes g2 kind of tactics, but maybe...
even that is super unclear because you can take the knights and
the rook takes... What do you take back?
Huh?
Yeah, I think I messed up.
I takes it and then bishop takes knight.
And if I take your queen, I'm the one facing issues with knight takes g2 as well as rook d8. I think I blowed it there. That was not good. That was not good of me. Apologies.
No, but still, I mean, rook, maybe not e5, right? After bishop e3, perhaps just knight c4 or something like that.
Or, let me conserve my bishop. If I'm going to conserve it, bishop to e4, right?
Try to play for that e5 move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, there must be ways in which black is going to be able to find
for sure.
The finality of your compensation, and that is to take the pawn back and restore the material balance.
And Jovi, for those of who have been joining us late, we've already played one elimination game today, the first rapid, I mean to say, and the second rapid is coming up shortly. Is that right?
It's coming up in how many minutes? It starts 3 o'clock out for us, but 3:30.
And here it comes.
Here it comes. Here is the elimination bracket where there is everything to play for. We're about 6 minutes away, okay, we've been told. And, okay, some people are in must-win situations.
Everybody is in a must-win
Yeah, well, some people more than others. Four people.
Players.
And we can see Naji Paikidze did win her first round game against Abrahamyan. And so Tatev, Abrahamyan, is in a must-win situation. She will play with the white pieces, so that's in her favor. And also in the matchup between Torkin Janova and Pokashian, it was Torkin Janova who managed to win. And so it is Atusa Pokashian who is in a must-win situation. She needs to win. She will also play with the white pieces and in the open elimination bracket. And, or maybe we'll do the champions bracket because they actually finished their game.
That's true too. Quick draw between Wesley and
Yeah.
Hikaru today. But this is the elimination bracket.
Yeah, and today was, as Yasser said, a whitewash because Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces utterly destroyed Levon Aronian. So he has a point lead. And Leinier Dominguez did exactly the same to Sam Shankland. So Sam Shankland and Levon Aronian need to win to stay alive in this competition. If they lose, if they draw, that's it. They are out.
And I wanted to, again, for those players who joined us late, I really wanted to take a look at one specific moment when Fabi and Levon crossed swords today, because it was a very sharp floor mechanism line of the English where Levon courageously went G5, and then after Queen A4, we were expecting this move H5. And
That
Cristian,
was the move, yeah. That
you
was
said
the main move.
that this move might have given Levon a winning position. He literally went to a lost position in 3 moves.
That is right, and he played it very fast also, right?
And Queen A4, he had set
Yeah.
this trap up beautifully.
He played
Yeah,
Bishop
that
G7
was-
in like a few seconds.
But this is the problem when you play these sharp positions. You know, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. You need to know every single nuance.
Exactly.
And you can't be like automatically playing with the hand Bishop G7. You have to kind of, having said, push. You gotta keep
He
going.
just forgot about it. I think he just forgot his theory. Probably Bishop G7
Right.
was happening in one of the variations that he calculated or that he chose during his preparation. He saw Queen to A4, confused it with what he looked at and played the move Bishop to G7. Now there's an idea behind this move Queen to A4. If you do go H5, and I do think that this is what Fabi would have done, he would have played the move E6.
E6?
I think so, yes.
Wow.
And this is perhaps why Levon played the move Bishop to G7. Now, you might be looking at this and say, like, this just looks like a pawn sacrifice. But if you do take, I play Bishop to E5. I'm emptying that square for my bishop and finally taking advantage of the fact that the knight on C6 is pinned by my last move, Queen to A4. So perhaps this is what Fabiano had in store against H5. Still, I have to say, I mean, Bishop G7 just played in a couple of seconds, and after that, you're in more or less almost a losing position. It's just, it doesn't feel like Levon, right?
Right. One of the nice, you were showing us, if you don't mind, one of those nice variations where the desirable H4 just got destroyed.
Oh yeah, if H4 comes on the board after H5, I mean, you're in trouble.
Show the audience who was late to our show.
That's right. So after H4, I just simply take.
Right.
And now I'm also taking advantage of the fact that my queen on D8 is going to be supported on this diagonal, the D8 H4 diagonal, by my bishop on F8. The bishop is not yet on G7, so I have the option of potentially getting it to E7 with the move bishop to E7. That's going to kick the knight away. After that, I'm going to go H4 and take a look at this variation. Knight to F5 looks beautiful. Maybe swarm around my king with knight to G7. Nice check. You can take my 2 bishops as well, but take a look at this. Let's say you take, and then you move, and then I go H3. Then you're like, okay, I don't want to see any H takes G2, any opening of the H file, and I go G3. Whoops. H2, that's a checkmate with a pawn. Because of this, what I called a force of nature, the bishop on D5, beautifully centralized on the light squares, controlling this whole long diagonal. This one is just beautiful. It's a beautiful mechanism how to break white's position in this instance. So yes, H5, that was the money move. He did not play it. He did not play the move H5. He played the move bishop to G7 after that. He just found himself in deep, deep trouble.
Yeah, so a bit, we laud the players of their great understanding, their great preparation, but their files are so intense, Jovi. One slip or mislip, and we suspect that's what Levon did in this particular case. He kind of caught Fabi, but then not only did he let him go, he in turn fell in the trap as the players get ready for their elimination games.
Talking about elimination,
Yes.
it is game 2 of the elimination bracket. And there we see Tatev and Naji getting ready. Tatev in a must-win situation with the white pieces. Basically, everyone playing with the white pieces in the elimination bracket has to win. They are on their
I was about to
last
say the black leather.
Look at that leather, dangerous.
No, none of this white leather Letterman's jackets. I mean, he brought his his Harley to the game.
Leinier is feeling dangerous today, that's for sure.
By the way, I mean, I know we're all veterans and stuff like that. You still get the butterflies in your stomach, right?
Yeah,
like all the time on these elimination games. You can't. You know you're alive.
I feel sadness actually when I see the players leave because you grow attached to these players and their personalities. They come to the studio
and eliminated.
Exactly. And I don't like to see them leave. Somehow I think it's a little bit unfair, but at the same time it makes for great entertainment.
It is.
And in the words of that gladiator, I've forgotten his name, Maximus, are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
Love it.
Russell Crowe.
Crowe.
I gotta call him by his name.
Right, Maximus.
There we have a Chris Bird. And we have.
By the way, we saw Fabi, but then he just kind of rushed to the players' area. Probably wanted to get himself a coffee or something. As Chris Bird, looking at his watch.
He's not happy.
He's ready. He's ready to start.
Come on, Fabi, chop, chop. Let's go.
He's ready to start the games.
Fabi, drinking coffee?
Something.
He's punctual.
Everybody else has got to go.
Yes.
Let's get started.
But I mean, okay,
there
here comes Fabi. Somehow I suspected Fabi was like a tea person.
He is a tea person, but I think maybe not in the rapid games, perhaps. He just picked his water.
Okay, I need help.
I'll help you.
Jovi.
Yeah. And
come to my rescue, please. What am I supposed to be doing?
E4, E5, okay.
You clicked.
Yes. Open
We're
your
seeing
full screen, and then I don't know how I always.
Okay. So they're off. Again, Levon needs a win as white. He's Royal Lopez, and Colin's favorite.
Perhaps he's taking some inspiration from yesterday's match between Wesley and Fabi, because Wesley chose a similar path to try to take the advantage out of the opening against Fabi, and he succeeded in doing so.
Yeah. I mean, is this wise to repeat the same line
There's
that
a wrinkle.
played and lost yesterday?
There is a wrinkle. I believe Wesley went castle first instead of d3. So he went directly with castle, and after that defended that pawn on e4 in a different manner. Now we see this d3 move, b5, bishop to b3.
Bishop to, sorry?
Yes, you have the position right now on the board.
I think I need to figure out how to minimize my screen here.
No, you're all good. This is the position.
It's all good?
Yeah, this is the position. But,
this is the position we
the analysis board is not perfectly.
See,
and that was the question. I always have to ask, is d5 playable in those positions? But
Fabi says no.
No.
I'm going to follow it up with d6. By the way, this was played yesterday.
Precisely.
Wasn't this the exact same position?
Yes, it was exactly the same. H6, bishop takes f6. This is how Wesley...
Not yet, I think. I think it was a4, bishop b7 first.
Yes.
And then bishop g5, take on f6, and bishop to d5 to set up that pin on
I
the
stand corrected. I think you are right. a4, bishop b7, bishop g5 is how Wesley got here. Sorry,
but we have a different game right now, because after h6, he decided against bishop takes f6, but with bishop to h4, maintaining that pin.
And
big moment right now. Will you play g5?
Well,
Yes.
that's the top move. And according to my understanding of this particular variation, you go for it.
Right.
It's that kind of combative opening, you don't
Which is
shy away from those big decisions. Go for it, g5.
But isn't this also what and he's
Fabi
done
does it.
Yeah, and without hesitation, bishop g3, no piece sacrifices for you. We've all been on both sides of those piece sacrifices, but g5, bishop g3, very, very quickly. Levon, I think, is still in his prep. And after that came just a second.
A4 came, Levon.
No, bishop b6,
Sorry,
a4.
bishop b6, yeah.
This is
A4.
and we're up to date with the players now.
And still, we are in the realms of theory, not the most highly played theory, I have to say, but the most popular move, according to this database,
B4,
B4, Bishop G4, Rook B8.
Even Bishop D7 has had a punt or two.
Rook B8 was the move chosen by Fabi, followed by Knight to D2, immediately responded by Levon.
Knight, that's a little bit surprising because in conjunction with the move A4, somehow I had it in my mind that he was going to go AB, Knight to A3, and maybe start to swing it the knight around towards the F5 square. Knight D2 right away.
Knight to H7. Fabiano is looking for something. The question is what? Is it king to G7 followed by F5? Or is it H5? H5 is an option as well.
Wow, knight to H7. Okay, the players are still in theory. Let's jump to the game of Sam, Shankland, and Leinier. As we know, Sam is in a similar boat. He needs to win if he wants to stay in the tournament. And of course, we have a Petrov on the board with 3d4. Let's see what Sam Shankland has prepped for his match game with Leinier. All pretty standard stuff. Knight takes c3 is by far the most popular move in this exact position. And I tell you, the Petrov, or the Russian defense if you prefer, is still giving white e4 players headaches.
It certainly is.
Wow. Okay.
I think it's a good choice against Sam. I don't think it would have come as a surprise, I have to say.
Yes. No. That's
well, Sam is on 26 minutes, 1 minute more than what he started with, and Leinier on 21 minutes right now.
I'm trying to find the ladies.
Yeah.
Not successfully, I must say. Not successfully. Irina, Krush, I'm just going to take a quick gander at that. Well, it's being very slow played at this exact moment. Feels like players still. Oh, we do have knight f4. Interesting. What happened here?
I mean, she took with the...
Knight takes, bishop takes,
she made the decision to take with the bishop.
And bishop
This
b7.
is so mature. And I know she's just 13 years old.
Wow.
But just to kind of resist temptation.
Right.
And not automatically recapture in the center, and then, you know, make sure that everything is correct.
That's what I was saying yesterday. I think it's so unfair. You're 13 years old, you're welcome to be, you know, a great tactician.
Yeah.
I like that. That's what you should be.
Exactly.
But you shouldn't be a strategic master as well as positional play, and you shouldn't be patient either.
I just like the fact that every single critical decision, she takes a pause, and, you know, also we saw from her analysis yesterday with Cristian, she is fantastic at calculation. Sorry,
I'm going to need your skill set to bring up the ladies' game, if you don't mind, the elimination games for the ladies. I've got everything but their games.
I don't know how to unminimize your screen.
We'll worry about that. Could you find the ladies' games?
Yeah, I can find the ladies' games, so you can see it.
Right. Perhaps we can see the bird's eye view from one of the games. Perhaps Naji versus Tatev, with Tatev needing a victory in this one, and it's not going to be easy. Yeah. Let's take a look at what's happening in that game. The way I see it, we have a Caruana on the board. Caruana with an early knight to f6 and an exchange that doubles the pawns on the f file for black. This is a very solid option employed by Naji Paikidze right now. Queen to c2. Right. Putting some pressure on h7, and we assume the natural response is going to be bishop to g6. That's such a beautiful block of pawns. If you do take on g6, and I managed to take with the h pawn, and we see that g7, g6, f7, f6. I really like that block of pawns.
It's like a tank.
Yes.
Really solid.
It's like a Tetris. Have you ever played Tetris?
Oh, I love Tetris. Oh, yes. Tetris. I guess I'm showing my age when I say I love Tetris.
No,
Wait a minute.
Everyone plays Tetris,
what's
right?
What's Tetris?
Like, Cristian, you know Tetris.
Yes, I do, of course.
Exactly.
That's,
By the way, this is actually one of my favorite lines of the Hikaru. I don't know if you enjoyed playing these very, very safe king positions. You do give your opponent the center a little bit. While we keep the bird's eye view there, I was just seeing the game of Levon and Fabi, again, boldly stating the obvious. Levon needs to win. And when we left it, it was just here, and we had seen the move knight h7, and Cristian was saying, well, is this a prelude to king g7 followed by f5? Well,
King
Cristian
H8,
knows his man, because yes, it was f5 on the board, ef, bishop f5, knight e3.
This is truly a titanic theoretical battle between these two players, because, and to my eyes, Levon maybe has won the theoretical battle.
Why is that?
Because he spent less time. It's very straightforward. There's nothing complex about this, Yasser.
Wow. Okay.
He just spent less time. He's playing everything with confidence.
Right.
And he seems to know what he's doing.
And what is Levon doing, by the way? What is his plan? Bishop g6.
On the board.
On the board. What is he going to play for d4? Is he supposed to play for knight d5 to try to snag on that bishop? What is Levon's aims in the position?
Well, it seems like knight to d5 is appealing, right? Let's go for the bishop. That bishop is always very annoying whenever it's coupled with the action of the rook on f8 with an open f5, right? Because f2 is quite tender.
Right.
Why not take it away from the board? Knight to d5.
Take it away now. I like that.
Can you
I
hide
like
it?
it
Can
too.
you hide it anywhere? Like
No,
bishop
I mean, you can go bishop a7, but it's loose as
Well, the
anything.
one thing I wouldn't want to do is I
Yeah.
wouldn't want to encourage white to play the move d4, which would open up the e file. I was thinking that maybe I could return the favor by pinning. There was a bishop to g5, pinning the knight. Now it's my turn to pin your knight. How about bishop h5?
Actually, bishop h5 is nice as well, because
It's annoying.
It's super annoying because, you know, if you do manage bishop takes knight, which you will,
Wow.
then you've locked out the bishop.
Hey.
And then you go like, okay, let's play positionally, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was the Capablanca winter game
was.
where it was this bishop on g3, which was hideous.
Yep.
I
Not
love
getting
that
out.
word, hideous,
Hideous.
for the rest of the game. It was like a piece down. So maybe knight d5 needs to be prepped.
No, knight d5 is a great move.
And how do we answer bishop h5 then?
You're going to lose the bishop on g3. This is what you need to understand as white. You are going to take on f3, h5, h4. Now, what do I do to prepare for that? I need to open up the position. Your king is pretty feeble on h8, the black king. d4, let's go. Open up the position.
You don't take the bishop.
I'm not going to take the bishop.
Okay.
I'm going to keep the knight on d5 for the moment.
Okay. Now, I agree with you that all I need is a draw, which is why I'm going to sacrifice
Wait.
my piece.
Are you sure about that? All right, I take on.
If you
I'll
could
take
all
your piece.
see
Look,
Yasser right
you
now.
give me the piece, I'll take it.
Okay.
No, yes, sir.
All I need is a draw.
Why
But
don't
I never play for a draw when I need a draw,
No.
because that's a way of losing the game.
Exactly, and you kind of change your mindset to a
Exactly.
negative predisposition. You don't want to be doing that.
Exactly.
So what if I defend with the move rook to e3 now?
Wow.
Do we have the knight on d5?
Yes, you have
I
a
see
knight
something
on
in the
d5.
center. So
Yeah.
that can only
well,
be
that's your extra piece. But boy, I was hoping to intimidate. You know, these coaches, they're not easily intimidated. I would be fretful, let's put it that way, if I had the white position. How do you feel, JB?
All right.
Are you inspired?
Let me tell you.
I also
Inspired
feel that
by
this
my
is very
piece
dangerous.
sacrifice?
Yeah, I'm very inspired. But I mean, I'm a little bit concerned that he can return the favor.
Let me put a cap on your fun.
Okay.
I'm not going to go rook to e3.
You're not.
No, take.
You're going to sacrifice your queen.
No, I'm going to sacrifice my rook. Rook takes e5.
Yeah, this is what I was concerned about.
I need to get to your king.
Exactly.
Wow.
I really need to get to your king.
But
That's
I
my
think you
only
have
goal
to
in the
say
position.
Yeah,
gonna-
but queen takes d4 is
It's
frightening.
knight.
So I have to take this guy?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm
what if I
assuming he's going to
continue
take.
taking? Yes, yes.
And then I take this guy.
And what if I continue taking?
And this is the problem. You said my king was feeble
And it is.
on
Very
h8, and boy, did that ever turn out to be prescient.
Yes.
You're right. You're right. Well, you see, my inner tactical wizardry really didn't work.
You guys are probably going to be surprised by this, but
But?
it seems like white is in fact objectively winning right now.
After the move knight d5.
After knight to d5, yeah.
Wow.
The engine is giving white a decisive advantage.
Wow.
No way.
And just to
All
remind
of-
everyone, this is
Yeah.
exactly what Levon Aronian needs. You know, he is in a must-win situation.
Exactly. So knight. So we were talking about the theoretical battle, and you had said, you know, it was about the clock and so on. But it's shocking because what did Fabi do in the previous 18 moves that was wrong?
He chose the wrong plan of opening up white's position. And we were discussing this and we were kind of balancing between either f5 or h5. This idea of knight to h7 made a lot of sense because you do want to support the pawn on g5. He chose the wrong one. He played the move f5. h5 was the right solution. Well, solution, just the right continuation of the game.
Right approach.
Yes.
F5 was wrong.
No, terrible. After f5, in fact, white is just much, much better. With specifically the moves that Levon made. Knight to e3, follow it up with the natural move, knight to d5, jump in the center, set up all your pieces on their ideal squares. And right now, the pressure is on Fabiano Caruana.
Okay, and we'll switch quickly to see the game of Sam Shankland again. This Petrov, boy, I got to tell you, this Petrov is really putting the kibosh on 1e4. If you can just, Jan Nepo, who will be playing for the World Championship next month, he comes to his games and he says, I'm going to play the Petrov, do your worst. And he actually makes a draw, and sometimes he even gets a victory when his opponents overpress. This moment, I don't see it. I don't feel it for Sam. I don't see why
It doesn't
this-
matter. Yes, sir, it doesn't matter. Look at his time.
What is his clock?
27 minutes.
For Sam.
He added 2 minutes on his clock. He's been blitzing out every single move up to this point. And right now,
Wow.
Leinier is down to his last 11 minutes. And he played the best move. Rook A8.
Rook E8.
Sam must be, what do I have to do to take this man out?
Right? Well, again, I just don't see why this is Queen takes b7 seems like a suicide mission, right?
It is.
Queen takes b7, bishop h3, and why on earth did I allow, you know, this queen to visit me on e2? So
It's time to
It's-
develop
it's-
the pieces. I would
Leinier
say.
is good, man.
Bishop
Leinier
d2,
is really good.
queen.
And now queen e2, and that's what he
Yeah.
wants.
And I'm just trading off the
But
queen.
I was thinking bishop
Please.
f4.
Bishop f4, okay. So once again, it's like I'm so anxious for that draw.
Nobody is beating Leinier in this position.
No,
Nobody.
But,
Sorry.
but
Yeah.
you have to do something with bishop d2, as you mentioned, queen e2.
Right.
Could it be?
Well, I'm a little bit worried that if I play bishop d3, I may be the one who has the more exposed
I
king.
mean, hang on a second.
Please.
There's a greedy, right? You can go greedy. Queen d3, set up a battery, threaten checkmate.
Perhaps the only way to continue this.
And
Okay. If I play g6, I
Then-
kind of like
there you
understand where
go.
you're going to go, right? you do get the exchange in this particular
Caveman
case.
chess.
Yeah, which therefore would more or less oblige me to play the move f5.
But then you have
And-
to do something with. You have to develop your bishop.
Okay.
Bishop d2.
Bishop d2, yeah, makes a lot of sense.
And-
Queen zooms down.
Yep.
Says trade.
Trade.
As
Yeah, black just looks super, super solid. I'm just having a little trouble with the lady. I wanted to bring up the ladies elimination game, but I'm going to need some help from our marvelous production team here. It's the ladies' game between Tatev
and Nagy, because they're...
Because
Tatev is really going full on for the attack. She's pressing hard. She sees space and she is pushing Nagy. So if Nagy doesn't do anything, then simply Tatev will overrun black on the E line.
That doesn't sound good.
No,
I mean, I don't want to get run over on the E line. I mean,
I have I've been training on how to over dramatize everything.
Outstanding. Bishop G6 and overrun on the E line. Okay.
Well, why don't we continue with, right now it's Tatev's move, why don't we go D5? I mean,
yeah.
Let's D5 looks very, very compelling.
Let's keep pushing.
Okay, there's no way I'm going to allow you ever to play D6 in the position, so I will take on D3, and if you take with the queen, I was going to go bishop takes C5.
Okay.
So I've got a little tricky for you there.
But is that tricky enough, is the question. Let's continue. I take the bishop on C5.
Queen takes F4.
And I take on F8 as well.
Say what?
I take on F8, I take your...
And I recapture?
With what?
I don't know, king.
Well, if you go with the king, then I will pick up the pawn on H7. So you probably have to take with the rook. But then D6 is coming.
Okay.
And that D pawn is super, ultra dangerous.
Which is actually gone for a different plan. She's not forced the matter. She's simply gone B4.
I like
well,
that.
I like this move B4 because, yes, exactly. I mean, and you know, that there are those tricks with bishop takes C5, which have now just been completely neutralized. And you said, okay, done and dusted. We're not worried about bishop C5 anymore. Now, having said all of this, you know, I didn't even like the fact that on the previous turn, she could have taken. This was not bad, and you get your tank formation, but this bishop finds pretty nice diagonal there. So I kind of thought that B4, if I'm in black shoes, I'm capturing. If you take with the queen.
Makes a lot of sense. And then now
and
you
now
can come out.
there's no way I'm going to allow you to play this
now
move.
You can go knight G6.
Exactly.
Trade off the pieces.
Exactly. And I feel a lot better with those bishops and the knights off the board. Let's go to your pupil, Begum, position, and let's see what she chose. We'll go right out of the opening, and it was another Russian, knight C3, and look at the players go. All part of the preparation, coach?
Not so much. No.
Not so much.
No. I think white deviated quite early on.
Okay.
Even this move queen to E1 is not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to put the queen on C1. And specifically for this reason, you don't want to have the queen on the same file as the rook on E8. I just played the move rook to E8. I'm going to follow it up with what she did in the game, bishop to F8. Perhaps bishop to F6 was a bit more active, but it doesn't really matter. The point being that I want to open up the E file, and then I'm going to slowly push and create my own initiative on the queen side. That's what she's doing. A6, C6 with the black pieces, B5 potentially in the future. And where is your attack?
Well, that's the question, right? Is the king on B1 safer than the king on G8? I wanted to play the move F3 followed by G4.
Which she did, yeah.
So she's dropping back the rook. This bishop's a little awkward. Maybe I have to go queen D2 back.
Right, because
first.
If you go G4, don't I have queen E7?
I know. That's like annoying, right?
I would love to exchange the queens, right? I need only a draw in this
golden
position.
rule: when your king's getting attacked, trade the queens. So yeah, I now the difference between queen C1 and queen E1 is especially noticeable. If the queen were on C1, I think everybody would be playing G4, lickety split.
Queen to f2.
Oops, queen f2.
And now it's all about speed.
Yeah.
Look, you've played c6, you've played a6, you've played so many.
You said A and B.
moves, right? I mean, you have to go for it. You have
to go b5.
b5, right? Also, the bishop b6 is something that could be unpleasant.
Exactly.
As well.
Yeah. So you
Okay.
have to do something.
Well, now we've got the Donnybrook we really hoped for with the kings on opposite flanks. Who's getting there first with the mostest, right?
That's the big question.
Right.
That's the big question right now.
Oh, it's. But it's a huge question because after, I mean,
There's no way I'm letting you open up my.
the queen goes to a5.
We're going to get the answer to that because that's what they're playing. b5 is on the board.
Yeah.
b5 is on the board. I pushed pawn to g4 and put the bishop on e6.
I mean, look,
to get
if you're
the
at
position.
Tusa right now, you have to go g4, right?
Yes.
You have to go for the kill.
That's the whole point. I mean, Atusha has to win.
Yes.
So she's and there she goes c5 right away without g4, by the way. Pardon me, c5 right away. I think this is actually a better choice because now you're not allowed queen a5 and bishop.
But doesn't
e6.
that just lose a pawn after queen e7?
Oh, there is pawn takes.
Yes.
Yes. That was a timid yes.
But it's sort of like it's kind of. It takes you time to capture it, and maybe I'm doing something in the meanwhile. Like, okay, so just picking a move, yeah? Bishop d2, not inspired.
Gift me the pawn.
Yes.
g4?
Yes.
And now...
No, I don't.
You still need a few moves. That's the
I
problem.
apologize. I'm going to put my bishop all the way back. You're going to take... I'm going to play here. Although, excuse me, I apologize. You can play d5.
You can play d5, but but still.
Ooh, that might be a much more unpleasant recapture, because it comes with tempo.
I know.
Is it so dangerous? Could just go g4 anyhow.
Your pupil spotted a
good trick.
A good trick.
Yeah.
That's
Queen e7.
We're doing this type of double attacks in and out every day, baby.
Yeah, the training.
The training is working.
The training is working. Queen e7. Okay.
So perhaps if you want to avoid this d5 shenanigans,
Yeah,
you can
bishop
start
F-
off with bishop f4.
Agreed. So that I do, at least in that case, have a move like bishop to d6.
Yes, and now after I take on c5, you go g4.
Right.
And finally you got what you wanted. Well, at least you're getting closer to what you want.
Yeah, but even here, I mean, it's like I have to play h5, queen g3, g5. It's a very slow burning attack. And meanwhile, c4, c3.
And by the way, whenever you go h5, can I just stop you from going g5 with f6?
Yeah, then I'm going to have to F4
Get the bishop
or G5.
out, F4, yeah, it's long.
It's
really
slow. Begum looks like she's got a very decent position. Jumping to Tatev for just a moment. Knight e6. We looked at knight g6, but this looks like Naji needing only a draw. She looks to be the favorite at the moment. Let's go to the open section, Levon.
Let's
when
check
we
out
left,
that game.
yeah, when we left it,
It was
Levon,
crazy.
Well, what was really crazy was this idea that Levon was just winning. I mean, I didn't realize that the position was so good for Fabi. Oh,
He just simply captured that bishop.
after knight f6, yes, and then he played d4, and actually this bishop on g3 is no longer terrible.
Yeah.
In fact, that's a
beast.
great bishop.
Yeah.
That's really, really powerful. If I were white and I could play f3 here and deny the e4 square for the knight, I would think that I'm winning.
It is winning.
Yeah. So
And-
in light of that, can you do something like, for instance, go
Well, you better do
knight
something.
h5?
Yeah, I was about to say, you better do something in the immediacy because
Yeah.
I can see the rooks are ready to pounce. Let's.
Okay. I've said.
Yes.
I've stated my intentions. Okay, now the queen. I really want to trade off some pieces, so I have to go.
I understand.
No,
You
I'm not
want to
getting
trade
anywhere.
queens.
I want to trade queens, but I can't do. So okay, queen.
Say it. F6.
Queen
Yeah.
F6. Yeah, but you just that's
I
an
play
easy,
F3.
easy block to parry.
Yes, that is absolutely true. An
And it comes
easy
to
threat to
E6.
parry. Yeah.
None of this will happen because Fabiano is looking for an immediate counter shot,
Yeah.
and that is with the move b4.
Which is what he played after Queen D1 B4.
But what about Rook to E6? Doesn't that
Rook
closer
E6
and
looks
closer to the
very
capture
compelling
of that pawn? On
Oh my
D6.
goodness, Rook E6 looks very compelling.
Even though
Pawn takes pawn.
Take.
Perhaps
B
bishop
takes
F7 might
C3,
be a
B
problem.
takes C3. Pawn takes pawn.
I think it must be a British thing because I mean.
No,
I
it's
always
American
say-
too. We say
I
pawn takes,
Really?
even though we're supposed to be algebraically trained these days. But yeah, it's still part of our.
But what about bishop F7 right now?
Thank you. Bishop F7, Rook takes.
Exchange.
Rook takes. Sorry, bishop takes B3. Apologies. Okay, which means the highly desirable Rook E6.
Let's go with your move, Yasser. I think I really like. I'm starting to warm up to your idea of Rook A7.
Rook A7 or F3? Okay, Rook A7.
Let's just invade. I mean, let's be aggressive.
Aggression.
Aggression.
I must win. I must win.
Yeah. Okay, but you can just go pawn takes pawn first. Sorry. BC.
Yeah.
Knight now just springs forward.
Oh wait, do you have
E4?
Queen B8? Wait, do you have Queen B8?
I'm.
A Queen B8.
That's a double attack, right?
Well, that training is sure paying.
Yeah, you have some tricks, and that's why he played B4. He's really looking for those counter shots.
Very instructive, but what is also very concerning on a
Yes.
practical level, I mean, take a look at Levon Aronian's clock, 20 minutes versus Fabiano's under 8 minutes.
That's not good.
Not a good sign.
Let me fall back on the old, like I'm playing two bishops. I'm going to play the Steinitzian way of preventing the knight from having a good outpost. I'll play the move F2, F3, and just give you the turn and say, do your worst. How do you follow up your move B4?
Perhaps I will take on C3.
Yes. He played bishop C2, but yes, you would take on C3 in this case and
try to go for knight H5.
Knight H5. So
to target that
now
bishop.
my bishop can lord over the position with bishop to C4.
No, it's really a very sad position.
It is. But having said all of this, bishop C2, Levon had a very simple idea. He wants to put his queen on G6.
That's right.
Yeah.
Bishop takes C2, queen takes C2, followed by queen G6 would be a dream for white. So
And how do you stop me from achieving that dream?
Well. There's.
That's what I wanted to
there's
ask Jovi.
Yes. I have an idea.
Okay.
So you take, as
Yes.
Fabi's done, queen takes.
Yes.
And now you remember the fundamental principles of
Trade
chess.
queens.
Trade queens. And Fabi's didn't the rules. So when the queen didn't
Land
arrive on
on
G6,
G6.
you're ready to go queen G7. Let's trade.
I like it.
Okay, but in that case, D6 is going to be hanging.
So let's go
So
with AD1
I'm going to take and put the question to you. Would you like to take with the rook and allow queen G6? So queen G7, I got bishop takes D6 at the end. Or do you want to play with a pawn, which looks pathetic?
Yeah, I don't want that. So hang on. Yes.
It looks like a nasty choice that Levon can put to his opponent right here with C3 takes B4.
Yes, and I have to say, if Fabiano loses this one, he will have to do something different in the next game whenever he's going to have black, because he's had problems in this variation against
both
Wesley.
and
He's having huge problems right now against Levon. He needs to do something different.
Mm-hmm.
And
Whoops.
I think that's not this one.
First of all, just remember that in the classical game, we have a draw.
Yeah. And
They will
everything
play
to play for tomorrow
with
in the
colors
Champions
reversed, yeah.
bracket and a very classical game tomorrow. It'll be decided. And these two.
Wow,
Yeah,
look at
take a
that
look
rap.
that.
Wow, first of all, 51. Whoa, 51 games of rapid play. Boy, they know each other very well.
And 17 wins for Levon, whereas Fabi's had 11 wins. Wow.
Wow, I mean, yeah, shocking result. The current position, though, Cristian, if I can get you to jump in and tell us what the engine thinks. It really looks like Black's in trouble because of his exposed king and lots of weaknesses.
Not
that White.
trouble. No.
It's bad.
He's completely lost.
It's toast.
It's over. Yeah, it's toast.
Okay.
It's plus 4 pawns.
By what?
4 pawns right now. A 4-pawn advantage.
By the way, c3 takes b4, pawn takes, and not queen g6, but just easy
Centralize
chess.
the queen. Simple chess. Go to d4.
Oof.
And your idea is still
it's
in the
looking
air as well.
ugly.
F3, bishop F2, put the bishop on D4.
I love
that.
That
Is
beautiful.
The most beautiful queen I've seen since the tournament began.
Yeah.
That queen on D4
It
attacks the knight on
radiates
F6, attacks the
energy,
pawn on
doesn't it?
D6, supports the invasion on the 7th rank with rook to A7, attacks the pawn on B4. It does everything.
Well, besides all that, what have you done for me lately? Yeah, I agree. That is a radiant queen. Sam Shankland in a must-win situation. Anything good happening for him?
No, that one is
not even
going
close.
Anywhere. Leinier has neutralized his opening initiative, and right now he's in pole position. Take this one and take the match home.
For Tatev, again, she lost the first game with the black pieces. She needs a win against Naji, the two-time U.S. Women's Champion. She just played the move Queen F5. Kind of like that move. She's saying, go ahead, you want to trade pieces, but do it on my terms. I get to put my bishop a little bit more frightening on...
Queen C8?
Yeah, and I was hoping that I'd have a severely good follow-up.
And I don't know, I'm not a big fan of swapping off pieces because, you know...
There is one thing I will say. I always love these pawn storms, you know, where you get to go rook to D1, B5. It's not fun in games for black to be facing, defensively speaking.
Yes.
I'm just saying, I mean, it's not draw.
No, it's not draw, but at the same time, you know, black does have a problem with this pawn storm, but white has a big weakness on D4. And that's something that, you know, if I were playing black, I would
Immediately
jump on
try
that
to
one
jump.
immediately.
Yeah, so for example, you would go
Yes,
here, and you
absolutely.
would more or less require
Yeah,
me to
and then
defend.
I would start to, you know, start expanding on the king side.
Something like the F5, yeah?
Yeah, F5.
And I'll expand.
Yeah, and then, come on, push it back.
What's that?
G5, yeah.
G5. Okay.
This is my language. And then, come on, F6.
Wow.
I'm biting on everything.
You're really... And here, by the way, is the elimination brackets as Begum just needs a draw to see her way into the next match.
And that one is definitely going her way because...
Is it? Let's
look
jump
at the
to that.
position
Yeah.
right now.
Okay.
Atusa hasn't gotten anywhere close to her opponent's king, and
by the way,
Begum is on C3.
We didn't get in H5, we didn't get in G5, we didn't even get in F4 G5, and we're already seeing a black pawn on C3. That's not good.
No, certainly black
race to
has
the
got
king.
the first strike in. And also, you know, if you're seeing B3, then A5, A4 is going to rattle down the board.
But rook E1 is an indication to me that white's not a happy camper. Just the fact that we can take on B2 means that white's king is permanently damaged. Now,
and you probably don't even want to take on B3.
I know.
I really like that pawn on
the
C3
pawn is such a
as it
wedge,
is.
right?
So bishop
Bishop
E6.
E6 is
Maybe you
what I
can
wanted to
take
play.
on E1 first and then go bishop
Yeah.
to E6. You have so many options.
No, this is actually looking very, very, very good for Begum, who again
Now
needs only a
pawn
draw.
takes pawn in the air.
Yeah.
Not only that, but I have a feeling some queen D5 to force you to go B3 and then A5, A4 might checkmate you if you don't pay close attention to it.
So if I for argument's sake, yes, she's traded once.
takes
Go
C1.
H5. You were
But
about
what
to.
about pawn takes pawn?
Pardon me.
Take pawn takes pawn, right? Then you get in that way.
And then queen.
And then
D5.
queen
yes, you
D5,
can.
queen C.
Yes, you can.
You're in, my friends.
Open invitation. Agreed.
Yeah, no, this one is
Looking very, very good for Begum.
also
indeed.
on time. 4 minutes and 40 seconds for Atusa, 15 minutes for Begum right now. And she only needs a draw in this game.
Nothing like having a better position and draw odds in your favor. You just feel really, really good. Once again, let's jump to the game between Levon and Aronian, because we may be seeing another playoff.
Yeah, we're gonna
Should
see a rapid-
Levon win,
Yeah.
then they would play.
10 minutes. 2 games of 10 minutes plus 5-second increments.
Gotcha.
And if the match is still tied after those 2 accelerated rapid games, then we go on to the Blitz, where it'll be
Excellent.
2 games of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. And finally, I really am hoping
For an Armageddon.
for an Armageddon.
Yeah,
I want to
King
see
G7.
those pieces fly. I want to see the panic on the players' faces. I want to take chess back to the streets.
Right? F2, F3. Look at him go, because we mentioned that queen on D4 is radiant.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just such a gorgeous, gorgeous looking queen. But also, with this move F2, F3, the bishop isn't going to be too badly placed either on the square D4. That would just be, and recognizing that the rook was actually misplaced on B6, rook C6, but I see a slight shake of Fabi's head there. He's not enjoying his
He's
position.
not
It's a terrible
enjoying at
position.
any level. I mean, the clock
Yeah.
times are not in his favor. He's only got 3.5 minutes, and it's going down. Levon has 16 minutes.
So how do we do
And
it? Do we go H4 or do
yeah, H4 makes a lot of sense. Bishop F2.
Boy, once
was
you
my
see
move.
that rook, like tickling that pawn on G5, how do you not play H4?
But you can do it. You
I
can
think
do it
what-
at leisure. You can go H4 now.
He's very
afterwards.
clinical because H4 allowed rook to C5, and that's why he played bishop to F.
H4 allowed rook to C5.
Yes, challenged the rook on the 5th rank with tempo.
Makes sense. Okay, so
Why
that
would
was
we
why
want to see
bishop
that?
F2, a prelude to
Yes.
H4.
Yes.
And rook,
Rook
to
to
E7. Jovi, you have a golden rule when attacking. Don't trade
trade.
pieces. No trades. Do we like rook A1 or do we like rook D1?
Rook D1.
Rook D1.
You didn't.
He didn't give us a
the
chance
to really get into the spirit
but
of
I
it.
mean-
But rook D1 looks good.
It looks good, tying this rook to D6, but also, H4 is on tap.
Bishop. Actually, I don't mind lassoing this pawn either. Like rook, this pawn on B4 is a real weakness, and rook B5 followed by rook takes B4 got my vote.
What about rook F5 followed by bishop to D4?
Got my vote. Queen E6. Okay. Fabi says, enough of this nonsense. I need counterplay. Queen E6. Not going down without
How
a
do I
fight.
stop your... Okay, bishop to D4, right? It feels like I have to get closer and closer to your king.
Looks like a very good start because you are planning the desirable rook F5. And that would be huge.
Can you survive if you go queen to E2?
I doubt it, right? Oof. Just feels like this should not
Take on D3 and then
be working.
play rook to E6 and try to hang on for dear life.
Yeah, it just feels like it shouldn't be working, but okay. No, king F1, queen C4, golden rule number 1. Trade the queens.
Trade the queens.
H4?
H4 makes a lot of sense, softening up the king.
Exactly. H4, I don't think you have time for queen E2, H takes G5. H4, and if you play G4 now, it's a different kettle of fish because the F file can easily be opened. H4 looks like a very powerful move. Levon enjoying the moment.
Yes.
And what are the clock times?
The clock times, I'll just bring them up for you. So they are, Fabi has just under 3 minutes, whereas Levon Aronian has just under 15 minutes. So it's
Lots of time.
Stark difference in that.
But still, I mean, he has to finish him off.
Exactly.
Who said that? That the most difficult thing in chess is
to win a winning position.
Hans Ray. No, Hans
No.
Hein Donner.
Hein Donner? No, I mean, it's such a famous
Lasser,
quote.
or-
I think it's, you got to go back, Tartikover or something like
okay.
that. You got to go way, way, way back. These guys are clever.
Yeah, I remember the Donner quote was like, give me any position, give me a worse position, give me a losing position, give me, and I'll turn them around, but give me a winning position. Nah.
Can't handle it.
Handle that one.
It's the winning positions that really throw me off. The losing positions, I understand completely. Drawn positions, I get those. Nice. Really one of the great quotable. And he did play h4. And by the way, very quickly, g5 takes h4. I mean, cover your eyes, but wow, that is really ugly.
And I think we're just about to see most likely the end of that game of Atusa versus Begim.
All right.
Right
Let's
now,
just,
because
jump
Atusa is
to
down
that.
to her last 2 minutes, but I think the writing is on the wall on this one.
Yeah, I was looking at this game as well. I mean, the only saving grace is that there is a hiding spot for the white king. You know, she can put herself on 8. No, she can't even do that.
I've got the wrong position. Apologies. Let me just refresh my position.
No,
Pawn
I think
takes-
you have the right one.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I just had to
pawn.
refresh. Bishop d7, g5, h5, g6,
And then we see
takes,
pawn
takes,
takes pawn.
bishop. Ooh.
Bishop takes.
There
Well, she
is-
can hide her king on A1. That
She
was.
can, but after rook to d8, how do you continue the hiding?
You don't. And bearing in mind that Atusa is in a must-win situation, it's just all over.
Yeah, rook to d8, just rook to d1 is coming and there's no way to stop it. This is the checkmate. And there's no queen g7.
Nope.
It looks like you're close to delivering your own checkmate, but the bishop on f8 is doing such a damn good defensive job.
So if we play queen g7, is this like a 50-50, you know, checkmate? Or does your opponent take your queen? Ah, I tried.
I think that's where Chris Bird steps in. He's like, hey,
not a
I
50-50.
think you can still continue the game.
Right. Yes.
Yes.
Just a reminder.
Yeah, so this is just to remind you that if Begim wins or draws, she will move on to the next stage of the elimination bracket. And whereas Tatev and Nazi Paikidze are still fighting it out between them, and she will meet the winner of that particular match. So,
And we
yeah.
did see d5 takes on d5. Queen drop back to f3. Again, Tatev needs a win, but is she allowed? Whoa. Queen e4. This is what kind of Tatev's dream is that if you do play a move like queen e4, it's this attack of these pawns on the flank that are really powerful for Tatev.
She's making, well, I think she's got a great position, actually. You know, she's done everything she should do with the white pieces.
Okay, but we do have this move rook d8, right? There is a check on the back rank that might be nettlesome. So if I
Maybe.
play rook to d8, and let's see what she did do. No, she
She
did play
went
queen
rook
e4.
d8.
Rook d8 was my analysis. Apologies. So the idea that I was having for Naji was any trades, and I got queen check, and there's a b4 pawn sighting, there's an f2 pawn sighting. Okay, so Tatev.
Yeah, it's not-
What's the plan here, guys? Bishop back to e3?
Maybe king.
Well, she's done it. She has played bishop back to e3.
I think we should go back to Atusa because we're going to see a handshake.
Sure. Okay.
Yep.
But this is not convincing by Tatev. And we did see rook to d8, queen to f4, and oof.
And this is just handshake time. 30 seconds for Atusa.
Yeah, that's a blow. B2 is hanging. You don't have time for rook B1 because, oops, queen takes B1. And there's just nothing to be done.
And that means that Beggy moves on and Atusa is eliminated from
She
the
will be
2023
back.
American Cup.
She will be back for the blitz.
Yes, that begins on Sunday,
Queen
26th
E5
of
and rook
March.
D1. And
Rook
thank you for
D1,
the game.
and there we see it. Begim,
Congratulations to Begum, and she moves on.
she moves on, and a very comfortable 2-0 victory
At that.
there.
Yes. And now she's looking like she should be able to hang on and draw this. Let's go to a big matchup between Fabi and, pardon me, Levon is white and Fabi. We left it, he captured the pawn on H4 and, whoa, bishop takes
They do
H4.
say these 2800s are difficult to kill.
That's right.
And I'm looking at this position, I'm thinking, well, hang on a second.
Not that easy anymore. Not that easy anymore, right?
What? That I was about to say, it was nice to be able to lasso that B pawn. Maybe it's time just to play rook B5, make sure that, rook B5 looks like a very good move.
And it does seem like Shankland and Leinier are repeating, which means that Leinier moves on, wins the match, and eliminates Sam Shankland from the competition.
Well, Sam certainly came very, very well prepared. His preparation really remains world class, but, Leinier.
Yeah, Leinier, he remains in the
game.
competition, and he played a great first game.
He did.
He really, when he saw the opportunity to strike, he took it. And, well, he will be awaiting, Leinier Dominguez that is, will be awaiting the victor of this particular matchup. Fabiano Caruana against Levon Aronian.
Bishop to
And
F2.
this one looked like it was completely in Levon's hands. He was in full control, but now not so easy. And Fabi is playing with just over 1 minute.
And those developments that you were talking about in the elimination brackets, here they are.
Yes, and we can see the first person through to the next stage is Begin Tokenjanova, and she will be awaiting the victor of the match between Nazi Paikidze and Tatev Abrahamyan. And we also have Leinier Dominguez also making it through to the next stage, and they will also be waiting for the next person, the next winner of Caruana and Aronian.
We love this bishop coming to the d4 square, and I think Levon has found the perfect setup. He wants to play the move rook f8, tickling the knight, allowing, therefore, when the knight moves, to play rook to g4, and it's the black king that's going to get netted in a checkmating attack. So I love this move, rook a8.
What
Sorry,
if I
Cristian.
bite the bullet?
Yes.
And go knight h5? I know, I'm probably going to get
Knight
checkmated.
h5?
I'm probably going to get checkmated, but I need to do something.
Okay, so check.
Oh,
He's played king
he's
g5.
king g5.
I was about to say, desperate times call for desperate measures. King
Okay.
g5.
I would do g3 very quickly, unless there's something wrong.
G3, there's a back rank mate.
Oh,
So
Whoops.
it's bishop to e5, actually.
Rook to e6, is that a move? Can
Absolutely.
I continue tickling you like that?
Absolutely. Whoa.
This is not that easy anymore.
Wait a minute. Rook
mean, but is it
a8 might have
even?
been a blunder. Just whoa. At first, I saw it and I thought, oh, rook f8, what are you going to do? Well, we saw what he could do. King g5 might have let him escape.
Wow.
Bishop to
He
e5.
forgot about that move, king to g5.
Maybe rook e6. Oh, I can move my rook.
He played rook e6.
I can play rook to b4
You can.
in order to meet rook takes with f4 check.
And now the big question comes. Can I play rook takes?
f4 check,
King g4.
check.
King g3.
But I was just going to say there's a rook check behind, but there
You
isn't.
have to go rook a1, right?
Rook a1 is forced.
King f1?
King f1 is also a move, yeah.
Because I do have, like you said, I'm waiting for a check from behind.
It does seem like you're escaping with white, and that should give you the decisive advantage.
Oof, 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 oof. But again, Levon has to win, so he can't make some decision like bishop takes f6, pardon me, rook takes f6 like
And
that.
how are we doing on time? Fabiano, how many seconds does he have left?
He has 20 seconds
Ooh,
left.
20 seconds against 10 minutes for Levon. Rook to d4.
Rook to d4. Not allowing the exchange sacrifice
rook takes
that
d4.
you
Bishop takes d4.
mentioned.
But now the
It is still white who has the dominant position.
It's true. It is a dominant position.
That
but
bishop on d4 is such a
fantastic,
piece.
and also he's going to round up the b3 pawn with rook b.
Yeah,
b8.
but it's you know when there were more pieces on the board, I think it was much more clear. Now I feel like our defending champion.
Wait a minute. Can I play f4? Is that winning a piece?
You're absolutely right. F4 check is winning a piece because King G6 walks into Rook A6, King F5 walks into Rook F8.
And after Rook to E6, I have G4.
Oh my word.
I think that wins a piece.
But hang on a second. If you go
And
g4, I mean...
I actually think you're just winning the king and pawn endgame too.
Yeah.
You know, something as simple and as sedate as this and this and this. You just trade rooks and then bring... Oop, that was my mouse slip. My bad. I apologize. And then you bring your king. And that must be...
yes, that seems
simple.
winning.
So...
I think F4 just finishes the game,
F4
guys.
check. It could be a clinch.
That might be it.
A clincher.
Yes. Rook to E2 was
And
one tad too
I
aggressive.
suspect that Fabi sees it, and he's trying to keep the poker face. You know, he's trying not to alert his opponent.
Oh, they both see it. Yes, yes, yes. Levon is just calculating the exact line that he just showed right now to make sure that he can blast off a sequence of moves very quickly in the position.
Mm-hmm. Sorry,
And that's going to mean, if Levon takes this one home, that we're going to see
another
blitz.
The playoff will continue.
yeah,
And
in
excuse
1
me,
hour
not
there will
minutes,
be a
we're going to see
playoff.
10
Yeah.
minutes plus 5 seconds increment.
That's right.
Our apologies to Irina Krush, Alice Lee fans, and he's missed it. He missed
rook to F4, excuse me. Rook to D8 is the move that he chose.
Which isn't terrible. I mean, it freezes the knight, and ooh.
With
I
1
think-
second on his
I
clock, he
think
played H5.
we saw this last year, Jeffrey Zhang, 1 second. And again, F4 should be that winning moment, but he missed it the first time. He's probably going to play rook to D6, yeah?
Yes, but honestly, that's such
That's
a
a
powerful
good
move as well.
move.
There's no more. You don't even have knight to H5 with a pawn on H5 anymore.
6, 5,
5,
4, 3, 2.
So you have to
And
go
he did it.
backwards on H7, but
Now we take a pawn with check, our favorite living condition. We're a pawn up.
this is.
Are there any tricks with the king snaking forwards?
I
as,
suspect not, because the problem is that this bishop is ready to, you know, defend the dark squares, if you will. And he did, in fact, after rook takes d5, he moved back with the king to g6. Not that this is any great shakes. What's better than being 1 pawn up?
2 pawns up.
That's right. And rook to b5.
Okay, but I have an idea for Fabi. You know, I'm
Yes.
just thinking it's obviously a pipe dream for the time being.
Yes.
But if he can somehow get H4, knight comes to G5 and then H3, you know, just to disturb White's pawn structure a little bit. And that was a pipe dream indeed, because it's going to be
pipe
over.
dream, but a good one. And I think Levon said, you know what, the one thing I want to avoid is H4, H3. And so he
Knight to
played rook
G5.
H. And after rook E7, I think it's inertia.
I think
that
just
is
F4 wins right now.
Keeping Fabi playing.
F4 followed by bishop to F6.
But if
that finishes the game, right?
F4.
Or am I
but you
missing
can
something?
take-
F4, king takes F4, bishop F6.
Yeah. Isn't there some, no?
You know, I'd probably at the board see the move F4, and I couldn't bring myself to
No,
play it.
F4 on the board?
You know, I would probably play king F2 and say, you know, like, look, I'm just going to enjoy my I worked hard for the 2 pawns, but he did play F4. Well spotted, Christian.
Yeah. And
king takes F4, bishop F6, and this check is just...
It just goes to show how powerful the bishop is in an endgame with an open center and an open position. That bishop on d4 was just simply controlling.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Wait
whole
one
position.
second. Wait one second.
Yes.
Isn't there rook e6? And you're going to meet bishop takes knight
But
with
rook
king.
to h6 now.
That's why you guys are grandmasters.
Hey, you know...
It was
comes
close.
with the
It was
test.
close, but... Okay,
What?
he got his...
Oh, well,
That's the pawns.
he found a trick like you were trying as well, but 2 pawns is really sad.
It's too much.
Yes.
Okay.
2 pawns. And I do have the table base in front of me, and it does say that it's winning,
Okay.
which doesn't come as a shock.
Well, thank goodness for that, right?
King f2, rook to d2. Now every single king move wins. King e3. Gift me the pawn, but unfortunately your king is a bit too far away from the action.
Very
And this
instructive.
move, I'm sorry, I wouldn't. Instructive? Are you crazy? You gave up his extra pawn.
But then look how he cut off the black king. You know, he doesn't need to calculate anymore. All he needs to do is just
b4 king.
run
king
with the
d3.
king. Teamwork makes the dream work. That's all you need to remember. And then
Teamwork makes the dream
yeah,
work.
exactly. You know, you just rush with the king, and black's
okay.
king is just far away from the
Boy,
action.
but I would have nursed those 2 extra pawns for quite the while, I must say. Tatev, how is she doing as this game is now technically winning? Whoa, holy smokes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. So somehow Naji managed to keep her extra pawn, and Tatev, again, obviously needs to win to lengthen the match, but after queen d6...
there's no more extra pawn. Oh, there is an extra pawn.
Yeah,
extra
it's
pawns.
doubled F pawn.
Hey, I count them all. Queen d6.
Yeah.
And Levon has won. And in an hour's time, they'll play a very quick rapid, or will it be a blitz?
No,
It's
big,
going to
very
be a
quick
rapid.
rapid.
10
10
minutes.
minutes plus 5 seconds.
Got it.
And then, you know, if the match is still tied, then we are going to see the 3 minutes plus 2 seconds.
Tatev fighting for her life. Can she do it, Christian?
Well, I don't think it's very encouraging in that position. I mean, that queen d6 followed by rook to c7, it just feels like
The pawn's
I'm going to
nicely
stop that
blocked.
c pawn. I'm going to
And
walk
then-
my own pawn, use that as a decoy.
Exactly.
And then you're going to probably capture my d pawn. I'm going to capture your c6 pawn.
Which is
that's it. This
what
is over.
Tatev has
Rook
just...
to d1 just says, okay, the match is over.
Yeah. So now she can go queen takes c6,
Yeah.
queen takes d4, and
Why not rook
H1.
takes c6? So that you cannot take with the rook on d4.
Good point. You're right. Rook takes c6.
Just because I
H2.
want to force the queen trade. Right?
Absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly with you.
Not that it matters too much,
No.
because it does seem like Nazi right now has this
Right.
one in the bag.
Okay, this game, absolutely, we do expect it to be a draw. Let's pick up number 1 versus number 2. We don't want to lose sight of Irina and Alice. But before we jump into the game between Irina and Alice, we have guests in studio.
Leinier, a difficult match against Sam Shankland, a player that has incredible theoretical knowledge. What did you expect from this match, and how did you get ready for it?
Yeah, I mean, I expected him to be, as usual, very well prepared in the opening. So I was more or less expecting the Najdorf. That's what he played against me the last couple of times. And yeah, we got into some unusual position after this knight c6 h3 and then knight f6, bishop e3, e5, and then this taking on c6 and f4 is interesting. I remember this was kind of challenging for black. And then I think the endgame that we got is just slightly worse for black.
It is, but he was also speeding through these moves. He was playing very, very
Yeah,
quickly.
he was playing very fast. I don't know if, I mean, maybe he knew this position, but I mean, I also knew that it's kind of pleasant for white. So I was just trying to make sure that I don't blow it right away because there was bishop a5 ideas, but yeah, I mean,
At
if
what
he goes,
point? Here, bishop to a5? Or?
Yeah, I mean, when I play long castle, if bishop a5, no, instead of bishop e6, but then I can just go knight a4, and if knight e4, I have bishop b6, and this should be very good for white. Takes, and then takes on c8 and takes on a6, and there is bishop b7, and okay, rook h1
And
coming.
just to interrupt you for 1 second, Nazi did draw her game, her second game against Tatev, and wins the match, eliminates Tatev from the competition, and moves on to the semifinals. Let's keep going.
Yeah, this wasn't good for black, and yeah, here I'm slightly better. I wasn't sure about knight h5, knight f4. I mean, it looks active, but the knight is actually not doing much on f4, and then there's no pressure on e4, so I think bishop f1 was correct, and I'm coming with rook d6 and knight c5, and this was just I think a blunder. Yeah.
This was the move. Yeah, allowed you to go g3. Did he miss bishop to b6? Was this
maybe?
the
Yeah,
move?
I don't know. Yeah, I think maybe he missed the whole idea that I can just move the bishop, because even after something like bishop c5 is still losing something. I mean,
We thought maybe rook
Of course,
d8
this is a
sounds
much
well.
better version, but I can play knight c3, and the knight is anyway lost.
Controls the d1 square. The knight is lost
Yeah.
on h3. Yeah, this looks
So I think he
completely
just
crushing.
missed that I can move the bishop. Yeah.
But still,
And yeah,
things
here
weren't that
it was
easy.
still a fight. I mean, I'm completely winning, but somehow these pawns, you never know where they might arrive.
He gave you the
yeah,
rook.
and here, I was trying to be very precise. I don't know. I mean, I decided to play the really brute move, bishop f2. But yeah, I'm sure like they're like.
We liked this move.
Yeah, but it's
we
very
really liked
practical.
this move,
Just to get rid of the bishops. I mean, trade one more piece, and yeah, it's winning all along. I mean, there are some tricks with h3 at some point, but it's just too obvious. And even though I had little time,
king to e3 and
yeah,
now the final
h3.
trick.
Yeah, this was the line h2, rook h1, and g2. There's rook h2 check. Yeah.
Rook h2 check, and then pick up the rook on g5. That's game
Yeah.
over, or pick up the pawn on g2. Very nicely done, Leinier. And after that, the second game, you played the Petrov, a very stable defense. Nevertheless, once again, he was speeding. He actually gained 2 minutes on his clock. At some point, he had 27 minutes, and you had 11 minutes on your clock. Did you feel any pressure?
I mean, of course, I wasn't happy about the fact that I was like 15 minutes down. But on the other hand, the position was a bit simplified. I knew, I mean, this cannot be so bad. And I was very happy with rook a e8. I thought this was a precise move because, I mean, bishop c6 feels wrong. I mean, queen d3, and then there is bishop h6, so bishop d2, rook a e1 coming. But I think after rook a e8, my position should be just completely fine. And even though I had much less time, again, it's not such a difficult position because now it's more or less clear what I'm doing.
And that
probably
felt like the
trade
move
some pieces
that stopped him.
and and I think I was never really in danger after that.
Leinier, congratulations. A very clinical performance from you today. You move on to the next match. You still have one life left in the event. Who do you prefer from Fabi or Levon?
Yeah, I don't know. It's of course they're pretty equal. I mean, in the match itself, it's just unpredictable what will happen. So yeah, I'm happy to face any of them.
Yeah. Guys, any questions?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, our congratulations to yourself, Leinier. But I love the rebranding of your image. I mean, the black leather jacket, man. This is cool. Is this something new?
Yeah, it worked somehow, so I'll probably keep it going.
Well, it sure makes you look like a tough guy, I got to tell you. Good luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Wow. And Alice, she's actually slightly worse. I would prefer to be white. I mean, after all, the most dangerous pawn in the position is this pass pawn. Of course, it's closer to a draw than it is a win, but if you force me to play, I'd rather have the white side.
Yes, I agree with that conclusion, especially because, you know, I'm not just looking at that pawn on b5, but I'm also eyeing up those vulnerabilities on the king side.
Right.
You know, you can imagine a situation with
Easily.
h. I'm always looking for the attack.
Oh,
I mean,
yes.
I'm such a cliche.
Right.
h4, h5,
Understood.
queen is coming to f6. Yep, it's all, well, we'll see what happens next.
White for choice for the moment.
But in the meantime, we do have a guest in the studio.
Begim, first of all, congratulations, an important victory against a tough opponent. You won the first game with the white pieces and you had to defend a very difficult game with the black pieces.
Yeah.
How did you prepare for this one, and take us through the game?
Well, for the first one, I didn't get a good position when I prepared that line, but I wasn't sure. Like, I forgot to check knight b7 for some reason. So I tried to play logical chess, but unfortunately, after queen e3, it's not that great already. I was going to play queen c6, but I was like, let's be more solid. My coach told me, hide your king, and then, you know, stay solid.
That was my main advice. Yeah, hide your king. You just try to keep the king safe.
Yeah, that was the thing, but then, I mean, I tried not to blunder the pawn, but unfortunately I had to develop my rook on h1, so I decided that this position is not that bad.
You still had some compensation.
Yeah, I have a feeling
How did you assess it at this point?
I thought bishop on h4 is kind of strong because rook d8 she cannot play, which is a very important square, and I'm controlling and she cannot play g5. She doesn't really have time for f6 too, so I was like, okay, as long as I can put king h2, I'm not losing. So I was confident about the position. And then I think whatever she did is not the best for
and now
sure.
she cannot take on e4 because of knight to e7
yeah.
check ideas. So you got your pawn back, you outplayed her in this game, and then once again, let's get to the final game that you played, the Petrov defense. Did you expect this from your opponent?
Absolutely. We played actually recently in December, Warden Blitz, and then I played a Blitz game with her. I played Petrov and I got a good position, but I managed to lose it. I messed it up totally. So I did expect it, and I do believe she did expect it. And she repeated her line with bishop f4. And last time I played knight f6 after bishop f4 line, but this time I decided to try knight c5. I didn't know much. I didn't have a lot of time to prepare. I had to check other lines too. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna just, you know, this is my idea.
Let's freestyle it, right? You knew the plans, you knew that she's trying to attack you on this side, and you try to do something on the other side.
I just remember when I just started to play Petrov, my teammate told me, the most important thing you should do is to play rook e8, bishop f8. So I just did it.
Defend the king side, yes, that makes a lot of sense. Rook takes e4, rook to e8, and at this point you found this nice little tactic with queen to e7, pick up the pawn.
It's not easy to see it. I think she said, okay, b5, she automatically plays c5, but unfortunately she's behind.
Yes, that's double attack.
That's why.
And I think we saw the game after this move c3. We concluded that your attack is probably going to be successful, which it was. Begim, congratulations, a big victory for you. Tomorrow you will be facing Nazi Paikidze, who won her match against Tatev. What is your experience with her? What do you anticipate for that match?
Actually, we didn't play many games, maybe just a couple of, so we'll see how it goes. I have no clue.
Guys, any questions?
Our congratulations, Begim. Good luck in your next match. Nice, and here we have it once more, the elimination bracket. A lot of action today, I must say.
Definitely, and I've noticed that none of the women's matches has ever gone to tie breaks.
It's like it's been decided by the rapids.
It's been decided by the rapids
right.
or in the classical encounters, and we see that triumphant today were Naji Paikidze and Begim Turkinjanova, and they will now meet each other, and they will then face, whoever wins this encounter will then face the loser of the match between Irina
The
and
runner-up.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
No
Runner-up.
losers in chess.
No, there are no losers. And when it comes to the champions bracket, we still have
Irina,
first
Krush,
game
and Alice are still
of
going.
the classical match. Still going. Irina Krush against Alice Lee. And we see Irina is trying her best. And in the meantime, we do have a guest with Cristian.
Nazi, it feels like a highlight of this tournament for you has been your opening preparation. You're just getting better positions out of the opening in pretty much every single game. Did you do anything specific? Like, how many hours were you preparing before this event?
Yes,
every single day?
Last year at the US Champs, I did really badly, so I took my time to come prepared this time. I don't have a coach or anything, but I did spend really a lot of time. And today I got especially lucky in the first game because I had this position on the board in my room.
In your preparation?
Yes.
Yeah. All the way up until you got the decisive advantage?
Yes, I expected in like earlier c5 instead of knight d7 and a6.
Perhaps even before
right.
a6.
But I think she just, exactly, yes. I think she just blundered a pawn or two. Maybe on d takes c5, at least she should take with the knight.
Yes.
But I should still be better.
You can take on d5, get
Right.
the isolated queen's pawn, and that should give you an advantage.
Yeah, so this game went about as well as it could have gone. For
Did you
me.
feel like you were letting it slip away, or did you feel in full control the whole time?
I felt in full control, and I made sure to not give her any counter-attacking chances because she's so good at that. I made sure my king was safe. It felt pretty smooth.
And how about the second game? There was some pressure coming from her side in the second one.
Yeah, I was not happy with queen c7. As soon as I made that move, my idea was that if she plays c5, I'm going to go bishop h2 check, king h1, bishop takes e2, and then bishop f4. But then I immediately realized that she can take with the queen on e2.
Okay.
Maybe it's still fine, but
And that
I
doesn't
didn't
allow
want
you to go bishop f4
Right.
because take, and then...
Two rooks. I can take on d4, but honestly didn't want to play this in
D1.
rapid.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the king stuck on the 8th rank. Looks dangerous, right?
Yeah.
Any
And
sort of imbalances, you don't want to see that.
Exactly. So I ended up in this very passive position. And I think after knight f4, bishop g6, if she went immediate d5 here, I was pretty worried.
Yes, that was in fact the best
Yeah.
move according to the engine as well. You had some ideas to tame the position, but it wasn't easy at this point yet.
So I was happy when she delayed d5 and went p4. That gave me time to improve my position. I think I'm still slightly worse, but at least I felt like I could hold this.
Yes, and it did feel like finally
Just
you
have to
managed to
be
equalize
accurate and not let her get a dangerous pass pawn.
this
Right.
pawn on c5 most likely, and you did find a way to do just that. Were you worried at all about this long diagonal?
I was repeating to myself, if she goes queen e3, don't allow queen e5.
Yes, you don't want to see the queen land on e5, that's for sure. Which it didn't. And this was the position, and after that, at this point, I would assume, once you took on c6, you understood this is it, the match is mine.
Here I could relax finally, yes.
Absolutely.
It's the
Tomorrow
best
you will be
feeling.
facing Begim Tokirjanova. Do you have, I will ask you the same thing as I asked her, do you have any experience against her? How would you assess that match, and what are you going to do special for it?
I think I've only played her twice in the last 2 years championships, only in classical games. I don't know her that well, but I'm going to continue preparing as well as I have, and we'll see what happens.
Guys, any questions?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, our congratulations to you, Naji. You mentioned that you don't have a chess coach. You don't have a chess coach. So how do you train yourself? Like a lot of young ladies out there would like to ask you the question, how do you train yourself? You don't have a coach. Somebody telling you what you're supposed to do.
I don't like people telling me what to do, so that's why I don't have a coach.
That explains that one.
Yeah, I haven't had a coach since I was 16 years old. Mainly because, like I said, I'm pretty stubborn. I like to play what I like to play, and I don't like to compromise. And the way to study on your own is just, if you love the game and you're disciplined, we all have computers, chess-based engine, it's pretty easy.
There you go. Stubborn. I like
So-
it. You see, you keep
Yeah.
you keep to
I'm-
what
I'm-
you know. Our congratulations. Good luck in your next match.
Thank you.
You like her answer there? That's how you do it? You got your engines, you got your
Yeah,
database,
I mean, it's
and
very much
discipline.
a personality thing. For me, I really enjoy studying with other people. I enjoy that connection. I enjoy that kind of hive mind mentality where we just share, and also there's like not an element of competition, but you can play against
I like
each
the
other.
camaraderie.
I like the whole
Absolutely. By the way, in this match, our number 1 versus number 2, this move, Queen A3, was a nice move, as Alice wanted to play the move Queen F3. Just what Naji was saying, don't allow Queen E5, don't allow Queen E5. Irina is saying, don't allow Queen F3, don't allow Queen F3. And we do have a repetition going on at the moment.
Which means we're only going to have one match left, the match between Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana.
The playoff, yeah.
The playoff.
And once again, to remind everybody, they're going to play accelerated rapid games.
Yes.
Fabi and Levon are.
Yeah, they're going to play. Here we go. We can see the rules. So they are going to now play 2 games at a time control of 10 minutes plus a 5-second increment. Now, if the match is still tied after 2 games, we go on to a faster time control where the games are 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. And if it's still tied after these 4 games, what we're going to see is my personal favorite, and I really hope that someone is going to get that it's an Armageddon game where
there we have the draw agreed as the repetition.
Look, that's a good game by Alice. If I'm not mistaken, she lost both of her games in last year's finals against Irina. In fact, she might have lost twice against Irina.
She lost twice
last year.
But I don't know the score. Yeah.
As in 2 matches.
Two matches, yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
And right now she's starting off with the black pieces, makes a draw. That's a really good result.
Well, obviously it is, and when you think about the fact that Irina has been scoring so well, she actually scored 3.5 out of 4. She did make a draw, but she made a draw yesterday from a position of strength against Begum. So, yeah, I mean, Alice making a draw with the black pieces, as you say, comparatively to the last year's match, good result for Alice, everything to play for. And here's the championship women's bracket.
Yes, and we can see it's a big matchup at the top between number 1 and number 2. Irina, Krush and Alice Lee played a very eventful draw, but a draw it is. And tomorrow, that is when everything will be decided. There'll be another classical match, and if the match is still tied, we are going to see playoffs.
Exactly. Draw on the first game. We're going to go on a quick break, and we'll be back for the playoffs. We hope that they'll be shortly, but it could be that we're going to be doing some storytelling. And anyway, in any case, get your questions ready. We are going to need some really good ones. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Chess in St. Louis is back with 9 major tournaments throughout the year. It all kicks off in March with the 2nd edition of the American Cup, with 16 players across 2 fields fighting for a $300,000 prize fund in this double-elimination tournament with both classical and rapid time controls. For the first time since 2020, the Cairns Cup is back, featuring the world's best female chess players competing for a $180,000 prize fund beginning June 3rd. Seasonal classic events are back, starting with the Spring Chess Classic on April 5th, the Summer Chess Classic August 2nd, followed up with the St. Louis Norm Invitational, and the Winter Chess Classic wraps up the year in December. September brings back everyone's favorite, Chess Night on Legs, where some of the world's best don't even know what's coming and compete for a $150,000 prize fund. 30 players across 3 fields come together in St. Louis for the U.S. Juniors, Girls, and Senior Championships starting July 15th. In partnership with U.S. Chess, the best in the U.S. fight to be the nation's best and a $400,000 prize fund in October as the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships takes place in the chess capital of America. A year full of action-packed chess is just getting started. All broadcasts are available on our St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch.tv channels. It's 2023, and the Grand Chess Tour is back for its 9th trip around the world. Inspired by former world champion Garry Kasparov, the Grand Chess Tour hosts the top players to compete for top prizes. 8 of the world's best join tournament wildcards and travel to 4 different countries to fight for a $1.4 million prize fund. The tour kicks off in Bucharest, Romania for the Superbet Chess Classic. Then things speed up as we move to Warsaw, Poland and Zagreb, Croatia for the first 2 Rapid and Blitz events. The tour then makes its way to St. Louis, Missouri for the final 2 events. We're back in November for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. When points are up for grabs, the best players show up. Who will be crowned the new champion? Find out when the Grand Chess Tour returns.
We are back. One game remaining, and whilst we wait for that game to begin in a few minutes, we are going to revisit the champions bracket. And in the women's section, we saw Irina, Krush and Alice Lee play out a very exciting draw, very even. And talking about Irina, she is actually with Cristian right now.
Irina, welcome back to the show. A difficult game today with the white pieces against Alice Lee. You know her so well. You've played 2 matches in last year's edition. You started off with a win both of those matches. Today, a much different story. Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, we had a kind of Panov variation that quickly got into something that I think neither of us were very familiar with. I was a little surprised here by the move G6 when she refused to capture the pawn back and
refused to take on D5.
Yeah, right. So G6, of course, it's, you know, kind of, it's a move that makes sense. It exists. And then it's kind of like a hybrid, right? Because normally white would be having like a pawn on D4 in these positions, you know, because to keep the D5 pawn, white is often, you know, playing queen A4 check, right? So basically, it seems like logically that G6 would not be as good because I didn't even have to commit my queen to A4 to keep this pawn. Okay, so I played bishop C4. Then the one thing I wasn't so sure about is where my knight should go.
Instead of
Yeah,
either
E2
F3
or
E2.
F3,
Yeah.
right? Like I kind of was second guessing myself. I mean, of course, I played it to E2 because I had some thoughts that like it would go to F4 one day, protect the pawn. But then I realized it really didn't need to. I didn't need my knight for that. Like I could always just go queen B3. So maybe the knight could have gone to F3, but okay, knight E2.
Knight E2 is one of the main moves. Knight F3, sure, maybe a bit more games in the database, but knight E2 is a very decent move as well. Castle.
Yeah, castles.
and
Okay,
knight to-
D3 is like, I mean, here I was, you know, pretty happy. I was like, okay, have an extra pawn. Not clear how she's going to play. So she came up with this interesting plan of A6 and B6, right? And the thing is, like, I was definitely aware of these B5 ideas, like in the game. In the game, it looked like I just kind of blundered it, which I kind of did, but I also was aware of these ideas.
Right.
And, I mean, I have to say, like, yeah, I wasn't so impressed with my play in this part, like H3, yeah,
D4,
everything.
it felt like it was a bit off in the
Well,
position.
I did H3 in order to play bishop F4 and not have, like, knight H5. So maybe,
Because of bishop to H2.
yeah, maybe I should have gone for that. I'm trying to remember. So what made me change my
I think
mind?
That was one of the main lines. Bishop to E3 was also a very good move. Bishop
Yeah.
to F4, the same idea with B5,
Yeah.
but it doesn't come with as much power with the pawn on
Yeah.
D3.
Yeah,
Right?
D4, I mean, I was trying to restrict that knight, but honestly, I walked right into B5, and that did not feel good because I knew actually, well, that here I just had to hold the game because, you know, how you get the sense of danger. It's like I knew this was not a position that, you know, white is better in despite the extra pawn. It's a position you got to just hope that you can neutralize black's activity in. I mean, she has the D5 square, the play against the D pawn, and my B pawn is just completely irrelevant. So, like, you know, from this point on, I was just trying to be very careful to not let my position deteriorate. And, you know, fortunately, I wasn't, you know, really made to
And it
suffer.
felt like you did that.
Yeah.
Now, one question. We
Knight takes,
were considering
right.
knight takes.
Of
What
course.
was your response?
Yeah, queen A4
Queen
was
to
my
A4
response.
was your plan.
Yeah, and actually, I was a little surprised by bishop D5 that she let me, you know, have knight F4 with tempo. But I was like, oh, maybe she's like, you know, playing for a win like this because she doesn't want to allow queen A4, which seems like it's going to force the queen trade, and I probably could equalize, right? Like
Yeah,
I was
something like
bishop
this.
A6, yep, and
Take,
you know,
take,
bishop
and-
B3, and kind of petering out to a draw. So
Yeah.
I did think that her decision was interesting, even if it did leave the knight on B6 kind of not in the best position.
Did you feel at this point that she was trying to play for more?
I mean, it depends on, I guess it depends exactly what she's thinking in playing this move. Because she was saying that she played on bishop D5, she was actually surprised by knight F4. So then I can understand why she played it, because she was saying that she thought like knight F4 would eventually get hit with G5 and I would have problems on G2. But, you know, after rook E1, it didn't turn out that way. So then,
Yeah.
in a way, then maybe.
What was the problem with?
Yeah, well, I
G5
could
right
go
now?
like, you know,
Just
knight h5, and I mean, it's also very double-edged. Yeah, like here, I mean, okay, I was going to say that not only knight g7, there's even queen g4 as a move that you can look at.
Yep.
I mean, so it definitely
It gets
doesn't.
dangerous.
Yeah, it doesn't
right?
feel like black is the one playing for anything here. So she couldn't go for these ideas, and that means kind of. Well, you see, I never wanted to put my pawn in f3, right? Because it's just so ugly. So ugly to put that pawn there, weaken the e3 square, the d4 pawn would check. So this way, at least I got to play carefully. I see the computer likes my bishop f1.
Oh, it does. It certainly
So
does.
careful, yeah. I mean, we were looking after the game with her at this move, queen a4, instead of bishop takes e3, because I was thinking it's like her only chance. I can show you the line that we looked at and see what the computer
At what
thinks.
point?
After bishop e3. Yeah, I thought like queen a4 was, you know, something that she could try to make it a little bit unpleasant for me. And then there's this line, so queen takes a4, knight a4, rook d1, and e5. And here we looked at knight e2. Knight takes b2 and rook b1. Like, and we were like looking at this position. It's kind of amazing because it looked like white was holding on.
Yes.
And white is holding
You
on.
still
Yeah.
have some bishop to e4
Yeah, bishop
ideas.
e4, bishop takes d4, and it's going to be a draw. So, I mean, but I would have had to kind of find something, make a few decisions still after queen a4.
And it's also not unclear that this is actually just a draw,
Yeah.
right?
But, you know, when she took on e3, then I knew, okay, I was definitely out of danger. I was going to be able to move my b pawn up, and she has to trade the knights. Otherwise, you know, she might get in trouble. Yeah.
It felt like after this, after you missed this move b5, you kind of set your mind on just equalizing and pulling the brakes.
Yep.
Is that how you felt as well? And
Oh,
even
yeah.
towards the end, you didn't even try for more.
Yeah, well, it's hard to try for more because you could lose, you know. I mean, we can look at the end, since we have so much time, Christian, until the match between Fabi and Aronian resumes. But like, I thought she might try queen f8
Queen F8,
here. Yeah, queen e5, queen d6. And yeah, well, here I was planning to trade the queens, and I thought like, okay. I mean, it was more like I was thinking, could I be better? Could I, you know, or not? So I mean, I'm not surprised she didn't go for this one, but it's hard for me to play for a win when she has this diagonal and always f3 squared, d5 squared with the queen. So it felt like a normal point to wrap things up at.
Absolutely. Now talk to us about Alice Lee. You know her from last year. What changed in this 1 year period?
Well, I think she's got a lot more experience. She's been playing a lot. She's had a really good season in the Pro Chess League, you know, playing against a lot stronger players really successfully. So, you know, I mean, she was young and talented a year ago, and she's like young and talented and more experienced after a year. I mean, it's nice to see her progress. I'm looking forward to her playing on the Olympiad team, you know, in Budapest in 2024. I think we definitely need some young players joining the team. And yeah, I mean, I'm also enjoying the match with her, and, you know, hopefully we're going to play even more exciting game tomorrow.
You are the one grandmaster in this competition. Do you feel like she has grandmaster potential as well?
Yeah, definitely. Of course. Yeah, I mean, if she just keeps doing what she's doing and playing at the rate that she's playing at and just seeking out that stronger competition and working on her game, I mean, I don't see any reason why in a few years she couldn't be a GM.
Guys, join the conversation. We still have a few minutes before the big match starts.
Well, first of all, Irina, I couldn't agree with you more. I think Alice Lee is just one of the great talents of America, and watching her gain experience, as you said, is marvelous. I see her as a future anchor of the Olympic team, so definitely all the way there. So I would offer you the advice of Viktor Korchnoi: beat them while they're young.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Absolutely. Jovi.
Yeah, no, I didn't really have too many questions for Irina, but I'm kind of interested about how you approach this tournament, though, as a whole.
Oh, how I'm approaching it as a whole. Okay, that's the question. I mean, I would say I approach it the same way I approach all my tournaments. Obviously, I'm, you know, doing my best, trying to be kind of clever in the preparation, what kind of, openings I'm choosing against my opponents, and I feel like overall I've played, pretty decently, like a pretty decent level of chess. This game seems a little bit bad from, compared to some of the other ones I've played. But on the other hand, like even here, once I saw there was a problem, like, I just kind of, I was able to take care of it before it devolved into anything serious. It's kind of like when you have a little bit of a leak and you just, plug that leak and it doesn't get any worse. So from that point of view, I think I did my job in this game. Of course, it's a different story that I didn't make anything of the white pieces, and completely played rather, lackadaisically for a couple of moves there in the opening. But okay, there's going to be a second game, and hopefully I'm just going to be able to like play some good chess.
Now, Irina, you're also a coach, a teacher, but you also have a new YouTube channel. Is that correct? Let's give it a shout out. What do you teach there on your YouTube channel?
Christian. Yeah, you're my fellow YouTuber.
Yes.
I also watch your channel, Christian, with Fabiano, to get all the latest chess news. And a couple of months ago, I started my channel. It's actually like my first time talking about it publicly, like, the reference I made at the beginning of the tournament as well. But up until that point, I haven't even let people know about it because I was just trying to add more content, do more videos. And yes, I do use my coaching experience, like really because I work with people every day. So I get to see what are the common mistakes in thinking at this level that a lot of casual players are at, and I try to focus on that in the video. So like every video has some sort of instructive takeaway point.
Irina, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow in the second game.
Congratulations, Irina. Good luck tomorrow in your game. We're going to take a very, very short break, Jovi.
Yes, because we have playoffs looming between Aronian and Fabiano Caruana.
And we'll get our technical all together. We'll see you on the other side.
We are back and we have one match remaining, but it is the playoff we have been waiting for. It is between Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian. And in a few minutes, they are going to be seated in that table that we just saw. And here we could see the matchup because it was 1 point apiece.
Victories by both players in the playoff scenario.
Yes.
What are we facing now?
Yes, and we are facing 2 games. And the players will play a 10 minutes plus 5-second increment. And if the match is still tied, we are going to move on to Blitz playoff, where time gets slashed to 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. And finally, if there's still nothing to tell the two apart, then we move on to Armageddon, where there will be a winner.
Absolutely. And for me, in this match, it's been a tale of the white pieces. Both players have been winning with the white pieces as we see their rapid matchup, 17 wins, 11 losses, 23 draws. That's a lot of games in rapid. But Fabi's going to have to work on his black pieces. What he played against Wesley, what he played against Levon today.
It didn't work.
Not at all.
Not at all. And actually, the players actually followed the same pattern with the black pieces. I mean, both of them played a very sharp line. Both of them found themselves in trouble with their king super early on. And Cristian, what is your take on this whole match?
Well, actually, the way I see it is that Levon has done everything perfectly, except the fact that he didn't play that move h5. So with the black pieces, in fact, he got a better position. It is still Fabiano Caruana who needs to change something. He needs to change something with the white pieces, and he definitely needs to change something with the black pieces. He lost in that Archangelsk against Wesley, so yesterday. We've seen that. That is his weakness, it seems, in this event. Levon Aronian took full advantage of it in his game with the white pieces. And right now, it seems like Fabi needs to change something with both colors. This is going to be a very, very interesting playoff to watch.
And this is the bracket of the elimination tournament.
The players are fighting for survival. So whoever wins this matchup will move on to the next stage. Whoever loses, we say sadly, a big goodbye. And whoever wins will be facing Dominguez with open arms.
Exactly. It will be a very exciting match. But is this going to be a match that fulfills your promise of an Armageddon? Yes or no?
Well, I want to see it. I didn't promise. But I want to see one.
I know, but I'm just thinking they're so evenly matched.
Yes, these guys could take it all the way.
Yeah.
But I have to say, I mean, it really, like Cristian kind of says, you know, it really depends on the black pieces. I mean, how they handle that. We saw yesterday, Fabiano crashed out to Wesley because he was very shaky with the black side of an Archangel. What is he going to do now? Players are ready. Huh?
Petrov. I think Fabiano is going to go down to his lost love, the Petrov.
Right.
And he had such great games in the Petrov, such great results back in the days in the Petrov. Recently, he's more of a Rui Lopez, Italian, Archangelsk, and a lot of iterations of the Rui Lopez. But who knows? He can still play the Petrov. I can guarantee you that.
The players seem to be very chatty with one another as they get ready for this crucial elimination playoff. They're just like, hey, man, it's good to see you. Yeah, you're looking fine.
Exactly.
Well, it was interesting. Yesterday, we went to dinner with Fabi, his second. Begim was also there, my student. And we went somewhere close to Levon's place, where he lives. And he was walking, strolling around, and he saw us in the restaurant window. He came inside and he invited all of us to tea. And then Fabi said, no.
I'm going to play you tomorrow.
I'm playing you tomorrow. We need to keep some distance between ourselves, at least until this match is over.
Exactly. Yeah. And, well, Levon has been pretty stubborn with his 1e4 in this event. He's tried his best. We expect e4 once again. And will we see the Petrov? Yes, no, quick.
Yes. No. Oh. Cristian, you got it wrong.
And look at this. I mean, I'm telling you, these players believe in their openings. They're stubborn.
Okay.
No more Archangelsk.
No more Archangel.
No more Bishop c5.
Right. And do you just play Bishop E? No.
G6.
Okay.
G6.
maybe borrowing a page from Shaq Mamidarov with his G7, G6 lines?
Yes, yes, why not? And it works against white's c4 as well as white's c3. It's an interesting wrinkle.
Right. Well,
White is
normally in the Rui Lopez, white is not playing d3, d4. So oftentimes when you're trying to play g6, fianchetto, you face a breakout in the center with d4, which is a little awkward. In this particular case, you don't have such worries because the pawn's still on d3. Knight to d7, intimating that f7, f5 is on black's agenda, right?
The same type of ideas, right, that we've seen previously. We've seen those with the bishop on the other side of the board in the previous game. And black, Fabiano, that had huge problems with his king's safety. Now with the bishop on g7, the king feels much more secure.
Exactly. And d3, d4. Okay, an invitation. By the way, that's actually jumped out as a novelty. Everybody up to this moment had played the move knight h2, which kind of attractive.
Everybody being only like 3 players.
Well, there you go.
So
all 3, I should put it like that. But d4, a very logical looking move. And, well, I played knight d7 for a reason. Let me guess that it's f7, f5. By the way, the bishop is trapped. There is a threat of f5, f4 trapping this bishop.
Be careful.
On e3. Yes, exactly. Be careful.
Yes, it's true. White does need to be careful for the time being, but Fabi really playing very aggressively there.
Surprisingly so, right? It feels like it's playing right into Levon's hand. Because
and e4 takes, f5, g takes. Rook takes f5 would just be a horrible strategic approach, and after bishop c2, you're probably just much, much worse. E takes f5 renews the threat, f4, and sorry, Cristian, you were about to say that something about this position is good for white?
Well, I just don't like the approach, the overall very, very aggressive approach that Fabiano is displaying in this match so far, because I feel Levon is really embracing those type of positions. He loves when the center is open. He loves when there is creativity available in the position. And this is what we're seeing right now.
Okay, but he's facing an awkward threat. He's f4. So this knight on d2 has to move. Maybe we have to start with bishop takes c6. I mean, how do we meet the problem? The problem is f4.
Bishop takes knight seems to be, to
bishop
me,
takes, pawn takes,
quite natural. And then, okay, you need to make room for the bishop. So I would be tempted to move the knight from d2 and move it to, let's say, okay, we see this on
bishop
the
takes
board.
c6, b takes c6.
And I couldn't quite figure
Knight
out whether
b3.
to go b3.
Okay, so at least in this case, we're secure. In case of f4, we don't necessarily have to retreat. We could potentially play bishop c5, but it's 2 bishops. Aren't we happy as black that we've earned the 2 bishops?
It does feel like black is doing just fine right now, right?
Is it time to just play queen to f6? You kind of cover the pawn over here. Maybe on a good day, the bishop gets to go to h3 with the queen on g6. We've seen those things before.
And by the way, the players have followed this line.
Are we transposed to...
No, the players are following it, so they are, like Fabi is actually taking that same decision that you talked about, you know, develop the queen. Is he going to push forward with the pawns? Continue with his aggressive path?
Exactly. Quick question for you. f4, would you retreat to d2, c1, or would you go to the c5 square? Jovi,
I'm a forward person, so yeah, I would be tempted to go there, but okay, this does need calculation.
Yeah. You never retreat.
Exactly.
And it just feels like white's pieces are kind of loose and hanging.
A little bit, right? I mean, because e4 and the bishop on c5...
Okay, you can go knight d2 to try to solidify.
Well, sorry, what's the bishop doing on c5? What's the knight doing on b3?
Yes. And
give it time. Give it time. Now you're going to do this. I'm going to go bishop to d4 and say, let's trade.
Let's trade.
Let's look at your king. No
Tango,
protection.
I like it.
Okay.
Knight e5, let's go. Or knight f6.
Now, if you go knight e5, I'm taking that pawn. So you have to go.
You really want
yes,
to take
you
my
are.
pawn.
Yes, you are.
But okay, let's keep going. Knight e5, because I'm kind of curious.
F3, let's go.
You want to start with f3, yes.
I want to test the waters. G3?
Yes.
I wanted to test.
You're really going for it.
Oh, I'm
No,
really
but wait
going
one second,
for
it doesn't work because I can retreat the bishop.
And then knight takes f3.
Yes, that's my idea.
Knight takes F3. Rats.
But you're close. I mean, and you don't have to go queen h5.
I know.
But
But I was...
king g7.
You could go king g7, and that did look terrifying. So
Okay.
queen f6.
So queen f6 is a preparatory move for f4, e4. It's all good. Knight b3, queen f6. I like.
But
Rook to
Levon
e1 was played.
plays so quickly.
Rook
e1.
e1. Rook e8. Okay, so this kind of sidesteps the tempo of bishop c5. So it does mean that f4 and e4 are coming quickly. And now I understand why previous games have gone knight h2, just kind of getting out of the way of that,
But do
those
they?
pawns.
What if I actually go queen to d2? The very natural
Queen
placement
to
for
Queen
the
to
queen,
d2?
queen d2.
But you are inviting
Yes, you
the
are.
pawns to step
Now I'm going
forward.
to take on f4.
There's a pin.
Oh.
The
Yes, we fell for it. Hook,
we-
line, and sinker.
We sure did. I mean, head over heels, or heels over head, something like that. Queen c2. Okay.
Now you can go f4.
Okay, but at least, I guess in this case, I've taken over the e4 square, so it means that if I do have to move my bishop, I'm at least not facing...
But this feels very shaky because, you know, you can see trades happening. The bishop on c8 will come to life.
Okay, I'm thinking it's time to just reroute this guy. Go play knight f8, knight g6, leave your pawns on these beautiful squares e5 and f5, control as much as the center as possible. Just get your knight to a good, aggressive post on
I love
g6.
it. Yeah, I think that's the right plan.
I mean, I agree. I gave up control of the c5 square. I just say go ahead and use it.
Okay, so then he should do that. After knight f8, you should
Yeah.
come forward because you've got to be ready with some control over e4.
Right. So knight to
Knight to
c5.
c5.
Knight to c5.
That's the consequence of your last move.
Right.
Yes, but nothing I can do about that one.
No, the knight's over there.
But I can. You do have a loose piece on e8, so can I pile on the pressure?
Like something
Yeah.
crazy like bishop to d4?
Yes.
Well, right now I've got that guy defended once. Oh, I've got e5 defended once, twice, thrice.
But I've got knight
quattro.
takes pawn.
But now I can go queen f7, which is
Yeah.
going to actually force
And do I
the
have to
bishop
go?
back.
Right.
Okay, that was not the intention.
No, it wasn't. But I like the aggression, the aggressive intent.
Yeah.
Okay, but outside of knight f8, well, he's thinking about his
He's thinking for a
option.
very long time. Right now he's down to
Apologies
his last
for,
5 minutes and 30 seconds.
Just having to refresh my board. He's down to what? I'm sorry?
5 minutes and 30 seconds against 8 minutes and 15 or 13 seconds for.
By the way, that was really so overwhelmingly true in the rapid game. It was like 18 minutes for Levon, 3 minutes
for
Fabi.
Yeah.
I mean, he was really burning clock greatly, I want to say.
And it finished with 10 minutes for Levon and 1 second for Fabiano. He played one move with 1 second.
Yes, and at one moment he was down to a single
Down to his
second.
last 5 minutes. This is not an encouraging sign for Fabiano right now.
No.
No, and he has to bear in mind that he's getting less increment per move as well because it's only 5 seconds.
Exactly. Well, again, outside of knight f8, okay,
Into
I was
f7.
about to say, besides knight f8, what could he play? And he found it. Queen f7 was his alternative. Well, I must say, not that inspired by Queen F7.
The
but
problem with this type of long things
Yes.
is that not only that you burn your clock, but your confidence level
Kinda
decreases
slips
as
too.
well.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Because you're like, I'm not finding moves.
Mhm.
I cannot make my decisions in time, and this guy is just blitzing his moves. He's making decisions so confidently.
Mhm.
What am I doing wrong? You start doubting yourself. You start
Agreed.
asking these type of questions.
Agreed. Why this move, Jovi? Is it what is it about Queen F7 that's attractive?
Well, I liked it.
You did?
I did like it for the
Okay.
primary reason that it's not very easy for white to come up with a plan. Let's be honest about that. And the queen on f7 does protect the king. Very good news
Very
when
good.
your king is exposed. But also it can transfer itself to h5, which is what I was
have the
looking
golden
at.
rule.
Yes.
And the golden rule is you want to try you want to attack my king. So there was this move, knight a5, with the idea queen b3 to trade queens and to tickle the pawn on c6. Levon played rook d1, e4, knight d4 right away. Now you're about to explain to me that the queen can go to h5 in certain moments?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean,
And I'm
having said,
assuming knight e5?
I'm assuming
Or
either that
f4.
or f4.
Well, f4 does have a drawback, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay, pawn on c6 is hanging, pawn on e4 is hanging.
But anything outside of f4 also
But
has its
well,
drawbacks.
well, knight e5.
No,
Now we understand that the queen on f7 also has purpose. It does defend the rook.
I don't think I want to do that though.
What do you want to
I
do?
think I want to do knight e2.
Knight e2.
And go
Well,
to f4.
Excuse me, knight e2.
Beautiful
Whoa.
blockading move. And then now
Now you're going to
F-
sacrifice an exchange?
I probably have to.
Because you don't want to allow f4. I'm sure about that. f4, f3, and bishop takes h3. I mean, I understand if you get a knight to f4, you're happy, but...
Okay, let's try to be a bit more clinical right now. What if I go knight to c5? I don't want to allow you to go to d5.
I like knight to c5. It covers d3, brings your knight, which isn't doing that much, I must say, on b3.
f4.
F4.
Okay.
Bold
well,
stuff.
He's going for it.
It sure is. f4. Oof. Okay. Bishop to c1. We can anticipate this one.
Quickly.
Quickly.
And okay, so the big thing is obviously you got to start kicking away the white knights. What about c5?
Indeed. c5.
Everything with tempo.
Yep.
I like it.
c5. Let me just pause here for a moment because, okay, knight e2. Ooh.
Keep going. F3.
Yep, f3.
f3. Now the question is, am I exposing my king or am I am I in trouble? c5 is on the board. It's the most challenging reaction.
Fabi down to his last 2 minutes and 49 seconds against 6 minutes and 50 seconds.
But don't you guys feel like Fabi's going all in on these last few moves?
He is, yeah.
Like, I mean, there's no, he's bridge burning. There's no recovering from this. And we do have knight e2. I think f3 is forced.
It's forced at this point, yeah.
Yeah, f3 is forced. And
You just went all in. If it works,
it's great.
You're a genius.
Yes, exactly.
If it doesn't, you're going to lose in a miserable strategical way. I mean, that's just the way it is.
To quote Lubomir Lebojevic, if it doesn't work, you're going to lose miserably. Miserably.
Okay.
E3.
Not f3.
Not even f3. E3.
Whoa.
This move has a lot of point to it as well because you know when I was
If
looking
we
at
take,
the f3
then
lines,
we
yeah,
go,
you can go f3 and also you extend the line for the light square bishop. You can park itself on b7.
Is that true? Just a second. I take f3, rook f1.
No,
Bishop b7.
Knight f4, I think. Kind of
Not
stops.
rook f1.
Rook f1, I'm a bit concerned about actually taking on e2 and taking on d1 and taking on f7.
I've got queen f3 check
queen
for
d5
you.
or queen f3 at the end.
He played takes,
Whoa.
and he has played f3 as expected. Again, all in. all in. These last 4 or 5 moves by Fabi, he's gone top, knight.
Knight F4.
No funny business with rook F1.
That felt like the right move to me as well.
What about bishop B7?
I love it. I love it. Bishop B7. I mean, after all, if you're going to put a pawn on F3 and you're going to take, you might as well put your bishop on B7 as well. The desirable knight B3, queen B3.
How do we feel about the exchange sacrifice?
Oh, then you're going to trade off queens. Golden
rule. I've learned from the best
Guys,
ladies commentator.
Visually, it doesn't feel like Fabiano has enough attackers to complete successfully this attack.
Well, nobody's over on the king side.
The party's over, right?
Yeah, nobody's over there. I mean, I get the idea that you're attacking, but your knight, your rook on A8, your bishop on C8, they're not.
Do you have to sacrifice another pawn with knight D5? No, bishop to B7.
He's done, and we were looking at knight A5. I must say I'm attracted to that move in order to trade queens.
There's a big opportunity right now.
Rook takes D7?
Yes, rook takes D7. How is that?
Knight takes pawn. Off.
Let's calculate.
Rook takes D7, queen takes D7.
Knight takes pawn.
Knight takes C5. Queen has to go to, I guess, C6.
But then you have a check.
C6 is probably
No,
losing.
I have to go to B5.
B5, yes.
To stop, yes.
The queen B3 check, yeah.
But this is attractive because I'm looking at queen G6 possibilities. This looks
And I guarantee you, Levon is looking at this as well.
But, you know, hang on a second. If you
Yes.
calm down and you're like, okay, I've got to restore connection between the queen and the black king, you
Yeah.
can just make moves like, for instance, queen B6.
But that's 3 pawns for the exchange. Right now I've got 2. If you just allow me, as you were about to say, if you just allow me to take a 3rd pawn, I got a feeling I'm liking white. Okay, so there is this moment. On the other hand, can I play queen G6? I mean, that is still a knight hanging on D7, right? I mean, and I wouldn't mind terribly trading queens. Does look like opportunity here for Levon. Jump right in, Christian.
That's why he's thinking. That's why he stops. He's thinking. He feels the critical moment is coming.
He feels like he's reaching for
Queen
his
G6. Your
Queen
move.
G6. Once every broadcast, here it comes. You ready?
Well.
These guys are good. They are so good.
Decent.
Queen G6. Let's try Jovi's golden rules. When you feel your opponent's attacking your king, trade queens. And I must say, the more you look at it, it's not bad. Pawn on C5. That's a very tender target. Queen takes G6. Knight takes G6.
Knight to F4 back.
Rook to D8, and the simple knight F4 back.
Do we take on G2, or do we try
You got to.
Yeah, you have to extend the bishop's diagonal.
Right. You have to take on G2. You just don't want to see this pawn even going to E4 and somehow losing a tempo as white. You don't want to see E4 on the board.
And talking about the clock times,
Yes.
Fabi is
47
now 47 seconds, and it's ticking
Counting.
down. And remember, he only gets a 5-second increment per move.
So basically, right now, they're playing a blitz game.
Yes.
In which Levon has almost 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 30 seconds against
Bishop
30
A8.
seconds.
Wow, that's not even on my radar.
I like that move.
No,
and I was wondering.
E4
I was
is
asking
just
this question.
resigns.
E4 resigns? No.
E4 resigns. Because you can't take with the rook.
Why can't I take with the bishop?
Then I take on F3, and I take the rook, and I take the knight.
But I go bishop F5.
Okay, just a second. E4, bishop takes E4, pawn takes F3, bishop F5. So I'm a pawn up, and no way of pinning and winning.
You do have knight takes C5, though.
Knight takes
No, not right now, but instead of
In the
F3.
very-
Okay.
Bishop is on A8. So just a second. If you go bishop back, I could also play knight to D. Oof. I don't know. This looks really attractive to me. I would play E4.
By the way, after E4, can I take on G2
You can.
first? Like,
E4, pawn takes G2.
I know your
knight-
tactics already, Yasser. You tell me how winning you are, and
No,
what if
this
I
is
just
so good.
resign? I mean, come on.
Okay, knight to D5. Knight to D5.
So let's see. E4, F takes G2. Put it on the board.
Oh, sorry. E4, F takes G2, knight to D5.
And finally, knight to E5. Why not?
Knight to E5, why not? And I have to pause. I don't want to see knight F3 check.
And now can I go C4 followed by knight D3 if you allow me?
Yeah.
But you're not going to allow me.
This is, it's not as clean as I thought, I must say. Let's put it that way. I was hoping for something a lot simpler. Okay, if I don't play
Well, one thing is
E4?
for sure. This moment, this bishop to A8 definitely forced a pause from Levon because now he's down to his last 2 minutes.
He had 4 minutes, so he spent
4 minutes and 30 seconds. Now he's down to his last 2 minutes.
Enormous amount of time on this moment. So he obviously feels it's crucial.
And it probably is.
He's probably right. But I mean, I think I would have played E4 several minutes ago, just because I really wanted to close that diagonal and to put a knight on D5. Maybe he's looking at the immediate knight D5.
I was going to
Jovi?
say knight D5.
Anything that closes the
Anything
bishop
that
has.
closes the I agree with you there.
Yeah, has my attention.
Because, if you provoke F6, well, yippee-doo-dah.
Oh, you mean you provoke C6?
Yeah, sorry, C6,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. That bishop on A8 will hate you for the rest of the game.
So that's not a good move.
And
what did he do?
What? He took and immediately knight E5.
This was, in my book, almost an illegal move.
Yeah, you don't want it. You don't want to allow the knight with it. Well, you got to go king F2,
King
right?
F2, yeah.
So you kind of, but the knight will, the knight captures. This is not what you wanted with white. Surely not.
Rook to F1.
I mean, because now the knight has a beautiful square.
C4.
C5, C4. Okay, well, knight takes C4. Oh, pardon me, knight to C4. Knight to, I'll get there, knight to C5.
And he goes for it.
E6 is looking tender.
Still, you have your E4 ideas on tap.
Oh, absolutely. I'm dreaming to close that bishop and maybe on a good day even use the G file. That would be
20
quite nice.
seconds for Fabiano.
Bishop F6, reminding white you've got a king too.
He takes, and now come on E4.
King to E2. Wait a minute.
King E2.
He's playing fast and he's showing that knight H4, knight E6. Wait a minute. How do you defend?
Sorry?
Knight H4, knight E6, and the bishop on F6 is hanging. The other knight to E6.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Wait. How do you defend now?
10.
Well, there's a rook D1. As rook takes F3 a threat?
5 seconds to find out
rook
the defense.
D6. Okay, because there's a rook D1. If we take twice, rook will come to D1 and it will ensnare the bishop.
But then I go knight E2.
Then that wins. Rook takes F3 is a winner. And he's done it. Did Fabi just like black out on knight E2?
I think he did.
Ooh.
He just shook his head.
I must say.
Signaling the fact that he missed this.
Yeah.
Okay, but is this such a disaster?
Totally.
I was
It
thinking
is.
the bishop can come to G5 and he gives a check.
No, but king G2 now.
King.
And then rook E1. And then when you play king F2, bishop H4 check. Oh, maybe he lucked out.
So this is a draw then, the king?
Not quite so fast.
So what if I go
So
king
I go
G2?
king G2, rook E1, knight E4, inviting you to take my knight.
King G4, rook E1, perhaps now
Oh.
knight E4, right?
Sorry, he went king g4 immediately. Apologies.
Okay, maybe now is the time to provoke that king to take a step forward with h5.
Sorry.
What about this? I go king f3 back. Now I go king g2.
Yes.
Then I go king f2. I force your bishop to go to h4. And then I go king f3 back.
Okay.
And then when you give me the check on f1, I go king g4 and I attack the bishop on
Which
h4.
is exactly what he's done. Nice catch there, Cristian, because then the bishop will be hanging after rook f1.
He found it. This is over.
Yeah, 2 pieces will overpower the rook.
2 pieces and a pawn. A very important pawn, that e pawn.
Exactly, exactly.
By the way,
7.
down to his last 5 seconds, Fabi.
And
4.
king f7.
This was not a move he wanted to make.
No, it's just it gives White the opportunity. He needs to maybe play a move like knight to e4,
knight to e4
and bring the
seems
knight to g3.
Like a very sensible move.
Knight to e4, knight to g3, just to reinforce. But
can you start taking pawns, by the way?
e4, yes.
E4 makes a lot of sense. Liberate that bishop.
Indeed, and rook check king. Oh, boy, did Levon jump at that opportunity to play king. And knight takes a6.
Why not?
Give me that pawn. Rook e1.
And he's going to do the same thing.
That's
it's like some
great.
sort of a triangulation process.
It's almost a study.
It's incredible. And you cannot do anything about it.
King to f2, bishop to h4 check, king to f3. That is
what a concept.
So crafty.
What a concept. That's art right there.
Exactly. It truly is. And now we've got bishop takes h6 potential.
You can take that. You can take on c7.
Well, I'm just saying the bishop on c1 has been such a horrifyingly passive piece. Now you took away a crucial counterplay pawn that might have been for counterplay. Bishop back to f4, and now you're home and dry. Now it's very easy.
Yeah, this one is looking like it might be close to over.
Yeah, because we've got to pass a pawn 2 in the position, which makes it so much easier.
I'm still stunned by this king g2, king f2, king f3 fight.
It's nice.
With only a few seconds on his
Exactly.
clock.
King f3. Yep. By the way, knight e3 is ready to pick up some more pawns over there.
And the white king stepping forward. I mean,
each time that king comes to g4, there's a bishop nicely waiting for the king to arrive with the tempo. Bishop e3.
So bishop e3.
Again,
very nice.
Eyeballing this pawn.
All the squares.
Stopping rook f2. You're right about that.
Yeah. But also, just take a look at how protected his pieces are.
Beautiful.
He can step back with a king.
Not
also
again.
He can move the knight.
Not
He's doing it again.
But he doesn't
3
need to do this. He
times.
can move the knight.
No, but each time he wins a crucial tempo and picks up a pawn.
But he can just move the knight. The bishop is protected.
But
that's
not.
true.
It's not only that. It also frustrates Fabiano.
Oh, without question.
This is so frustrating right now.
Oh, without question. That is so true. You just feel like, you're on the wrong side of a study. That's how it feels.
Now the bishop goes to d4, once again finds this perfect square in the
King
position.
goes to f5, king in the middle. King
Yes.
f5 is
King f5, e5, knight to f4, e6, and
It
the
plays
e-pawn will
itself.
win the game.
Wow. Well, I will borrow what you said. This was art.
This was
Very,
art.
very, very artistically played. And Levon will be very pleased with this game because that whole king g4, we saw
Precisely.
it once, twice,
Precisely.
thrice. I mean, it's just like really good. Great stuff,
Precisely. He
Cristian.
feels so good about himself right now,
Right.
Levon. And once again, that's dangerous if you are facing him in a must-win situation as Fabi is right now.
Right.
But then again, Fabi had his chances yesterday with the white pieces against Wesley. He surely will try to find something in this match as well. And I was talking about it at the beginning of this playoff. He needs to do something differently with the white pieces also, because in their initial encounter, Fabi did play this move c4, the floor Mykonos, but he didn't get much out of the opening. It was in fact Levon who had the advantage. Fabi will have to go back and understand what he needs to do differently. I'm very, very eager to see what he's going to come up with.
For the and again, in this playoff, Levon takes an early lead against our defending champion, and Fabi will have to win to extend the match. For those of joining us late, first of all, shame on you. But what really, really caught our eye, Cristian, was this beautiful concept right here, and it happened not only once but several times. King F3, Rook F1 check. And it's like this awkward thing. Your pieces, you know, like the knight on e2, the bishop on c1 are stuck. The king has to defend. So then you go, okay, but I have bishop h4 check. And then the point is that after rook f1, you get to pick up this tempo against the bishop with king g4. And it was a theme that recurred several times in this game. Here we go. And here we see it again.
Levon just being mean. To be honest, it was unnecessary.
I thought it was great. There we saw it again. And one more time. You know, that was like, it's not a three move repetition.
No, I picked up a few pawns in the meantime. Yeah.
Nice. We just tip our hat and say,
and it was
stuff.
The only way out. In fact, I was looking at the engine.
With the engine?
Right now, it's the only way to not have to accept the repetition.
Right.
With rook f1, rook e1, rook f1, rook e1.
Exactly.
This king to f2, get the bishop to h4, and then go king to f3 to attack the bishop. Beautiful, beautiful. This is art.
Yeah, the Juan Leinier Dominguez is certainly in his room watching this match, because the winner will play against him tomorrow.
Tomorrow, exactly, in a rapid match. And of course, it was a wild game, you saw just now. And both players now need to reset, because there is a second game on the horizon. And this time, Fabiano will have the white pieces.
And when will that game begin?
Any moment now.
Any moment now.
Oh, we're just a couple minutes
Yeah.
away. Sorry, Cristian, you were saying that Fabi needs to do something more with the white pieces. He's not getting the good stuff.
Yes, and perhaps I should show it. Let's see if I can find that game. This was the crucial game. Today he started off with the move c4. Knight f6, this knight c3, Flor Mikenas with e6, d5 against e4, and we got to this position. Bishop to f5, by the way, I was explaining, it's the most precise move in the position. d4, take, d3, bishop d5. But the problem is, after knight to c6, bishop to f4, h6, bishop to g3, g5, queen to a4 was the bad. Perhaps this is it. We found the answer as well. Bishop to g3 was the good move. Instead of the move queen to a4,
knight d2.
Maybe this is what he's going to try to come up with.
Right.
Knight to d2 and try to open up the position with the move f4. Transfer this knight potentially on the other side of the board, but also open up the discussion of maybe trading off this force of nature on d5, the bishop on d5 with the move bishop to f3. This might be what Fabiano is going to be coming back with. Let's see.
We'll definitely see. I do think that Levon
E4,
will go
never
for
mind.
a different
None
approach.
of that. None of that. We have e4, no c4.
I think we're going to see Levon try to batten down the hatches and play something solid.
Just looking for the game, but I can't find it.
We have the Berlin. Berlin with knight to d2, bishop to e6, castle. Bishop to d6 back. A very solid approach by Levon. We expect this. He only needs a draw to finish the match, remain in the competition, and kick the defending champion out of the competition right now. A golden opportunity for Levon Aronian.
What is that knight doing on b3? I must ask.
It's allowing the bishop to get out. That's about it. Not much else.
And see, queen d7, inviting bishop f6. Fabi wanted no part of that, and he played bishop h4.
Bishop to h4.
Okay,
He's
so
playing fast.
I
So
assume it's bishop g3.
Bishop g3 and then try to play for c3, d4. Is that the plan?
Well,
No,
to
he's
take the
dropped
pawn
back.
on e5.
And I'm presuming that the knight is going to go to c4 and sit on e3.
Yeah, I don't like the queen on d7, but I do like the queen on a4, funnily enough. What do you think about that? You go queen a4, you kind of stop, c3, you kind of stop.
But they play b3, right?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
b3 and a4, and put the knight on c4 and start looking at the e5 pawn.
Okay, queen a4, b3, queen b4. I'm just lurking.
That queen is on an odyssey.
Exactly.
But it's a closed position. I mean, in these type of closed positions, you can get away with maneuvers like this.
Exactly.
And
Do you have that in a queen Sally?
yeah, queen sortie.
Well, the sortie, yes, but Sally.
Yeah, I've heard it.
Queen Sally.
But
yeah.
it's
okay.
It's
Just
old.
that.
It's an old word. So, yeah, so.
Old. I'm slipping here. A knight g5, knight h5, knight g5. Okay, he obviously he wants to play for knight f4.
Mm-hmm.
But
knight f4. Will
he's
that allow me to go a g3? Is the
Well,
g3, knight to h3.
Well, no, wait a minute. I mean,
Where's
g3,
Levon
knight to
going?
g6.
Isn't
Oh, yes.
That's what have you done? That's not a nice way of treating a bishop.
I agree.
Yeah.
Isn't Fabiano's plan to trade off the knight for his
Yes.
bishop, and
Yes.
then swap off his knight for the light square bishop and say, I've got good knight against bad bishop?
That's exactly the point he's trying to make. Knight takes e6. I'm assuming queen takes e6, and then you say swap this one off too, and then play knight versus bishop. Nope, he's played knight takes e6. He said, maybe you did have the intention of taking my knight on f4.
Well,
knight to c4, f6.
f6, the bishop on d6 is well and truly a bad piece, but they do say bad bishops make excellent defenders.
And those are good pawns that he is defending. For the moment,
Tremendous pawns.
This bishop on h4, which is your good bishop, isn't exactly a great diagonals. Like, how are we going to get? Eventually, we're going to have to play a break, right? Whether it be c3 or c3 d4, or f4. You've got to get in a break. And
It very much
Levon-
depends on where the black
Oops,
castles.
excuse me, that was just.
Well, yeah, I agree with you, Christian. But I mean, the problem
You
is
need a
that
break.
if you go f3, I mean, the position is so close that you can even go g5. Okay,
He has
Levon.
played f3. a5, by the way,
A5.
takes away another potential break. a3, c3, b4. You're not going to be doing that. So
It's so tempting to just lock the position down.
That's
and
exactly
go
what he's
g5.
trying.
Oh, okay, he's gone h5. Same idea.
what did he do after
h5 and now
A4, A5, A5, A4.
a5, a4?
And H5.
h5. Whoa.
Is that saying that
Okay, I
the
mean,
black king is not going to castle?
yeah. Well, the king doesn't need to castle. It can
well, the center's
move itself.
completely closed, but I must say, it's not every day that you see a5 attacking on the queen side, followed by h5. I mean, you're trying to take over the entire board, a5, h5.
H4? Well, he is
Well, he
trying
is.
to take over the entire
And guess what? He's trying to shut down f4, and for the moment, he's saying, I don't believe c3 and d4 will bring you advantage, so I'm not going to allow you f4.
That's okay. H3, Fabi says.
H3. Okay, so I mean, if I'm intuiting Levon, I'm thinking he's going to play g5.
g5 does give up the f5 square.
Great, you have one good piece.
Well done, me.
That's it, right? You put your knight on f5, and
But then you can start working your way up with c3. You
I
still
will
have the break
argue
d4 in the
against
board.
that. I will say that I have more than one good piece. I'll go c3 after that. By the way,
We have
see
Colin.
who visited us in the studio.
From the Make-A-Wish Foundation kid. He just struggling with cancer. He said, I want to go to St. Louis. I want to visit the St. Louis Chess Club, and I want to meet these guys. And he said very clearly that Hikaru is somebody he loves watching on the stream. So,
and he's wearing that beautiful American Cup jacket.
Yes.
and there we do have, we do have G5.
He also said that he kindly, Levon kindly played some games against him.
Oh.
That was very nice of
Nice.
Levon. Nice. And you've made a big promise, Yasser.
What's
You'll
that?
get his Letterman jacket signed
Oh,
by
yes.
all the players.
And look at Chris Bird, how attentive he is. I mean, that's a true arbiter right there.
He's actually a chess lover.
He loves it.
You know, he's got a front row seat. He wants to enjoy it.
There was a funny comment on Twitter of a picture of Chris Bird watching over one of the playoff matches.
Yes.
And the comment was saying, Chris Bird, more like Chris Vulture.
Chris Vulture. Yeah.
Very attentive.
Okay, well, we have a development because Levon has castled queenside, which does mean that Fabiano's job is now a lot easier. He has to open a line over there, as Yasser has indicated.
Well,
C3,
good. Knight to D5
B4.
first,
I think
right?
this is a good news for Fabiano.
Yeah, but good luck with that. Well, first of all, D3 is hanging. So it's going to take preparation to play C3. And look at how many times B4 has been defended. So he's basically said, you've got one good piece, the knight on F5. Your rook on A1's not great.
That's
the rook
true.
on F1.
I don't
Okay.
disagree with you. The only thing is that the reason why I'm saying it's good news for Fabi is
Okay.
because the long-term plan has now become clear. He can just improve his pieces. I mean, he's simply going to move his queen. Now he has to actually drop his knight back to E3. I know. But eventually the plan is going to be clear.
This knight F5 seems to have been a misstep, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, was it mistimed?
I think so, because knight D4 just forces the trade. And what do you trade on D4 with is the question.
Well, if you take with the bishop,
the bishop.
Yeah. Bishop
can-
takes, C5 takes, and the bishop will go to C5.
And the knight is trapped.
Yeah, there's no way to get any play in the position, so he's going to have to retreat, knight E3.
But if it retreats, then suddenly
He's done it.
It's also possible for Levon to start thinking about breaking through or playing solidly. Okay, so he also retreats.
Whoa.
Now
I
I
would
think-
not have played that. I would have played king B7 and just said, deal with the knight on D4. I would want to provoke the move C3. King H2, king B7.
King B7.
Just
Queen
refresh my
moves
board,
to
I
C3.
apologize.
And
This
when
is
it
just a
comes to the
refresher.
clock situation, both sides are very evenly matched, around the 7.5 and 7
Minutes
minute
each.
mark.
Yeah.
Mork.
Mork.
New word.
Mork
Actually
and
means
Mindy.
darkness in Norwegian.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
And, with your, what is it, 6 months of winter? Mork's favorite time of the year, I'm sure. Knight to C4. Christian, I got to tell you, this is a dream position for Levon. All he needs is a draw to knock Fabi out of the tournament, and it's blocked as block can be.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, and I don't see the plan. Is it B3, queen B2, followed by C3 and B4? If you manage to get all of those moves, sure.
Yes.
But whenever you go B3, queen B2, I just retreat my knight to C6. And you cannot play the move C3 because the pawn on D3 is hanging. So I just don't see the active plan. At the same time, take it down to the last minute.
Right.
Make some waiting moves. Rook to
Right.
E1, rook to D1, shuffle the
Right.
pieces, pretend like you're doing something.
Like threatening to flex.
Exactly. And then in the last minute, just throw the patties. Go all in.
Just hope.
I mean, it is what it is.
Exactly.
You might lose, that's fine.
That's
a good
right.
You make a
strategy.
draw, you're out of the tournament no matter what.
Right.
And
So give it your
Fabi is
best.
doing
back.
this. I mean, we saw Ray Robson beat Sam Shankland by making these lots of waiting moves.
Very, very patiently.
Very
but
patient play.
But he had the pawn in the pocket, and Sam had to, navigate through all kinds of ghosts. In this particular case, the position is so blocked.
And we're also going to have to keep an eye on the 50 move rule, funnily enough.
Funnily enough,
Because,
right?
In the middle of the game, yeah?
In the middle of the game.
It is, the 50 move rule is that if the player doesn't make a pawn
capture?
move or a capture for 50 moves, then they can claim a draw.
At some point, he has to go b3, right?
Yes.
b3, defend the pawn on a4, and get ready to play the move c3.
I'm a little bit surprised by the move king b7. I myself would have probably played rook to a8 to absolutely discourage c3 and b4, because then the rook on a8, the queen on c6 would be attacking the a pawn. But possibly a king walk to the king side? Is the king side safer than the queen side? King d7, king e8?
So the way I see it, you have to put the rook from d1 on the c file.
Okay.
And then put the rook from a1 on the b file.
Okay.
And then go b3 and c3 and b4.
Okay.
Give up the pawn on d3.
And I think in anticipation of exactly what you're saying, Cristian, Levon is going to say, whenever you play c3, you're going to make the pawn on d3 a target.
I'll have to give you that pawn. I will have to give you that pawn.
Say what? My hearing's not... You're going to give me what? How do I sign up? How do I...
Well, eventually Cristian is right. Eventually that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, you have to.
If
That's
you
right.
want, you need to roll the dice, because objectively this position
is draw.
Is draw.
Exactly.
That's the problem. That's the problem, and I was saying that he needs to take Levon down to his last minute. The problem is...
Levon has 6 of them.
He's slower than Levon right now, Fabiano.
And
he goes for c3.
c3.
You're
Well,
hinting at this rook to d8. I don't like this doubling up. Let's hit first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, queen to c2, defending the pawn on d3. Now maybe b3 is going to come next.
B3 has to come next.
But that's such a slow...
well, you have to defend the knight on c4.
Right.
Overprotect everything.
Overprotect everything.
Are you considering f5?
I am. I'm ashamed of myself, but yes, you caught me. You caught me thinking about f5.
Don't break the harmony, Yasser.
I know. I mean, I shouldn't. All he needs is a draw, and he's through. And I'm playing f5, trying to attack Fabi's king side. He did play rook d8, rook d2, so piling on the pressure, but easily thwarted with the move rook d1. Now, I'm not very pleased with the black king on c8. There is a possibility of queen b3 and knight takes b6 check. So he did play king b8, by the way, which makes sense.
Not only that, but with the king on c8, after you open up the c file, d4, exchange on d4, and the c file opens up, I have ideas of knight takes b6.
Right. Fair.
So king on b8 seems to have found the perfect place for black. But okay, 5 minutes and 10 seconds against 5 minutes and 57 seconds for Fabiano.
Time to shuffle with the bishop, I think. Put it back to g1.
As white.
As white, just...
Okay.
Bishop
I think he
f8.
heard you, and he shuffled back with his bishop to f8, queen to b3.
There's some tactics in
and
there. Knight
now, queen b5 and knight takes b.
Knight takes a5, yeah.
Oh, knight takes a5.
Yeah.
Very good.
So, big trick on the board. Levon, of course,
Will
has to be aware.
definitely notice that. Yeah, maybe it's time just to defend the queen. Rook to e8, perhaps.
Makes sense. Queens.
Can we go d4 now? After rook to e8.
Maybe you can step back with the
d4?
How many... I'm failing to calculate how many attackers you have versus how many defenders I have. Keep going. Yes.
So I think it's okay, but at the end of the day, my bishop isn't so bad. You know that, right?
Yes,
I mean, you
yes,
know,
but I
or-
have rook coming to d5. Finally, at least I got something, right?
Well, you got an imbalance. I'm not sure
you-
it's that favorable.
But you can break out with f5.
Queen to
And
e8.
he played queen to e8, not rook to e8. Sorry. Queen to b3, queen to e8.
Yeah, so knight takes
A5
b6
is-
isn't possible.
Right? Knight takes b6, takes, now the queen will defend c6.
Exactly.
And the attack is completely refuted. No sacrifice there. And
Do you invade with a queen, queen b5?
Where am I going after king b7?
Probably nowhere.
I mean, it's sort of like we have the standoff, yeah? I mean, you've achieved basically the maximum.
You can drop. I'm a big fan of dropping the bishop back to g1.
Okay.
Just to kind of be around the king and have everything overprotected, and also clear the e3
I
square.
found the trick, guys. All right.
You did.
Queen b5,
B5.
king b7. Now I
Yeah.
go d4.
David 4.
Yes.
Wow. Queen e6 he actually played. So the trick was there was something hanging on e8.
There's knight takes a5 whenever you take with a knight on d4. With
Well,
a king on b7.
Well, I would be taking pieces, right?
Yes,
Okay.
you would be taking pieces, and I was hoping that I will be able to checkmate you somehow. But
Queen e6. Are the times a factor yet?
Not yet.
Not really. Both. I mean, Levon Aronian has lower time. He's under 4
Queen
minutes.
a6.
Where is he going?
No, he's just being
annoying.
Annoying. Queen back to e8, just saying, I don't believe.
Is b4 a threat right now?
Quite possibly.
Rook f7.
Rook f7. Now,
Look, at some point I have to be able to go d4.
Now d4 starts to look far more attractive, right? Oh, your queen could your queen get caught after takes and knight b4?
That's a good
Maybe.
point. That is a
Maybe.
good point. Queen b5.
And c6, right?
Queen takes b6.
And rook b7.
Queen takes d8.
Oh, not that one.
Yeah, but I was also thinking that
Bishop
there are some
F2.
ideas of going bishop takes
Well,
c5 and then b4.
I must say, Fabi is somehow
finding something, right?
Being more than irritating. He's getting something.
Well,
so
now the queen will come to c8.
To c8, queen to c8, queen to b5. You can't trade. Queen to b7, knight to e3. Something. No. Look at this. No queen to c8.
Levon says he has faith in his structure.
That's
I'm
exactly what he
feeling
says.
nervous though.
That's exactly what he's saying with this move, rook d7, that he's as solid as he can be. Knight e3, knight d5, something. And that took him down to 3 minutes, though.
Yeah, and there are sacrifices in the air. Like, for instance, if black were to get careless and move the bishop from f8, bishop c5 is just very strong.
Okay.
And that's the way to do it, right? Just wait once again until 1 minute and then play d4.
And there we go, knight back to a3. I was actually expecting the knight to go the other. Queen b3, is that an invitation, folks? Is my
It
Spidey,
certainly is.
Is my
yes.
Spidey sense tingling?
So he's trying to set up this bind with the knight on b5. It looks ugly, but...
So if I drop in,
yes,
you go knight b5.
You want to take...
And now,
yes.
Let's go d4.
Nobody believes you with your rook on d1
That's okay.
hanging.
That's okay. I'm only trying to open up the c file so that I can play rook to c1 and attack the knight on c6.
And bishop
Rook
to
c1.
c5. Yeah.
That's fine. I'll take it.
Okay. Gotcha. I'll take it. And take this, yeah? That's the idea. Cool.
So he does not want to allow that bind. He plays knight a7. I think that's the right decision.
knight to a7 to stop knight b5.
Stop the knight going to b5.
I must say that's a solid choice. Yes.
A funny looking position would come after knight b5, knight takes b5, a takes b5.
That's not a nice way to treat a lady. I must say. The queen on a6 would really look off sides, but okay. It's wow, knight b5. That would be highly unusual, to say the least. Maybe queen to c8 will come in that case. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not a good idea.
Not a good
No.
idea. Well, I tell you, I have 16 pawns on the board this late into the game. Seems very unusual to me.
And
Rook to a1.
okay.
Okay. Fabi's doing his best to try to conjure up some magic here, but I just, I'm having a hard time.
But I was
Please.
also wondering about setting up a bishop takes c5 sacrifice, or is this too obvious? Because, you know, you follow that through with b4, and then just give everything up.
Okay, his last move is quite funny, but maybe that's exactly what he wants to do.
Queen to c6, kind of sidestep, and queen c4, very, very quickly played by Fabi, as he's sort of saying, okay, I've won this diagonal, maybe that is a useful diagonal, and maybe you're right, maybe he's going for some bishop c5, b4 type of sacrifices.
Levon down to his last minute.
And an important number to take a note of is
And
the
look at
last
this.
pawn move was on move 33.
Knight
We are now
b5.
move 43.
Okay,
I don't know,
so
guys,
he's
it's starting
inviting.
to look interesting.
He certainly is starting to look interesting. Now, knight takes b5, a takes b5, queen to d7, gift me the pawn.
And now it's time to break through, now or never.
How do we do it?
That's my question.
Well, if b4, right?
I was going to take on d3 and say, you know, do your worst.
But this is why I wanted my bishop on g1.
So your king would be
my
so
king would be
safe.
safe. There's no check. So then I could just move my rook to a2.
Right. And there would be no check to...
Yeah.
Levon
okay.
down to his last
Well,
minute.
How do you not play queen d7 instantly?
He might be worried
About bishop takes pawn.
about bishop takes pawn, precisely.
So queen d7, bishop takes c5?
Let's see how this one plays out.
Well, if he was worried about it, he's asking Fabi, are you interested? Fabi's saying, yeah, I'm interested because I've got to win. I've got to win. Bishop takes c5, you know, this might be his best chance. Bishop takes c5 and rook takes a5, and you're trying to hope that queen a4 will net you a king.
The thing is, though, the queen, like when I look at that kind of position
Yes.
where white has sacrificed a piece, the queen can just like snake her way to the b7 square and hold everything off for the time being.
That's a very good point, yeah.
A bishop c5 is actually the best move.
Well, again, I just feel like you're just not going to get a better opportunity. I don't see b4 as bringing home. And I don't think rook d1, rook a1, d1, you're just not going to get a better opportunity than bishop c5 right here, right now.
You got to go for it. If you are Fabi and you need a win in this position, you have to go for that.
Exactly. Apologies as I
No, he goes for
He gets
d4.
D4. Whoa, that happened all
That's a sequence
super
right there.
fast. What a
Yes.
sequence that was. And, well, Fabi is opening up the lines.
Rook d7.
Rook to d7?
Opening
What
up
is
the
that?
action of the bishop.
Bishop to b4 is coming. Okay. So b takes a5, bishop to b4. What else? And Levon, I mean, you know, sometimes when you're begging for the draw, You really sometimes just simply
Oh
overdo
my
it. Bishop
goodness. So
b4.
bishop to b4, I take on b6, and if you take my rook, I go queen a3, and I think I'm breaking through, finally.
So you can take on b6.
You take on d2, and I go queen a3. And
But you don't need to take on b.
I feel
the
there's
rook.
a mate there.
You can actually play queen takes. Queen takes b6 and use the queen as protection. But of course, you've got to face rook a2, so you...
I do. But
Yeah.
hold on, could I just see this? Because this is actually pretty funny. In this moment, is it mate?
I don't know.
Because if your bishop was on g1, you would have bishop h2.
Oh my goodness.
I told you.
Bishop
I told you. I know.
Oh, but I don't know if
But
this is mate.
But you have moves like bishop takes pawn in the air. What else?
Well, right now I'm threatening bishop a5. If it was
Yeah.
my turn, I'd play bishop a5. So, but I didn't think that this was a mate.
I don't see it. I don't see the mate.
I just kind of like get on my running shoes and hightail it out of there. Oh boy. Okay, so bishop b4 on the board. What's the time?
41
Javi?
seconds for Fabiano and counting 38 seconds. These guys are neck to neck.
Not much separating the two. Rook a2, is that, no, that's too slow. Is it too slow? I want to sacrifice an exchange and
You
play
have to
queen
go for it.
a1.
Perhaps you have to go for it.
It's 23 and ticking
Counting.
down to 20 seconds for
Oh,
Fabiano.
oh. Rook a2, bishop a5, rook a5, ba5, rook a5, d3, queen
What
a1.
about
He's
rook
done it.
He's done rook a2.
He
Rook
wants
A2,
to
bishop takes
sacrifice.
a5, bishop e1.
Sorry, say that again, please.
Bishop takes a5.
Yes.
Bishop e1.
Oh, bishop e1. Thank you. That clears some cobwebs. Bishop takes a5, bishop e1. I don't have to sacrifice my attackers. And maybe Fabi's not out of the tournament yet.
15 seconds for both players.
Oh, and ticking down 10
Bishop
seconds.
takes a5, bishop e1 immediately played.
That is
With a gain of 5 seconds for Fabiano.
that's huge. That means the A file is going to be open.
D3 he's looking for his counter shot.
And no time on the clock.
By the way, is
Rook
queen
takes
c6,
A5?
guys, is queen c6 a move?
Yeah.
No, D1 is coming with check. Oh, you're taking the rook. I beg your pardon. Queen c6 is a move.
Is queen c6.
6 seconds.
Queen
okay.
d2.
No, queen
He
d2.
chooses the passive approach.
But he's threatening rook takes a5 and rook a8.
That's a huge
And he's stopping d2. Did you like that move?
I think it's a good safety move. You know, I mean, the
But
players have got no time.
King. Whoa.
5 seconds.
And he's ready to draw. Oh, that is clever.
Okay, 6.
Oh, that was clever by Levon. Queen to e5. What a move. Rook to b8 and king b7.
He's going to hide the king to b7
Oh,
to
my
c8
goodness.
right now.
Yeah, that's what he's
b6. You want to hide on c8? No
Way.
No.
No way.
5 and Levon, but having to take these decisions with no time on the clock.
It's all
And the
about
king
nerves now.
is
I
running
don't know.
away.
This is starting to look good for Fabiano, guys.
Is
Queen
he?
takes d3, and that king is wide open.
Truly. So
You don't survive these type of positions with 16 seconds on the clock in general.
no, you don't.
I mean, you don't survive them.
But look at
Lots
that
of time
king
on the
walk. I mean, that king is getting all the way to g6.
He's
And now
running.
it's time to stop
He's
it.
running.
He's a runner.
You can run it to...
King e8.
What?
Okay, now you can put your queen on a7 and
Okay,
start
I
harassing.
think he wants to go rook to d8 to make sure that there's always a rook d1 check.
But
so
rook
you
d8, I
can't-
will take that pawn on b6.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But still, you can
He's
go
done
for
it.
that counterplay.
Why not? I mean,
And
might as well take
well-
a pawn, right? Queen g7, okay.
Okay.
actually, you're right. Why didn't he take the pawn?
He needs to do
b5.
He wants more.
b5.
He really wants more.
b5? No. Queen f4.
You cannot go to c7 threaten checkmate because you get checkmated first.
Right.
Exactly. The rook is on prise.
Well, b5. You need a decoy. Queen e5. Levon, you got 5 seconds. Levon, why didn't you go queen e5? You just attack the rook, attack it again.
e5.
e5.
Whoa!
What is going on?
I don't know.
Queen takes e5.
Queen takes e5. He doesn't go for it. He goes for queen to f8.
What? How much time did that take?
2 seconds for Fabi. He needs to make a move. 1 second. He plays queen c7.
Check.
3 seconds. Check. This
Okay, I'm
might
expecting pawn takes pawn.
You got to go queen e5 now.
No, that's a check on a7. What is that?
A check on
king
a7.
takes f6.
King takes f6.
Seven.
Oh, this is
might
winning.
have found it. He might have found
Oh,
it.
that move, queen f8. No time, no time.
King
King
f5.
has to
The
go
king
running.
goes hunting.
King f5. Who knew the king was on b8 10 moves ago? What the heck?
Okay, queen. Check.
Okay.
King steps back.
These
Still
are
not
five-
easy to make
No.
a move.
Ooh.
King
King
f5.
f5.
Keep
Only
going.
move.
Where's the killing blow?
Well,
guys?
there's no rook d1 check now, so all of those ladder checks have been meaningful, but okay.
King f6, rook h7, perhaps.
Or rook b7?
He
Or
goes
rook
for
h7? Okay, I kind of like
7
that.
seconds for Levon. He needs to find a cure against
Queen
rook h6.
e8?
King
No.
e5, the king goes.
No, queen e4 check.
Yeah,
No.
That looks winning. I don't know.
No, he doesn't find it.
Oh my God.
Oh, queen e4 check.
What a game.
Queen e4 check and rook g6 will win the game.
Oh, that's it?
For Fabi.
That's it?
Oh, he didn't see queen e4 and rook
He
g6?
doesn't see it. My goodness.
Okay, it's
king
nerves.
has
This
to
is
step
just
backwards.
nerves.
Rook to e7.
Oh, but you're hunting the black king. This must be mate. Queen e4 check.
But then
king c5.
the rook goes
check.
to c6.
Yes.
You have to defend
Go
with
rook c6. King c4 would have been mate.
This
King
is
b5.
not that clear, guys.
Okay, now the king will just dance on b5.
Yep, you're right about that. Time?
Oh,
What's
it's
it called?
seconds. We're talking about Fabi has just 10 seconds.
King
Levon
C5?
Aronian 17
Is
seconds.
this so clear, Christian?
No.
A moment
no.
ago, I thought queen e4 would. Ooh, king
I don't
b5.
see it anymore. Queen to e4 followed by king to b5. That king is just like running away.
Amazing. No, I mean, rook c5.
Queen b3. Is that it?
Yeah, I think it was a mistake to go.
Not yet. Not yet. King.
Oh.
Queen a4, rook a5, queen c4.
You can.
Queen d3 check. I've got to play b5, yeah?
Can you
no, my rook is hanging.
Can you intercept with the rook? Rook b5?
You have to. King a5.
Rook
Ooh,
a7.
wild stuff.
Rook a7, king b4. This is a wild king.
No.
Rook to a1.
And, oh,
rook
with
to
second.
a1.
No,
No,
rook
rook
a1.
it's a
Queen
three,
takes
takes
a1
one.
check.
Oh my goodness.
But
oh
okay,
my goodness.
how is this king
How is it
surviving?
possible? I don't understand how this king
This
is
king was
survived.
dead 20 moves ago.
Oh my
How
gosh.
is he still alive?
King d5.
King
Where's
d5, rook d7 perhaps?
That's correct, but then
Queen
d1.
d1?
Didn't see that one.
Why did he play that move?
King
He saw something,
E5.
but
Well, the king
King
has to move
E5.
e to e5, and otherwise it's going to be queen to d7 checkmate.
but I don't see the checkmate even then. King
I
E5
know.
after that.
No, not after king e5. It was the only move to stay in the position.
Okay.
Is there any queen?
Queen to e2, right?
You know, in those moments when he just doesn't see the mate, he's got these lovely quiet moves.
Wait,
with
queen
the rook.
d4?
Queen d4,
No, queen
king
d4,
f5.
king f5.
The rook is protected on c5. That's a
Unbelievable.
huge.
Unbelievable.
Okay,
And
he's
now
he's threatening rook e8.
Ooh,
Oh.
that's a nice spot.
Oh, he hasn't.
Ooh, rook d5. I was
He hasn't
expecting
seen
king f5. What?
Oh, he
I
knows
think
it
that
was
might
okay.
be it, guys.
That's it. Finally,
f8
king
is coming.
f6, rook f8.
Wow.
Wow.
What a game.
We were on the edge of our seat till the very end.
Unbelievable stuff.
Our
And Fabi-
defending champion refuses an exit.
I know, and that means only one thing. The players are tied, and the match will now go on to Blitz.
I have to say, if there was a heart rate machine on that one, I think the commentators would have been, you know, like
higher than the players.
What a game! What a game, Cristian! Wow! And the scenario, Jovi, first of all.
Yeah, and you can see that we have just had a 2-game rapid playoff. That was tied, so this means we are now going on to the Blitz. And this means the players will be playing with 3 minutes plus 2-second increments.
I think we're that closer to Armageddon.
I think we might see an Armageddon in this
Wow. Not much between these two, Cristian.
How do you cool down after this type of match? After this type of
You go outside, you go, wah!
How do you do?
I'm sorry.
You have 2 or 3 minutes or however many Chris Bird decides that he's going to give you. How do you cool down right now? How do you slow down your heartbeat? It's a difficult question, right? You just play this, especially for Fabiano. For Levon, okay, it's some sort of a disappointment. There's some hints of disappointment because he knows he was so close, right? That close position, it didn't seem like there's any breakthroughs. And that's exactly what Fabi did, what we were anticipating that he will do. He will take him down all the way to the last minute and then open up the position. And that's exactly what he did. He played that d4 at the right moment. He had the option of also sacrificing the piece. With bishop takes c5, he decided against that. d4 kept it super complicated and won the match, won the game, and the match continues. Very intriguing.
We're going to take a very short break because we know the game is coming up. But boy, I got to calm down.
Yeah, I got to take those deep breaths, and we'll see you on the other side.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
It's 2023, and the Grand Chess Tour is back for its 9th trip around the world. Inspired by former world champion Garry Kasparov, the Grand Chess Tour hosts the top players to compete for top prizes. 8 of the world's best join tournament wildcards and travel to 4 different countries to fight for a $1.4 million prize fund. The tour kicks off in Bucharest, Romania for the Superbet Chess Classic. Then things speed up as we move to Warsaw, Poland and Zagreb, Croatia for the first 2 Rapid and Blitz events. The tour then makes its way to St. Louis, Missouri for the final 2 events. We're back in November for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. When points are up for grabs, the best players show up. Who will be crowned the new champion? Find out when the Grand Chess Tour returns.
Well, we are back faster than we expected. My colleagues are just temporarily indisposed, and they are repeating their earlier, the same opening from their earlier game with knight d7. Last time there was a rook on e8, and this time Fabi says, I don't need to play rook e8. I'm going to leave my rook on f8 as we are in the blitz. 3 minutes for both players with only a 2-second increment. So we're playing the World Blitz Championship time control for this one. Obviously, the players will get white and black. The winner moves on, the loser eliminated, and in case of a tie, we'll have an Armageddon.
And they're repeating a very similar position to what they have, right?
Well, but the rook was on e8 and there was a rook on e1, and that the difference is that the rook is probably better placed on f8. So takes. We'll expect something similar to the earlier game with ef and gf.
GF, yes.
And whether we have to include bishop c6 or not, we're about to find out.
But is this a better version for Fabiano or for Levon is the big question.
I'm going to say it's a better version for Fabi because, in fact, the rook on e8 wasn't so well placed there.
And the rook on e1
was very
much
well
better
placed. Yes.
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
Queen to
back,
F6.
we thought we were going to have a 5-minute break, and the players were like, let's go.
But wow. Okay, well, the players now are playing in the Blitz playoff, and they're playing at a much faster time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. If this match is tied, then we're going to go on to the final stage of Armageddon.
And guys, we have the same position.
We do. We've absolutely transposed to the earlier game. And I thought that the earlier position strongly favored Levon. So I'm kind of stunned, quite frankly, that Fabi's happy with his current position.
And he decided to change it up a little bit.
He put his knight...
He's going with your idea of knight to f8, knight to g6.
Right.
Previously, he played, if I'm not mistaken,
E4.
f4 followed by e4 followed by e3.
Yes.
Yeah, and he went all in on the king side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now he's taking a much more timid approach, but perhaps
timid.
the better one.
Wait a minute. I played knight f8. You meant to say courageous. Approach. Timid. You see what I have to deal with around here? I mean, just like they just pound me and then
You're a timid man.
A modest man with much to be modest about. Yeah.
Well, okay, when it comes to the clock times, we can see that Levon Aronian is the one who has lower time than Fabiano Caruana. Fabi has over 2 minutes.
A5.
A5, wow.
I mean, it flashed through my mind to consider the move bishop takes h6 and knight takes e5, just because the queen side pieces on the pieces, Fabi's pieces on the queen side, I can get to it, are not active. And white, ooh, this move is an indication to me that something's not copacetic about the position for black.
Well, I guess
do you defend
right now
those
he
type
has
of
to go
balls?
for it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Are we going to see e4, f4 as
exactly.
previously played?
Go forth
That
and
one,
multiply.
or just knight g6 first and
Yeah,
go
but
for
after
it.
knight g6, you have to deal with queen takes pawn, and there's some.
But I want to
queen.
coax your queen on to c6 so that I can go rook to b8.
Mm-hmm. And he's done it.
Done it.
He said, the pawn's all yours if you want it.
That's fine, because I go rook b6, and after that, I transfer the rook on the other side of the board. Once you defend the pawn on b2, you have to defend that pawn on b2. I don't think you can allow me to invade with a rook like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking I actually want to duck the whole e4, f4 hits. And I'm thinking bishop c1, Karpovian, defending the pawn on b2, prepping queen takes c6.
Yes.
But maybe I can go queen c6, rook b8, bishop c1, rook b6, and let that rook slide across. No,
Bishop c1 first.
Okay. I'm a supporter.
Yeah, I like this move. The bishop was in the way of the e1 rook.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, you made this great demonstration on the king side, knight to f8 to g6. You're investing a lot of time over there. I mean, at a certain moment, you're going to have to go e4, knight h4, and press your luck.
But I was thinking, maybe it's not e4 that you want to play. Maybe it's more along the lines of move the king to h8. Okay, I like this rook b8, and then get the rook to g8, and then f4.
And
will be
unleash
the dragon.
The kraken, yes. Rook to
This is a very
b8.
smart move.
And
Inviting queen, it takes a. I like this move, knight d2.
But take a look at Levon's clock time. He's
Uh-oh.
under 30 seconds.
Can I
That's
start
not
attacking
good.
your pieces now, rook to b5?
He's done
Yes.
it.
Rook b5.
He's done
Rook
it.
b5. I must say that I like my knight on c5. I'd probably want to support it with the move b4.
Knight b3, but it just feels like those pieces are going on
Wait,
the
wait,
wrong
wait,
side
wait.
of the board. Right?
Wait a minute. The king has no defenders.
Exactly.
Now's the time.
Bishop f8, knight to d3. Knight comes back into play.
I'm not happy by the sequence for Levon. Rook to d5. The rook went from a8 to d5. It's magic.
And it's funny, after c4, probably it would go back to d8.
And Levon playing with seconds on the clock. He's just
Queen.
9 seconds.
Knight takes a5. Well, he's inviting f4.
Yep, I told you.
And he's accepting the invitation.
And there is nobody at home on the king side. I would be shocked if, f3 and bishop h3 doesn't arrive like a ton of bricks.
Do you do it now, or do you take on d1 first?
Well, yeah. I probably will not want to sacrifice
The queen
exchange.
has to come back.
Okay, at least somebody's back at home.
Yeah,
Knight
knight is
h4.
This is starting to look dangerous for
Your king h8, rook g8 idea, not too shabby.
And well, he just simply goes forward with his pawns, and
No
Levon
time on
blank.
the clock.
He gets just an extra 2 seconds.
How does
per
knight?
move.
How does knight takes g2 not win here?
Or f3.
Knight takes g2, king takes g2, f3.
f3 looks damaging.
Convincing. Ooh.
G4.
Good move by
Right.
Levon. Necessary move by Levon. I don't know. I'm not. He's somehow getting out of it.
It's
Look
queen
at that
d5.
queen d5 move.
Look at that. Just in time. The golden rule of Jovi.
Yeah, but no, there's still a lot of danger. I mean, look at that. Rook h8 checkmate was being threatened, and now the player's playing so fast. We see Levon is an exchange down.
But he's up on time.
Rook h2 check.
King g1, bishop f3. Is he going to take that?
Yes, he
is.
had to.
Knight to f5.
Rook g2 check, king f1. You don't want to be stuck in the corner.
Bishop to h2.
Oh, he's
And
lost his bishop.
bishop
I think he found it. I think he found it.
Oh.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, with his back to the wall, needing to win on demand, he did it. And our defending champion with the black pieces.
Well, now he's pushed Levon, Aronian, to the wall.
And Levon is like, no break.
No.
Let's just get it.
Exactly.
Wow.
And Levon is now in a must-win situation,
Exactly.
but with the black pieces.
Truly. I thought leaving the king all by him as lonesome was terrible decision-making by Levon. After bishop d6, king g1. And that moment, we see Levon, and here we go at the end.
Moments.
This was all intuition, right? Because you
Yeah.
don't know whether there's going to be a checkmate or not on that side. But you have to go for it.
Right.
Knight takes f3, defending against checkmate.
So now I guess he needed to play something like bishop to d2 or something, allowing rook g2
Allowing rook g2 was
and
fatal.
bishop g1. That was terrible. Yeah.
And
The
here
players
they
are getting
two
ready.
gladiators.
I need help as we get a new game coming up. And Fabi now in the driver's seat. All he needs is a draw with the white pieces.
How
Wow.
these matches change on a dime.
Seriously, right? Thank you, Jovi. As we're getting ready for... if we see an Armageddon,
I know, but it would be unbelievable because
It would
we've
really
seen
be
these
unbelievable.
players just, use every resource that they have, show every single ounce of grit and resilience to take it to the next stage. We've seen Levon in a must-win situation, Fabi in a must-win situation. Incredible. And this will be their 6th game today. And Levon...
I feel exhausted and I'm just calling the game.
Yeah, but Levon actually playing a very risky
Perk.
opening. It's modern, right?
Yeah, well, a perk
yes.
defense, or in the Northwest, we called it a rat. One of my all-time favorites as a junior player. I loved playing these positions. Today, I think they're even calling it the Black Lion or something. You go h6 and g5 and It's crazy what they do these days with the modern engines.
And it feels like right now it's a kind of a hippo defense. You know,
I think the
pawn
black
structure.
lion is with e5, right?
Yeah,
With,
I think
I
so.
apologize. I think you're
And,
right.
and Jovi probably knows much better because one of our good friends, right? Simon Williams.
Oh, you're putting me on the spot.
You didn't read the book?
I'm sorry, Simon.
I apologize.
Your one chance to laud him and to say
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
a great
grateful
course.
you are.
Great course.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
You rush and read. Whoa, E5 and wait a minute. He didn't jump to D5.
No,
That
he
is
went to D7, putting pressure on E5.
That's okay. He has to win.
He does.
And so he's got to take some extra
He's
risks.
going all in. He's not trying to equalize the game.
No, you can't equalize. But on the other hand, give black just one more move, bishop b7 and knight takes e5, and black will be the one for choice.
Yes.
So Fabi actually has to come up
Knight
with something very
E4.
consequent. Knight e4,
That
bishop
is-
b7, an invitation to drop in.
That was an enterprising move. An enterprising decision.
Knight
by
e4?
Fabi, yes. Knight d6, let's go in.
96. But then the
Yes.
bishop will move.
But then I take on a6, right?
Correct.
That's a pawn.
The question I would have is, can I take on f3, bishop f3, bishop f3, something like, well, rook a7, knight b5. How about that, Ruffles? Wow.
But okay, if you let the a6 pawn drop, that's not a problem because you do pick up the e4, 5 pawn.
I don't think you can give up the light square bishop. I think you have to keep the light square bishop on board.
Well, this is where he got himself into trouble in the previous game. He burned a lot of clock in the middle game where he ended up with just seconds and did Levon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is he dropped a minute on the clock?
He's at 1 minute and 40 seconds, while Fabiano is at 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Okay, that's already getting significant. Bishop c6. Same move faster was better.
How do you continue right now? Do you defend the pawn on e5 with bishop d4? Or do you take on a6?
I probably take on a6 and look forward to the trades. By the way, the young gentleman in the background there, Colin, is from the Make-A-Wish Foundation, as his wish was to come to St. Louis and watch his heroes in action.
And
Bishop
that he
f4.
does, and what a match to watch.
I know. Talk about good timing, Colin.
Good timing.
Okay, here I'm probably going to play a5 and look forward to an opportunity of playing knight to d5 and somehow undermining.
But
this
a5, knight d4, you have to be careful
I
about that as
apologize,
well.
knight to d4.
I'm not sure if it's a good move. I'm just saying
Okay.
that you have to be careful about
So
those types of
maybe I
ideas.
have to start with knight d5?
Knight d5, maybe bishop g5. He goes for b5.
Okay.
Rook to e1.
Rook to e1.
Increasing the defense of the pawn on e5.
Well, the nice part about b5 is it does prep the square d5 as c2, c4 would not be a move of the near future. Queen c7. I
nice.
like this. I like this. Again, if you have to win with black, you couldn't ask for a better opportunity because this is already 3 results, no question.
Still a lot of pieces on the board, and that's what's important right now. A lot
Exactly.
of opportunities for black still remaining in this game.
But there's some danger though in the position. Is you can't just put a rook onto d8 because bishop g5. But knight d5 is a nice move. Is there any bishop h6s in the air?
Let's go rook d8, right?
Well, you want to provoke me?
Yes. yes.
Oh, okay.
No, because bishop g5, I have knight,
Knight
takes
takes e5.
Yeah.
Okay, so you think rook to d. I like your move, bishop h6. I must say that. Yeah.
Knight b6.
Knight to b6.
Okay,
Played
now
with only 16 seconds on his
bishop
clock. Right now, 18.
h6.
Wow, I don't really like this move, and I think your bishop h6. I find it very concerning,
Yeah.
actually.
That's exactly what he's
Knight
saying.
b6.
And
I don't like it.
Levon, just 16 seconds on the clock, and he only gets 2-second increment per move.
And again, boldly stating the obvious, all Fabi needs is a draw, and he might be getting it from a position of strength after this move, knight d4. That knight on d6.
7, 6.
No.
Oh, it's so difficult to come up with good moves, and the position is still crazy. It's still got a lot of tension in it.
C3,
no,
bishop f4.
He just goes
bishop
h4, piling on the pressure.
I like it. I like it.
Getting a knight on d6.
I like
Have
this.
to get rid of that.
I would probably play knight to e4. I like this knight on c8. You can keep it on c8, yes. And Fabi says knight e4, rook d. I like c3. I like my pieces being protected. But h5, Fabi's playing like he needs to win.
He has to.
Well, now you have to go.
Wait a minute.
But hang on a second.
No, he just needs a draw.
But there's a problem with the
Knight
knights.
f6.
There's 2 knights under attack.
What?
Yeah.
The knight on d4 and the knight on
So
e4.
he has to go knight d6, unless he's actually going to come in with
He
the
just
queen.
lose a pawn.
No, but he can jump in with an.
Blundered something here. He missed. Can he play knight f6?
Whoa!
Whoa! Knight
whoa.
e6. Look at this.
Queen f4, knight f5, knight g5.
Oh my goodness.
6 seconds, 5 seconds.
And Levon needs a win, and Fabi is playing like he needs the win.
He's a piece down right now.
I know, but
are we going to see an Armageddon, guys?
That's a long way away. We have 7 seconds. Ooh, bishop takes g2. What a shot.
Wow.
A queen takes e6 is Levon's idea. You take the bishop on g2, queen e6.
But wait 1 second.
Jovi, this is crazy.
Stuff.
Knight g5.
Bishop
e7.
e7. The queen is getting ready to go to c6.
And rook is coming to f8. This is winning.
Bishop c4
Bishop to c4 was a winning move at that point.
No!
He missed it.
Everybody missed it. But, ooh, rook did
5 seconds.
Rook takes e7.
Players.
Is that
Rook takes
hold on.
e7.
Queen
That's
e5.
it.
Queen e5. No.
Was rook takes e7?
Hold on.
Yeah, it was rook takes e7 was good.
Queen e5 is not checkmate. The g7 square is defended by the knight. What am I saying?
Goodness. No, but rook takes e7 was... Oh! No!
What?
I think he made the move with 1 second.
Did Levon?
He did. Fabiano did
h6.
that. And this is just pure instinct right now.
It certainly is.
7 seconds.
And that forks the queen and the knight, forces more trades.
Yeah, this one, I have no words right now. It's
Should be
just
winning.
incredible.
Queen d6. Queen f7! Draw.
He's got a draw.
No,
Not
he doesn't.
Yet. E7. No, E7 loses
He's
the
got
queen.
3 seconds, 2 seconds. Okay, he just moves the king.
He could play e7. Why didn't he go queen takes Yes, he's done it. He's gotten rid of the pawn. Now it's easy.
But bishop takes.
Yes,
bishop takes e4, bishop b5.
b5. Bishop b5. Oh, very nicely played by Levon. What a crazy game. We're going to see Armageddon. We're
The first
going to
Armageddon,
see
guys.
Armageddon. Oh, my word. Where are you going with your king?
In the corner.
Okay. Just to get a few extra tempi in. Queen to d7. Bishop to e2. Bishop. Yes. Bravo, bravo, Levon.
Okay, now the bishop just comes into e2. Maybe
Absolutely.
throws in a few checks.
Or checked. Oh, don't allow. Yeah, queen f2.
Into f2? No.
No.
Take the last pawn.
Exactly.
Perhaps the right solution.
The queen g8 check is not the problem here for black.
Not
there is
much
no
of a
problem.
Yes, it's a check, but not much more than that. Wait. Wait a minute.
Just when you thought it was safe, he just blundered. That's another and oh.
I mean, he's still winning for sure.
Of
but
course.
He just made his life much more difficult.
And the
Oh my
panic
gosh.
is just.
Oh, the tension at the board must be palpable. Oh. Is there a way of
the
picking
tension right now with a knife?
Is there a way of picking up this bishop?
You have to go with the h pawn.
Okay, queen h7 check is not an
King
issue.
g5, and that takes away the final square of the king.
You're threatening knight
coming.
g3 mate.
I don't think there's a way out.
Knight G3 mate.
And there's the handshake. Oh, Levon
Winning
does
on
this.
demand.
Seconds left on the clock.
And
You could
Fabi
feel
made
the
it-
emotions, the tension. Oh, wow. We
You
are
can't
going to go to the next stage, Yasser and Cristian. It is going to be the tournament's very first Armageddon,
Oh
which
my.
means that the player with the white pieces will be playing with 5 minutes.
Yep.
And the player with the black pieces will be playing with 4 minutes.
Right.
That means that but they do get draw odds. But there is a nice little twist. At move 61, the players will get a 2-second increment. So it's, guys, hold on to your seats. We're in for a bumpy ride.
I hardly believe what I just saw. This game had so many twisted turns. It seemed like a novel that just wouldn't stop. I mean, it was like, that was crazy. That was really, I mean, oh my word. I mean, how would you sum up that game, Cristian?
Yeah, good luck with that.
Chaotic.
I mean, Levon opened up with that.
Chaotic, wow.
It's chaos. Chaos on the board, but this is what we expected when Levon had to win with the black pieces.
Right.
He did what he had to do. Complicate the position, create as much chaos as possible. Fabiano did get a winning position. He was completely winning, dominating h5, h6, get the king to
Right.
f8, get close to the checkmate, and then forgot about those two knights being attacked at the same time. And after that, despite the fact that our producer was saying that white had a winning position at some point, it doesn't matter. Because once chaos is on the board, anything can happen. And this is the only thing that Levon was interested at the beginning of the game. Just make it as messy as possible.
Wow, and just to see the magic of television just a little bit at the end here as pieces have been flying, blunders galore, but at the same time, I felt that Levon kept the win in his pocket. I mean, even as he wasn't playing all the best moves, this one right here, an h4, h3, was very, very impressive. As he sets up a mating attack with knight g3 mate, h3.
Yeah, oof.
Ooh.
So we're going to get a coin toss right now.
We're getting it.
Are we going to see that coin toss?
Is that the way they decided with the coin toss?
I believe we're getting a coin toss, and whoever wins the coin toss decides
Yeah.
the...
Yeah. Okay, so guys,
Right?
if you won the coin toss, what color would you pick?
White.
White.
So you would pick white.
In another circumstance, of course, I would take black in the draw odds, but in this match, it's victory, victory, victory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nobody's making draws.
Yes.
It's crazy. So I have to go.
I'm taking black.
You're taking black?
I'm taking black.
Wow.
I'm going to buck the trend, and I'm going to say black. And the best thing about playing with the black pieces, you just have to make the moves as quickly as you can, because on move 60, you're going to get
the extra 2 seconds.
times.
Yeah. Boy, hardly believe it. But the crazy part about that game that we just witnessed was,
Yeah.
yeah, this is a different view, right?
Yes.
5 minutes versus 4 minutes. Like, you don't see that. The clocks are always the same. This last game that we just witnessed, it was like Fabi was playing for the win.
Yes, yes, he was, and maybe that was his mistake, but how can you slow the pace whenever your opponent throws everything at you, right? You have to accept it.
Yeah. And here we go, as we see our chief photographer there, Leonard Otis.
C4 with knight f3, no more knight to c3, no floor Mykonos.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We're inviting d5 takes c4 there?
There's
Yes,
no need
yes.
for...
Fabi wants a long game. There's no increment. This is the
Is
big
that endgame?
difference.
That endgame can't offer white anything. d5 takes
Yeah,
c4.
but it does allow whites to play lots and lots of moves. So instead,
Yes.
what we're going to get is a position with some tension. And already we see Fabi extend
F4.
on the king side by pushing
I'm
F4.
not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Too much,
95
you're saying,
and F4.
right?
That's.
You feel that might be too much.
I like the I like creativity, but I don't like bad moves. That looks bad.
And the difference is that white hasn't developed on the queen side, while black has done everything in the position. Developed all his pieces, made the connection between the rooks. It just feels like black is better.
Black is slightly
Speaks
better.
for
Rook,
itself.
rook to d8.
Rook to d8, get the rook to d4, or
Exactly.
something along those lines.
Exactly.
He goes a6, controlling the knight's circuit.
But we have
once
to
again,
be a little careful, because if e5 comes, I could just have some space and be happy as white.
That's true, because e5 hits the f6 point.
G4.
G4.
He's putting on the pressure right now.
Is throwing everything.
Throwing caution to the wind.
Right. Well, I mean, he's been throwing the kitchen sink at him since that third game. How many games have they played?
H4. Let's go, Fabi says.
Seventh game.
Their seventh game. Oh, my goodness. And what a match these two have put on for us.
Yeah, and black, we have to remind everyone, does have draw odds.
Yes.
So it means if the game is a draw,
Yes.
Levon remains in the competition, and we say goodbye to Fabiano.
Okay, after this move b5, isn't that an invitation for e5? We're all ready to go. We're dressed up.
Bishop takes h6 first.
Okay, I like that move too. Just to break open black's king side a little bit.
But you do give me the opportunity of playing b4 now and kicking the knight away. And he goes for it.
You were absolutely spot on with that one, Cristian. Knight
do
to
you
d1.
take on h6, or do you pass by with the move g6?
I would pass by. Yeah, g6 and knight h5.
And he does it.
And that puts up a pretty good fortress over on the king side. I don't like that knight on d1. That knight on d1 just has no good
squares.
Yeah,
It can't jump to anywhere as well. I mean, the move that I really wanted to make for quite a while was actually e4, e5.
Indeed.
And,
right
jump in
now,
with a knight to e4. And, clock situations. So Fabi has 3 minutes. And
well, Levon is
Aronian
actually feeling kind of good, because this knight h5 is such a deadly kind of threat.
And that's why he played bishop f3.
Bishop f3.
Stop the move knight to h5. You cannot allow the knight to jump on that particular square.
Okay, how about bishop f8 and bishop takes h6?
Good move.
Bishop f8.
Good idea. King h7.
King h7.
He's not going to touch that pawn with the king. He just wants to block that pawn on h6.
Bishop, again, bishop f8, bishop takes h6 would be on my agenda.
But a knight h3 and knight g5 is coming.
But knight h5. Now that is remarkable. What a move.
Nevertheless, the difference on the clock has been reestablished right now. 1 minute difference.
Oh, pardon me. Rook to g6. Yes, I can play rook to g6. If rook g6, f5. f5 is illegal. So rook to g6.
With the king on h2, that move is illegal indeed.
Yeah, rook to g6, followed by rook on a8 to g8, and black has the initiative.
But wait 1 second, you still can neutralize it by going bishop e3 and then rook g1.
Did he just miss that move?
What?
You cannot take on h6 because of queen takes f7.
Yeah.
But I can play bishop takes 8.
Oh,
no, bishop takes
threat.
h4. He could play bishop takes h4.
But now rook to g8 threatens the move rook takes h6. That's a big threat. How do you defend against it? Can you defend against it?
Again, f5 is illegal. f5 is illegal.
Can you just throw the knight into
Knight h3?
Yeah, knight
but
h3,
then
knight
e4 is hanging?
Yeah.
I don't see it, guys. I really don't see it. How do you stop rook takes h6?
You cannot stop rook h6. In that case, you just have to start using your pieces. It's important not to burn the time in the clock. So he drops the queen back. I think this is a good decision.
I'm not sure. It's inviting f5. It's inviting bishop h4 as well as rook h6. The problem is there's too many tempting choices here for Levon, and he's chosen f5, a move that I really love, because that bishop on e3 is now crying.
Now you have to go with
play
the
f5.
Rook g1.
Rook g1 and try to
rook
do
g1,
something
rook
on the
h6.
g5.
Yeah, but then you can go queen g3 and just try.
Bishop
maybe
takes h4.
You're
Queen
covering
on c7.
everything.
Yes. Rook h6. Very, very quickly played. Levon
And the problem with the move
anticipated
f5
this
is
move.
that bishop e8 is coming right now. So you try to hide that pawn on the light squares. Good luck with that. I have 2 bishops.
Rook g1 on the board.
Bishop
You
e8.
called it. Bishop to e8, threatening bishop h5, and discovered checkmate.
I think this is going Levon's win. By the way,
Totally.
Levon is up on time right now.
All he needs is a draw, and he might be knocking out our defending champion with this incredible play.
By the way, bishop takes h5. What is that?
Yes. That's a pawn.
That's
and
game.
a
That's resignation.
resigns.
Wow. That's it.
I can't believe what I just saw.
I had to go to Armageddon.
Wait a minute, Levon just won 3 in a row, right?
He did.
He went back to the wall. No, wait a minute. What am I saying? He won 2 in a...
No, he won in a must-win situation. So
Right.
he's had 2 must-win situations.
And he must, yeah.
Yeah, and he's done it. He did it with the white pieces. He did it with
Wow.
the black pieces, and now he just had to draw. He had to survive, and he beat Fabiano Caruana. So that means it is Levon Aronian who goes through to the next stage.
Against
and it
Leinier.
is, we say goodbye to defending champion Fabiano Caruana.
And
no, don't show. Come on.
Wow.
Oh, looky there.
Wow. VAR and you
What's
look,
happening?
you
My
guys
producer,
put up a good
what-
show. You guys put on a good show. Well done, well done, well
We're
done.
still in
it. I mean, professional commentators and in the ladies.
And the ladies.
I'm still in.
Everyone is still in.
I had a good day.
As we saw
Yes.
I had a good day.
Irina Krush and Alice
with the
Lee
ladies.
Drew and Tuhin Janova and Nazi Paikidze managed to stay alive in the competition in the elimination bracket. But boy, what an adventure it's been!
I know. I feel like as a commentator, like I managed to survive.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. My goodness. And as we wait for our winner to come over and join us, Levon, let's go through the brackets, please.
Let's do it. And in the women's champions bracket, Irina Krush and Alice Lee started off with a very exciting draw. Everything to play for tomorrow, as it will be decided who will go down to the elimination bracket.
Well, let's see about that elimination bracket,
And
shall we?
In the elimination bracket, we saw some huge matchups between Nazi Paikidze and Tatev Abrahamyan. Nazi won, and it was Toke Jonova who defeated Pokashin very convincingly. And these two will now face off against each other. Tomorrow, and whoever wins will be meeting the loser or runner-up, as we like to say, of the champions bracket.
And in the Open Championship bracket?
And in the Open Champions bracket, Hikaru, Nakamura, Wesley, so 2 legends of the game. They agreed quite a tame draw, I would say, but it was in the elimination bracket where things went rogue. They got wild, they got furious, and goodness me.
Wow.
Let's have a look.
I mean, as a commentator, you just dream of days like today because there's just so much to talk about. And, Leinier and Levon really brought the heat.
They did bring the heat to the table,
exactly.
and Dominguez was simply resplendent against Sam Shankland. But wow, it went to Armageddon between Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian. And it was Levon Aronian who emerged triumphant in those last seconds.
Yes.
What a game. What a match.
I remember a World Championship match between Borskelf and Viswanathan Anand. And the journalist asked Vishy, well, why did you win? Because there was nothing between them. And Vishy said, I won because I won. He didn't have an explanation for it either, And today, this is what I felt between Levon and Fabi. At any single moment, a different move here or there could have easily thrown the decision to the other player. Quite the match as Levon's in studio and getting set up. And Cristian, take it away.
They pay us for it, but right now we are sort of speechless. How do you feel right now? Sum up your feelings for us.
I think at some point I started shaking, and I'm still in a kind of a tilt.
You were in a must-win situation twice today. Then Fabiano was also in a must-win situation and managed to come back. Then at the end of it, you just threw your hands up in the air and you made a sign like this. What
Yeah.
were your feelings that
No,
were
I was
going through
very
your
happy.
body
I
right now?
just, you know, at that moment when you achieve something, as my psychologist told you, you have to kind of celebrate at that moment.
Who is your psychologist?
But no, the thing is, I mean no disrespect
Yes.
to Fabiano. He's a close friend of mine.
Yes.
But at that moment, it's just, you know, I want to be happy. Yeah.
Do you ever feel, whenever you're on the other side, any bad feelings, or what do you
Never.
think he feels
Never.
right now?
No, I mean, of course, he feels upset, and I would be upset if I lost to him. But at the same time, you cannot just blame your opponent if they're celebrating a win. I think this is a natural feel, and unless they're doing something excessive, laughing or doing something,
right?
This, you know, there are ways to celebrate things. I think there are ways to celebrate wins, and I don't think I ever, you know, passed that threshold where celebration turns into disrespect.
And as you guys were getting ready for the Armageddon, we saw you laughing with Fabiano, chatting a little bit about the upcoming game. What were you guys telling yourselves?
I told Fabiano that we're creating content. I've been laughing about it with him. I was saying nowadays, you know, really playing chess is not as lucrative as creating content. You know, it's just an inside joke.
You're playing Leinier tomorrow. That's how you started the tournament, with a match against Leinier. How do you anticipate that one to go?
Well, I definitely need to rest a bit today, and you know, it's actually playing against Leinier and playing against Fabiano is a great joy for me because they're my friends. They're from St. Louis, and you know, I don't mind losing against them.
Absolutely. Guys, join the conversation. Any questions for our Victor?
I'm kind of in shock myself. I need to recover too. I would just say, Levon, you put on both of you put on a fantastic display, and I just enjoyed everything about today, and just simply congratulations. It was a great match. It really was.
But tell me, Yasser, this h6, h5, then g6, knight h5, is this something you enjoyed seeing?
No, I was ashamed. No, I did. Actually, I liked your g6, and I liked your knight h5 especially. I thought that was really, really, really creative. Well done. I mean, what a match. Jovi, what a match.
Yeah, what a story. And the only thing that I want to know is, how on earth did you quickly recover between each game?
When you play too long. And, you know, the thing is, when you play idiotic moves, this is something to be expected. But then you suddenly play good moves, you get happy because this is something unexpected. So you get good emotions.
I want to ask you about one particular moment in this match when you found that triangulation, king g2, king f2, king f3. You did it 3 times. That must have given you an extra boost of energy.
I didn't think it was working. I didn't,
it was the only way out.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
I saw
it would
it
have been a
was
draw.
the only way, but I thought it's still a draw.
No, it wasn't. No, that was the winning
But
way.
that game was ridiculous because I blundered on. He could take on g2 and rook d7 doesn't work because of rook f7. That was a big shame in that game for me. And I was, I think I kept on blundering a lot. But it's only natural when you play against somebody as strong as Fabiano, who always poses problems.
Levon, congratulations. We'll let you go get some rest and get ready for tomorrow's match.
Thank you very much.
Definitely our congratulations. Wow, I'm still stunned by it all. That was great stuff. I mean, come on. I mean, this is really championship chess is at its best in the American Cup. This whole format, I have to say, for me as a commentator, it delivers. It comes with a wallop.
I think it was epic. You know,
It was
it's really what we
great.
want to see. We want to see the
Right.
emotions. We want to see players, you know, play beautiful chess, but at the same time, you know, play scrappy chess. You know, just hold
They're
on tight,
competitors.
dig deep. You know,
Right.
exactly, and do everything possible just to get through to the next stage. And yeah, chess is brutal. I admit that on times, but this was just a spectacle, and it was loved it.
Bring it home for us with your final thoughts.
I mean, guys, it's so difficult to add anything to this story, to today's story. Just an incredible day full of chess, and I'm left speechless, and I am left inspired. And I do want to see what the players are going to bring once again back to the chessboard in tomorrow's matches. Stay tuned.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your day with us. Be sure to join us tomorrow, same time, same channel, as we have more American Cup 2023 to share with you.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.